Elijah was fiddling around with the strange spear as his fingers ran over the intricacies of the weapon. It was a strangled blend of crude medieval workmanship, coupled with extremely refined and alien precision. He continued to muse about the thing's construction when Coleman's voice suddenly cut through the air. 30 seconds till impact. His team leader quietly informed the entire ODA as they hunkered down in their concealed position. Putting the weapon down, Elijah's hands clamped down on his ear protection and flipped down his enhanced night vision goggles, ENVG, before pointing his rifles towards potential threats. He figured he would have plenty of time to figure out what that thing was when they finished roasting some miniature land gators. The sun had finally set, and in its place, the moon rose and covered the ground in a pale glow across the forest floor. While the shadows casted by the lunar light danced and played tricks on the naked eye, the ODA sat there, waiting and watching their prey with their enhanced night vision goggles. A mixture of orange thermal outlines and an ethereal white phosphorus-like picture amplified the ODA's vision as they kept their eyes on the unaware and clumsy reptilians that emerged from the depths of their underground abode. Thinking themselves alone, the creatures communicated in soft hisses and what sounded like high-pitched guttural chirps while they organized themselves. Suddenly, the forest's nocturnal symphony was interrupted by an unmistakable whooshing sound, drawing Elijah's focus back to the present. In the distance, the dark silhouette of a dark rod resembling a sinister dart flashed through the sky. The strange sound only lasted a second before the earth itself violently erupted from the massive explosion that followed. The team had decided to say fuck it and drop a GBU-72, a bunker buster, on the bastards. He only caught the sight for a fraction of a second, but the dart had cleanly pierced the ground just behind the exploring lizards before the earth itself swallowed them in fire and earth. Elijah felt the shockwave hit before he heard the explosion, the force pressing against his chest and causing his ears to pop. However, after countless global war on terror, GWOT, tours, he had become completely desensitized to its effect. Snapping their heads around, the lizards that had wandered too close to the ODA's position stared at the destruction with gaping mouths, before several suppressed shots from rifles rang out in the night. Almost simultaneously, the lingering reptilians started dropping to the floor, either dead or dying. After ensuring the immediate vicinity was clear, Coleman signaled to the team. "Move up." The ODA team advanced cautiously from their concealed position, rifles still at the ready, eyes darting around for any sign of surviving threats. But that seemed like a wasted effort after they saw the carnage that the explosion had wrought. The bunker buster had definitely done as advertised and gouged into the earth, leaving only a vast crater with the area littered with debris and burned vegetation. As they approached the epicenter of the blast, the pungent scent of burnt flesh permeated the air, and the sight that met their eyes was gruesome. Charred and mangled bodies of reptilians lay everywhere, some buried beneath rubble, others thrown clear by the force of the explosion. The scene reminded Elijah heavily of Iraq and the war that was waged against the Islamic State, or Daesh as they were called. He had been there as part of a specialized crisis response force, formerly known as a Commanders in Extremis force. They embedded themselves with the actually capable Iraqi and Kurdish special forces to perform direct action missions to take down high-value targets, and even dabbled in hostage rescue operations. One operation, in particular, stood starkly in Elijah's memory. He had been a part of a task force that had been tipped off about a Daesh stronghold with a prominent commander they needed to capture just outside of their supposed capital of their caliphate, Mosul. From the outside, it looked like any other battle-scarred compound, but when Elijah's team, along with their Iraqi counterparts, entered, they found much more than they had been prepared for. The building led to a network of underground tunnels, a tactic that Daesh had become infamous for. It was their way of moving undetected, storing weapons, and launching surprise attacks, and when the compound was raided, the entire operation had been a clusterfuck. The close-quarters fighting had been claustrophobic and was absolutely disastrous. Every bend turn and every dugout room had an exchange of so many grenades, Elijah wondered where everyone got them all. Coupled with the limited visibility and echoing gunshots, every inch of the damn place was turned into a potential death trap. With Daesh militants putting up a fierce resistance and mounting casualties, Elijah's team and their Iraqi counterparts decided enough was enough. The juice wasn't worth the squeeze, and if the commander wanted to be a martyr so bad, they'd make him one. As the task force made their way above ground, they looked to their embedded combat controller, pointed at the stronghold and told him to get rid of it. And get rid of it he did. 5 GBU 72 ground penetrators later and the entire complex was nothing more than a smoldering sinkhole. Each explosive impact was felt even from a safe distance, the ground reverberating with each successive detonation. Fireballs and plumes of smoke shot skyward, blotting out the horizon momentarily as the massive munitions did their job, collapsing the intricate underground network like a house of cards. For over a mile, everyone's bones rattled painfully as the earth trembled with each impact. Massive plumes of smoke and dirt violently ejected from all the hidden entrances along with the massive cloud from the initial impact zone, casting a dark veil over the landscape. Elijah's eyes refocused, snapping him back to the present. The vividness of his memory had momentarily blurred the lines between past and present, but as he took in the scene before him, the eerie similarities began to fade. Instead of the human remains of Daesh militants that he once hunted, he now saw the twisted and charred bodies of these strange lizard creatures, their scales seared and eyes lifeless. "Told you all we needed is a bunker buster," Elijah said, huffing in amusement as he shot a look at Coleman. The team leader scoffed and rolled his eyes. "Yeah, whatever." Coleman replied, brushing away some dirt that fell on his shoulder. "I forgot you CIF freaks handle everything through unmitigated violence." A chuckle left Elijah's mouth as he stepped over part of a corpse. Some things require a more subtle touch, but sometimes, all you need is a big boom. Coleman shrugged and gazed around the wasteland before them. "I can't really argue with that." As the team swept the area, the atmosphere grew somber as an unsettling realization began to creep into Elijah's mind. If these creatures had the capability to burrow underground complexes for refuge in such a short amount of time, then just how many of these burrows dotted the landscape? With the main body of the horde dispersing across the countryside, there could be dozens, maybe even hundreds of these burrows scattered all over the countryside. And what if they just kept going? This is going to be a problem. Elijah muttered quickly, his amusement now replaced with a hint of concern. Bennett, who had been poking at some strange item, turned to and raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Sucking in a deep breath, Elijah adjusted his rifle and looked around and saw that most of the team was looking at him. "Well, think about it," he said, scratching his short beard. "We found the whole these things crawled out by sheer chance, so what are the odds of some beat cop finding more, especially a year from now?" Everyone gave the medic a difficult look as he continued. "I mean, an army of what? Tens of thousands literally ran for the hills? We don't even know how many lizards there were in that army, and we barely even killed a quarter of them," Elijah said definitively as he waved his hand. "So now, I'm just assuming we now have several new invasive species." Coleman, rubbing his temples, sighed heavily. "Ah, shit. I didn't think of that," he groaned in mental pain. "And that's just what we saw today," Coleman continued. "There's no telling how many of these burrows are out there, and how fast they can reproduce." "Great, I bet these things are going to be fucking everywhere," Lister, the dark-skinned weapons sergeant, mumbled, adjusting his heavy weapon load. He glanced around at the heavily forested hills around him and frowned. "We're spitting distance from the Appalachian Mountains," Lister pointed east. "It's dense, hard to navigate, and full of places to hide. They'll thrive there." Schwartz shook his head, and with winter coming, it will be even tougher to search. "If they make it there, rooting them out will be a nightmare." "Enough," Coleman said, his voice firm. "We're gonna have to leave the what-ifs to someone else. Our current mission is to clear this area and continue to recon south." The group stood silent for a moment, taking in just how fucked up the situation was. Each of their faces were a mixture of emotions after the long day of surreal combat, but they weren't strangers to this type of scenario. Just the details. Slowly, they began to move out, the crunch of foliage under their boots served as the only sound while they continued their patrol. Lysandra's senses stirred as the unfamiliar hum and beep of strange devices awakened her from a dreamless sleep. A throbbing pain consumed the left side of her face, and her vision was hazy. As she tried to move, she found her body heavy and restrained as if she were bound to her bed. A deep panic began to set in as she realized she had no idea where she was, or even how she had come to be there. Hello? The battered woman called out weakly as Navision struggled to focus. Hello, is anyone there? Her voice, frail and raspy, echoed faintly in the sterile-smelling room. And from the corner of her good eye, she noticed the soft glow of the luminescent apparatuses around her. The stark whiteness of the room was punctuated by these odd devices, their purpose a mystery to her. The world was almost a complete blur as Lysandra tried her best to focus her vision, but everything from colors to shapes seemed distorted and unstable. To make matters worse, not only did every muscle in her body feel like they were made of lead, but she also felt the taut pull of cuffs tethering her to the bed. Lysandra struggled weakly in an attempt to free herself, but the metallic clinks of the restraints only seemed to amplify her anxiety and sense of vulnerability. But suddenly the sound of an authoritative voice resounded in the room, causing Lysandra to stop her feeble struggle as she turned her head. Mustering whatever willpower she had, she focused her gaze on a pair of those otherworldly soldiers with their black weapons in their hands. Horror was etched on Lysandra's face as she stared at the men speaking to each other in their strange language, but she could tell that they were discussing her. Their gestures seemed to indicate urgency and importance, and Lysandra couldn't help but turn to the worst-case scenario. Was she to be tortured for information? Experimented on for profane magics? Humiliated and executed for her transgressions in this world? The possibilities spun in her head, each darker than the last. Both of the soldiers, identified by the black MP on the arms, continued to talk before one of them stepped forward and pressed a button on the sleek wall panel beside him. The panel lit up, revealing an intercom system. He spoke into it, Alpha to Med Bay. The subject is conscious. Alert, Dr. Casa. Moments later, the doors slid open with a quiet hiss, revealing an older woman with a sun-kissed complexion that she held herself with an air of authority. Her hair was intricately woven into long braids that cascaded down her back and bounced with every step. Adorning a white robe, which contrasted sharply against the bright green scrubs she had underneath, she stopped just in front of Lysandra and looked down at her curiously. Not too far behind, a team of individuals in matching bright green scrubs followed, holding various medical instruments and devices. Dr. Casa carefully examined the wounded side of Lysandra's face, her fingers gently probing the tender and swollen skin. With her other hand, she shone a small penlight into Lysandra's remaining eye, checking for any signs of a concussion or other internal injuries. As she did this, another member of the medical team spoke to the doctor in a hushed but urgent tone, pointing at the monitor that displayed Lysandra's vital signs. Her blood pressure spiking, the nurse announced, her brow furrowed in concern. A hum left Dr. Casa has turned her attention to the monitor. She's terrified, Dr. Casa replied with a soft voice. She then leaned in closer towards her patient and noted just how human she looked, despite the obvious differences. Every line of worry, every crease of fear, and the depth of confusion in her bright yellow eyes were all too familiar. They were the same expressions any human would have in such a horrible situation. Except for the long, pointed ears that peeked through her dark blonde hair and the vivid hue of her irises, Lysandra could be mistaken for any woman from Earth. The realization added another layer of complexity to the situation, reminding Dr. Casa that despite the vast being from a completely different reality, emotions and experiences might be a universal constant. Hoping to comfort Lysandra, Dr. Casa gently touched the non-injured side of her face. She wished they shared a language, words, to convey safety and care. But for now, gestures would have to suffice. Another nurse approached, holding a syringe filled with a translucent liquid. Dr. Casa nodded in approval as the nurse carefully administered the sedative. They needed Lysandra calm, not just for the medical procedures, but for her own well-being in this alien environment. As the minutes passed, the effects of the sedative became evident. Lysandra's tense posture relaxed, and her rapid breathing steadied. Her eyes, while still filled with uncertainty, no longer held that wild edge of panic. "Quite curious, isn't it?" a voice remarked from the back of the room. The anesthesiologist, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and thoughtful eyes, stepped forward. "In all the encounters we've had with these interdimensional beings, it never ceases to amaze me how our sedatives and anesthesia actually work and don't outright kill them." Dr. Casa nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, it is remarkable. But what surprises me more is how other common medical practices seem to work on them as well. It's like they share a foundational biology with us." A third nurse chimed in, her face slightly pale. "Speaking of similarities, the pathologists and other medical examiners have been having quite the time performing autopsies on some of the deceased creatures. Everyone's been in an uproar after they found out that the internal structure of some of these beings only exhibits a handful of differences from our own." "Really?" Dr. Casa turned to the woman and raised an eyebrow. The nurse nodded, "Yes. In fact, what's even more fascinating is the phenomenon observed with those large werewolf-like creatures. After an extended period of time post-death, they seem to morph. They gradually transform into something more human-shaped, though still significantly larger." The anesthesiologist looked surprised. "That's unsettling. But why or how would they do that?" "We're not sure yet," the nurse replied. "But biologists, doctors and scientists from all over the world are basically scratching and clawing to get here as if Ohio's the new Mecca. Everyone wants a piece of this puzzle. The discoveries made here could reshape our entire understanding of biology, evolution, and perhaps even the nature of existence." Silence enveloped the room as they tried to wrap their head around the implications of not just another world full of sentient life existing, but also the reality of magic being a tangible, quantifiable force. A technician, who had been quietly calibrating a machine nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Can you imagine? If we actually learned and harnessed magic? The entire globe would be turned on its head overnight." Another round of silence came over the medical team as they looked at each other uncomfortably. Each of them found this reality difficult to accept, but Dr. Casa, always the pragmatist, clapped her hands loudly to get everyone's attention. All right," she shouted, turning to her team. "You're all professionals, so quit your brooding, we have patients to attend to." Meanwhile, Lysandra felt as if the world had inverted in on itself, gravity had reversed, and she felt as if she was crawling on the ceiling like some kind of damnable monster. Whatever these strange heavens-forsake people had given her beyond potent, because not only were every color intensified, but every sound was simultaneously muffled and also overwhelmingly clear at the same time. She stared horrifyingly at the strangers in her room as they seemed to twist and turn in impossible ways while the sterile white of the hospital walls seemed to pulse and breathe, as if alive. Lysandra opened her mouth as if trying to say something, but no words came out. Instead, it was just a whispery gasp, a desperate attempt to communicate her panic and disorientation. The poor woman couldn't help curse the demon who had tricked her into coming to this accursed land. "They still haven't killed me," Lysandra remarked as she glanced up at a curious artifact alien to her world. This strange, flat box had moving images, and it showed scenes that shifted and changed. Sometimes the artifact displayed more otherworldly humans doing mundane tasks, other times it showcased breathtaking cityscapes that Lysandra could only dream of visiting, like the capital of the Holy Dominion or the Magi's Sanctum's various seaborne cities. However, what really caught Lysandra's attention wasn't the fact that they had moving pictures. No. Those types of magics were rare in her neck of the woods, sure, but they were frequent enough for her to see them. No, it was the fact that there was sound, and it was impeccable. The voices, the music, the ambient noises, everything was so clear. It was as if she was in the same space as the scenes unfolding before her. The chirping of birds felt so real she almost looked around the room for them. The delicate notes of an instrument made her feel as if the musician was right next to her, playing a serenade just for her ears. It was a sensory experience unlike any other she had experienced. She scooped another spoonful of the bland porridge they served her and shoved it into her mouth, the tepid mush barely registering on her taste buds. Compared to the vibrant sounds from the artifact, the food seemed something only the undead would find appetizing. As she chewed, she couldn't help but remark, for beings that can create such wondrous sounds, they sure don't know how to make food exciting. Every once in a while, however, they would surprise her. It was rare, but sometimes these otherworlders would bring in a dish or a drink whose flavors were so intense and unique that they would leave her speechless. Lysandra remembered the first time they had given her something they called chocolate. The rich, velvety texture and the intoxicating sweetness had left her absolutely salivating, but those delightful surprises were short-lived. But after consumption, this world's version of what Lysandra assumed were healers, swarmed her conducting all manners of strange and indecipherable tests. Over time, Lysandra realized that their intentions weren't malicious, but curious. However, she just wished they would step up their culinary game. Suddenly, the thick metal door beeped and creaked open, and in walked a group of 3 individuals that frequented her room every day. The soldiers stationed in Lysandra's room immediately snapped to attention and saluted the middle of the 3, a tall pale woman with dark hair pulled back into a bun. "At ease," the woman said before turning to an even taller man with salt and pepper hair and glasses perched on his nose. He was flanked by a young woman with a head full of curly hair and a notebook clutched in her hands, who seemed to be absolutely giddy to just be here. "Dr. Stenhouse, if you will." The woman gestured towards Lysandra and stood next to the soldiers. Dr. Stenhouse cleared his throat and began arranging some materials on a nearby table. He then turned his attention to Lysandra and started speaking, slowly and deliberately. Each word seemed to be weighed and measured. "You feel, today, good?" Though the sentence was fragmented, Lysandra grasped the essence of his inquiry. She blinked, genuinely impressed. "You learn quick," she responded, matching his halting tone, her brows raised in surprise. While the older man documented the exchange on his device, the young woman excitedly began feverishly scribbling on her notepad. The lead linguist nodded, smiling slightly. "Yes. We try. Understand you." Lysandra observed the 2 for a few moments and thought about how they made great strides since their first, awkward attempt at communication. It was obvious they had an excellent methodical approach that any academy or school in her world would trip over themselves to get. Being able to break down language to its most rudimentary form and then gradually rebuilding it just to be able to communicate with some freelancer was truly astounding. The curly-haired woman, emboldened by the successful exchange, inched closer to Lysandra. She pointed at her and said, "You feel good?" She asked again, trying to emulate the tone and pacing that Lysandra might find familiar. "No hurt?" A chuckle left Lysandra's mouth as glanced at the woman. "No Emma, no hurt." She remembered the woman introducing herself as Emma during one of their previous sessions. "But I would like some better food though," Lysandra added with a self-depreciating smirk. Emma and Dr. Stenhouse exchanged puzzled looks. "Food," Emma murmured, jotting down the word. "That one we got." Dr. Stenhouse leaned in, adjusting his glasses. "We also got better, and like, but it's the rest I'm unsure about. The syntax is unusual, but let's dissect it." Emma tapped the end of her pen on the notepad, deep in thought. "Okay, whenever she says, like, she usually indicates a preference or desire for something." Tapping his hand on his head, Dr. Stenhouse nodded in agreement. "That's consistent with our language as well. And better generally signifies an improvement or something of superior quality." Flipping through pages of her notebook, Emma stopped on one page and circled a few passages. If we pair, like, with better food, it might be that she's indicating she's not really satisfied with her food. After a few moments of silence, Dr. Stenhouse straightened up, turned, and cast his gaze over to the group standing slightly apart from them. "Ms. Toivonen," he called, seeking out the stern-looking woman who was dressed in a crisp, tailored women's dress suit. "What exactly are we feeding her?" Toivonen turned to the senior linguist with an unreadable expression. Primarily porridge, she replied simply, her voice carrying a note of finality. Until we know more about her biology and what is safe, it's the most neutral thing we can give her. We don't know what might harm the subject. Emma's eyes flashed with a hint of defiance. She's not a subject, Toivonen. She's a person. Her name is Lysandra. The professionally dressed woman regarded Emma for a few moments and met the junior linguist's fiery gaze with an icy one. We don't know what might harm Lysandra, she said, deciding it wasn't worth the effort to squabble with some random academic. Our top priority here is to ensure nothing compromises her health. Then let's work collaboratively. Emma immediately responded, squaring her shoulders in refusal to back down. Lysandra has given us so much in terms of communication and understanding. The least we can do is ensure she's comfortable. If she's expressing dissatisfaction with her food, shouldn't we address it? Never more than in this very moment did Toivonen want to roll her eyes, but she maintained her composure, giving Dr. Stenhouse a brief glance and communicating to him to control his assistant before addressing Emma again. It's not our decision to make. If the medical team deems it unsafe, then it's not safe. The decision about Lysandra's food is based on a combination of factors, including her biology and potential allergic reactions. It's a matter of security, not comfort. Dr. Stenhouse, sensing the escalating tension, stepped in. Ms. Toivonen, I understand your concerns, and they are valid. But perhaps we can find a middle ground? Maybe consult the medical team and see if there's any possibility of introducing a variety of foods to Lysandra, even if slowly? Monitoring her reactions and adjusting accordingly? Toivonen exhaled slowly. Dr. Stenhouse, it's not about denying her comfort. But our hands are tied until we have more information. I'll speak with the medical team, but I can't guarantee anything. An exhausted sigh left Emma's mouth as she basically snarled at the tall woman. Ugh, you CIA types always say your hands are tied, all we're asking, What we're asking for? Dr. Stenhouse interrupted with a firm voice and giving his assistant a stern look, is a chance for collaboration and understanding. Now I understand that we're only here because you allow us to be here and no one's doubting the importance of security, he continued, silently conveying to Emma to control herself. But we're also dealing with a sentient being who's been nothing but cooperative, and we could increase that cooperation by simply addressing her basic needs. Emma bit her lip, taking a step back, acknowledging Dr. Stenhouse's silent message. Toivonen's face remained inscrutable as weighed the pros and cons of the argument in her own head. A full minute of silence stretched out between the three of them, making the room's atmosphere palpably tense. The gentle hum of the facility's ventilation system was the only sound cutting through the quiet standoff. With impatience starting to win over her better judgment, Emma started to fidget, unable to understand how someone could deny another person their basic human rights. Every so often, she would glance at Dr. Stenhouse, as if seeking permission to interject. Taking a deep breath, Emma opened her mouth to speak. But just before she could utter a word, Toivonen swiftly turned on her heels and strode over to the wall-mounted intercom. With a quick press of a button, she began speaking. Medical team, this is Toivonen. Please report to conference room 3. We have a matter to discuss concerning the patient's dietary requirements. Emma blinked in surprise, exchanging a glance with Dr. Stenhouse while their handler promptly left the room. All you need to do to convince those types of people is to speak their language, Dr. Stenhouse said with a smile, motioning for Emma to follow him to a quieter corner of the room. The assistant raised an eyebrow and gave Dr. Stenhouse an intrigued look. And what language is that? Pragmatism, he responded. Spy types, especially at Toivonen's level, deal in risks, benefits, and bottom lines. They're not heartless, but they've learned to set emotions aside in order to complete their objective. So, when dealing with them, it's essential to present your arguments in terms of practical benefits and minimized risks. A frustrated huff left Emma's mouth as she rubbed her temples. I really don't like how they can just set aside their humanity just to get a strategic advantage, she said, furrowing her brow. But I get what you're saying. It's a matter of framing the narrative in a way that aligns with their priorities. Dr. Stenhouse simply gave her a wry smile. I don't like it either, but we have to play their game if we're going to ensure Lysandra's well-being and understand her people. If speaking their language can get us there faster, then that's what we have to do. Emma frowned as she stared down at her shoes. It just feels manipulative. Emma, their job is to be manipulative. Dr. Stenhouse put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Their entire purpose is to think 10 steps ahead, and most of the time, humanity isn't even a factor. He said, looking back at Lysandra, who was giving them a concerned look. A frustrated growl left the assistant's mouth as she ruffled her curly hair. No, their job is to be evil. How could someone treat another living, breathing person as if they're some kind of object? Letting loose a deep sigh, Dr. Stenhouse pinched the bridge of his nose. I don't disagree with you, Emma. But you have to understand we're in a delicate situation. He explained, turning back to his assistant. We've been given an infinitely unique opportunity that any academic or scientist would kill for, and they're the ones in control. But it's not right. Emma interrupted, her voice quivering with anger and disbelief. They can't just strip someone's rights and dignity away because it's convenient. She nearly shouted, gesturing animatedly. When does it stop? When they dehumanize every one of them and Before she could continue, Dr. Stenhouse raised a hand, signaling her to halt. His voice took on a chilling edge as he looked into Emma's eyes with a piercing gaze. Emma, you need to understand something. He began, his eyes locked onto hers. These people, this establishment, they operate on their own terms. They can and will do as they please, and the moment we cease being valuable, the moment we're no longer an asset to them, we're gone. Emma remained silent and gritted her teeth as the weight of the senior linguist's words settled in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, not just from anger but from the fear and realization of their precarious situation. So, what? We just play their twisted games and dance to their tune? Dr. Stenhouse sighed again as he rubbed his temples. For now, yes. But we do it smartly, subtly. We use the position we're in to gently push things in the right direction. He said, putting hand on Emma's shoulder. If we're too direct, we risk everything. But with a careful approach, we can influence outcomes and even turn them into seeing things how we see them. Even though Lysandra didn't understand a word that was said, the tension in the conversation caused her anxiety to spike as she laid in her hospital bed. Her singular good eye consistently shot between the two scholars as she tried to figure out what might have gone wrong. Only the hum of the fluorescent lights and the beeps of strange machines resounded in the room for what felt like an eternity, but it was Lysandra who finally broke the silence. Problem? She asked, her tone filled with worry. The two academics exchanged a glance for a moment, unsure how to respond, but Dr. Stenhouse gave her a reassuring smile and pointed to himself and his assistant. No. We fix problem. He paused, trying to find the words in his limited vocabulary. Just talking. All is okay. Lysandra stared at them for a moment, her gaze searching and unsure, but then she nodded, slowly. Okay, she responded softly, taking solace in their assurance. The conversation had drained a significant amount of energy from both the linguists, but they chose to continue on with deciphering Lysandra's language as Emma reopened her notebook and Dr. Stenhouse resumed his questioning. However, as the hospital room regained its warm atmosphere, the chilliness of the facility's hallways were magnified by the clicks of Toivonen's heels clicking against the sterile floor. Toivonen didn't much care for the melodramatics of the more emotionally driven university types. To her, there was just too much on the line for anything other than functionality, pragmatism, and clear objectives. Her fingers brushed against the cold metal of the handrail as she marched through the maze of corridors. The walls, painted in the stark whites and grays typical of military and research complexes, seemed to close in around her, echoing her every step. Though most of the facility was brightly lit, Toivonen's path was marked by pools of shadows, and her thoughts turned increasingly dark. These academics, with their lofty ideals and bleeding hearts, were always a hassle to deal with. They were simply too naive and failed to see the bigger picture. National security, global diplomacy, the very fabric of human society, these were the stakes that had landed squarely on her shoulders, and an entity completely alien to their world like Lysandra represented risks and opportunities on a scale not even Toivonen herself could fathom. As she approached conference room 3, she took a moment to straighten her jacket and compose herself. With a quick tug at her lanyard, Toivonen ensured her access badge was still in place as she reached into her pocket and pulled out a black featureless phone. With a few taps, she lifted the phone to her ear and spoke. "It's me. The academics have a new demand, they want to change the subject's dietary needs." A few moments passed with a few hums and acknowledgements before she continued, "I've already called in the medical team for a review, but between you and me, this is starting to get messy. Stenhouse and his assistant are becoming emotionally invested and it's compromising their objectivity." Toivonen paused once more as a muffled voice leaked through the device's small speaker. Whatever they said caused a thin line of annoyance to appear on Toivonen's face as she pursed her lips. Yes, I understand the value they bring, but there are limits and I won't hesitate to pull them off this project if they become a liability." Sighing deeply, Toivonen pinched the bridge of her nose and tilted her head upwards to push back against her growing headache. Yes, sir. I understand, sir." She closed her eyes briefly, grounding herself before speaking again. "I'll try, sir, but we need to set clear boundaries with them going forward. Perhaps a meeting to reiterate our objectives and priorities is in order." The voice on the other end murmured an agreement, suggesting a time for the meeting. "Tomorrow at 0900, Toivonen confirmed. "And make sure Dr. Stenhouse and his assistant understand that I will replace them if they can't understand the gravity of the situation. We need to consider all angles, and we can't compromise the subject's health." With a final affirmation, Toivonen ended the call and slipped the phone back into her pocket. The woman kept pinching the bridge of her nose for a few more moments before glancing at the closed doors of conference room 3 and steeling herself for the meeting ahead. As she entered the conference room, she saw it was filled with a blend of military and medical personnel, all sitting around a large, round table covered with documents, screens, and various classified devices. "All right, ladies and gentlemen," she acknowledged the staff in the room with a nod. "You all know why I've called you down here, so let's get down to it. I want a list of what we can safely introduce into the subject's diet without compromising her health." Everyone in the room looked at each other before Dr. Casa threw up her hand and cleared her throat. "Well, we've been closely monitoring the patient's reactions to various food samples that we've introduced," she began, adjusting her glasses. "And so far, she hasn't shown any allergic reactions to anything we've tested for. Yet." The yet made Toivonen's eye twitch as her finger tapped against her arm steadily. "Go on, Dr. Casa." Dr. Casa took a deep breath and looked down at the documents in front of her. "Well." With one hand, Varian cradled his head as he stared at the raging fire in his fireplace, but in the other, he clutched documents that were crumpled up with his claws, piercing through the thick stack. The words of that damnable devil rang once more in his mind as his vision remained locked on the violently popping embers. His supposedly easy and bloodless path to becoming a true god had been a catastrophe. No, not a catastrophe, Varian laughed to himself, correcting his own thoughts. This is a calamity. His advisors had warned him, hells, one of the devils even cautioned him against meddling with the unknown. But the allure of true godhood, the temptation to possess an even grander realm, had been too much. The celestial dragon, the heart of their expeditionary force and a symbol of his might, was now lying in a recuperative state after the failed incursion. The beast's majestic feathers no longer shone with the luster of the heavens, and its once mighty roar was reduced to pained groans. But the open rift was an even greater concern. The swirling vortex that stabilized the abomination was a blemish upon the skyline of the savage lands, as if it spoke of an inevitable threat. Yet, Varian was not one to be easily deterred. Over the century, he had built a vast and intricate web of alliances, dependencies, and rivalries. Each vassal, tributary, nomadic horde, hostile state, and even the untamed lands themselves had their role in his grand design. For centuries, he had played the game of power and politics with finesse, maneuvering like a grandmaster on the cosmic chessboard. No single entity, be it friend or foe, had truly understood the depths of his strategy or the extent of his reach. But forces being able to rival his own without the use of magic had been an unforeseen anomaly, and an anomaly he needed to keep distant while he searched for a way to handle it. As if on cue, the fire pit roared and bellowed throughout the chamber, jolting Varian from his thoughts. The sudden heat felt more like a blow of icy wind as Varian shivered. However, it wasn't just the temperature that unsettled him. No, it was the figure that stood just in front of the fire pit that glared hatefully at him with glowing hellish eyes. "You cannot close it, can you?" The figures whose voice dripped with malice and discontentment echoed throughout the chamber. And just before Varian could blink, the devil Alastor himself stood just in front of him. The devil's form shifts between a man and a nightmarish creature with horns and leathery wings. Flames licked the edges of his silhouette, casting eerie shadows along the walls. Varian's vision swam as the world around him seemed to darken, focusing solely on Alastor. A sharp tug within his mind hinted at a connection between them, as if an invisible thread had always existed but had only now grown taut. "In your thirst for godhood, you have knocked on doors that should have remained closed, Varian." Alastor's voice was hypnotic, forcing Varian to recall every whispered warning and every ignored premonition. "I did warn you. But in your hubris, you believed you were exempt from such folly." The Emperor's heart raced, but his demeanor remained composed, his gaze unwavering. "The pact," he declared resolutely, "still stands between us. By its terms, no harm shall come to me from the hells and its schemes while the deal holds true." The ethereal atmosphere in the room grew thick with tension as the Emperor continued, "I have the banished one within my grasp. You cannot, and will not, harm me, Alastor." A low chuckle resonated from Alastor, echoing throughout the chamber, filling every crevice with its unsettling cadence. Bold words from someone who has potentially damned not only this mortal plane, but all mortal planes. The devil snarled, his voice dripping with venom. The flames around him grew brighter, casting a sinister hue that bathed the room in a deep crimson light. "The hells and its devils do not wish to rule rubble, Varian." With the glint of challenge still in his eyes, Varian's chin lifted defiantly towards Alastor. "I've always been a gambler, Alastor. I may not understand the entirety of what I've done, but I am more than capable of navigating the storm I've created." Alastor's laughter was like the clash of steel, cold and foreboding. "Even now, your arrogance blinds you," he sneered, holding his evil clawed hand to his head. "Enough." Varian's fist slammed down onto his desk. "I have filled my end of the bargain, Alastor." With a flourish, he presented the ethereal contract, its iridescent ink shimmering in the chamber's dim light. The parchment seemed to pulse with a power of its own, an embodiment of the oaths and deals made only in the infinite hells. For the first time, Alastor seemed taken aback, his posture straightened as his attention was riveted on the document. "You wouldn't dare." "I not only dare, I assert." Varian interrupted with a bellow. "I here formally transfer the ownership of the banished one to you. And as per the contract's stipulations, my safety and sovereignty are guaranteed. You, your infernal minions can lay a hand on me, and neither can damned machinations." The devil's eyes narrowed as his fist trembled in demonic fury. The fire pit and each candle in the room burned intensely even though the air itself felt as chilly as ice. "You think these mere words will save you? That this contract will be your shield?" Varian leaned in, his voice dripping with confidence. "It's not just words, Alastor. It's a bond by the hells themselves, a promise that even the current reigning Satan dares not break. I may be immortal in your eyes, but I played this game long enough to know its rules." Alastor clenched his teeth so hard, it could have torn through steel while his gaze flicked between the contract and Varian. Silence dominated the Varian's personal quarters as the devil calculated his next move. The chamber's atmosphere grew dense, the weight of decisions, of fate, and of a cosmic game of power pressing down upon them. "Where is she?" Alastor finally asked in barely contained anger. A wicked smirk widened across Varian's face as the contract slowly burned from top to bottom after its fulfillment. "Why, it's at the heart of the rift itself, dear Alastor." Silence reigned as the two stared at each other, but where Varian wore a smug look, Alastor's expression said he couldn't quite believe what he had heard. Suddenly the devil erupted into an uncontrolled laughter as he pointed one evil clawed finger at Varian. "You!" he continued to bellow, clutching his head with his other hand. "You would make a superb devil, Varian." With that last proclamation, the chamber once filled with an air of confrontation and imminent doom was drowned in the devil's maniacal laughter. Shadows danced with the flames, and the room's boundaries seemed to blur, its edges disintegrating into nothingness. Alastor's figure grew larger, the air around him shimmering with dark energy. "You think you've won? You think that because you've traded the Banished One, the very catalyst of the rift, and offload the responsibility onto me?" Varian's smirk didn't waver. "Isn't that how it is, devil? A trade, a deal, an exchange of services? I've upheld my end, and now you have what you wanted." For a brief moment, Alastor looked genuinely thoughtful as his eyes burned with an infernal light. He knew for a fact that Alastor was trying to make him the scapegoat and make him liable for this fiasco. The devil pondered the near infinite possibilities this could go and finally settled on a single course of action. Ever the strategist, Alastor reared himself up to his full height and adjusted himself to look more regal. "Very well, Varian," he said with a voice as smooth as honey yet filled with a venomous undercurrent. "You have indeed kept to the terms of our agreement, and I am bound by the very nature of this infernal contract. But you seem to forget that while a contract prevents direct harm, it does not limit indirect consequences." "What are you insinuating?" Varian narrowed his eyes. Alastor's smile broadened, revealing sharp, gleaming teeth that seemed to absorb all light. "I'm saying that while I cannot lay a hand on you, and I may not plot your demise, but the choices you've made have opened doors. Doors that might allow others, not bound by our agreement nor even aware of me, to take interest in you." Varian's claws dug deep into the table as knots started to tighten in his stomach. "What are you insinuating, devil?" An angry hiss escaped between the Emperor's sharp teeth. However, the devil didn't answer and chose to bellow out a hearty and sinister laugh as he flicked his hands. Suddenly a flash of intense heat radiated throughout the chambers as Alastor vanished in a collapsing ball of fire, leaving only echoing laughter and the powerful stench of sulfur. Left alone in the chamber, Varian collapsed into his chair as an ominous chill ran up his spine. The bravado and confidence he once oozed was now replaced by a sinking foreboding feeling as the realization he had a devil plotting against him now. "I need allies," he murmured to himself, gazing at the still-burning ethereal contract finally evaporating into nothingness. The game was far from over, and Varian realized that the next few moves would be critical, and he had to be prepared for whatever awaited him in the shadows of the unknown. Coleman and his Special Forces ODA, Operational Detachment Alpha, had just touched down at the Forward Operating Base, FOB, disembarking from a Black Hawk that had whisked them back from their observation point. The 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, SOAR, known as the Night Stalkers, had provided their usual exemplary transport when a Ranger Chalk had come in to hit the target they were observing. Just like the Rangers, the Black Hawks themselves were far from standard issue and were equipped with the cutting edge of avionics, FLIR systems for night operations, and refueling probes for extended range. But out of all the raids he had taken part in or observed, the Rangers still managed to surprise him. Coleman still vividly remembered the operation, as the 160th SOAR made their approach with an aggressiveness he'd rarely seen, even among seasoned pilots. They came in low and fast, hugging the earth as if it were a long-lost lover and unleashing a veritable swarm of Rangers fueled by steroids, ripets and hatred. As Coleman's boots hit the tarmac, he noticed the activity around the base had intensified. Armored units rolled past, and mechanics and crew swarmed over APCs and IFVs, conducting last-minute checks and repairs. The air was electric with the whine of turbines as more helicopters landed, unloading their cargo of Marines and soldiers before lifting off again with a wash of dust and debris. However, the sight of more Rangers loading into the nearby modified Black Hawks made his hair stand on end. Suddenly a bout of laughter drew Coleman's attention away from the spectacle. Elijah and Bennett, two of his team members, were ribbing a platoon of SEALs gearing up near their own helicopters, readying themselves to replace them as recon elements watching a section of the rift. The SEALs, identifiable by their distinctive patches and the casual swagger that accompanied their precise movements, were prepping for their own observation mission near the rift. Elijah, ever the instigator, had a wide grin plastered on his face. "Hey, don't forget your fins," he shouted as they passed the SEALs. "Wouldn't want you guys to drown in that small creek." One of the SEALs, a brown-skinned bald man and with a neck gaiter covering half of his face, scoffed and shot back, "Shut the fuck up, Eli. I bet you and your bitch boy got lost again." Knowing they were talking about him, Bennett joined in on the fray. "Try not to write a book about this one, alright?" His reference to the stereotype caused the SEALs to simultaneously groan and roll their eyes. However, it was all in good fun as another round of laughter was had, no promises. "It's gonna be a bestseller called The Time I Saved an Army Guy." An extremely pale, short and stocky SEAL replied. "But don't worry, we'll mention you guys in a footnote." Shaking his head with a chuckle, Coleman motioned to his team to follow. The humor was fun, but they had their own after-action reports to file and new orders to receive. Soon the laughter faded and was replaced with only the beats of helicopter blades and whines from engines as the SEALs went back to their preparations. But it wasn't long until the frogmen piled onto their designated aircraft and ascended into the air. They were off to do exactly what the Army Special Forces, the Rangers and other Special Operations Forces were set out to do, setting the conditions. Bradley fighting vehicles maneuvered through designated areas of the base, their engines growling like caged beasts ready for the hunt. The mechanized infantry units, with their M1126 Strykers, conducted pre-combat checks, ensuring every piece of equipment was functional and every round of ammunition was accounted for. The rumble of heavy steel treads from the M1A2 Abrams added a baseline to the cacophony of the FOB as they lined up, their powerful turbines spinning up. Artillery units were busy as well, with Paladin self-propelled howitzers being loaded to the brim with munitions. They would provide the necessary fire support, capable of delivering devastating barrages to soften enemy positions before any advance. And in the midst of it all, Coleman and his team strode confidently towards the Tactical Operations Center to be debriefed. Inside, the buzz of officers fussing over screens, maps and radios painted the picture of a nerve center pulsing with information. Coleman's boots thudded against the firm surface of the prefab floor as they made their way to the debriefing area. The team didn't even take off their gear as they all took their seats. In every corner of the room stood or sat high-ranking officers, patiently waiting for the debriefing and engaged with their own discussions. With the ODA finally fully present, the operations officer acknowledged the presence of the operators with a nod and opened his laptop before signaling to everyone the debriefing was about to begin. A projector hummed to life, casting a high-fidelity video of a drone observing the area of operations as the Special Forces team prepared to recount their observations. The sterile light cast long shadows across the faces of the attending officers and analysts, all of whom were poised to absorb the details that could shape the subsequent operations. Coleman, still in his dusty gear, stood up first. During our observation phase, he started, his voice steady despite the adrenaline slowly ebbing from his system, we identified a large spire-like structure at the core of the rift. It appears to be a energy source of some sort, or perhaps it's harnessing it. We couldn't quite determine its origin or purpose, but the emissions were obvious. The video then focused on the spire in the heart of the rift and filled the screen. This structure, he pointed, was guarded by individuals who, due to their distinct attire, we identified as potential high-value targets, HVTs. Their behavior suggested they were either a command element or elite cadre. A sea of murmurs overcame the room for a moment as everyone watched the feed. The team waited a while to let everyone have their own discussion before Schwartz decided to pick up where Coleman left off. "Here you see the arrangement of their encampment," he said, standing up and pointing to a cluster of armored individuals with a laser pointer. "Notice the perimeter security and the internal checkpoints. This wasn't a temporary setup, they've been here a while. We monitored them for a while, but then they suddenly started exhibiting signs of their imminent departure," he said as everyone watched the video of the encampment come to life with activity. "Watch their body language here, there was a sense of urgency that wasn't present before. They're gesturing aggressively, which could indicate a dispute or change in plans." Coleman then pressed a button on a laptop sitting on a table, and the video fast-forwarded to show the individuals beginning to pack up with haste. "Our assessment led us to believe that something, maybe a communication, triggered this sudden change." The room's atmosphere grew tense as field officers and flag officers started discussing theories. Based on this development, Coleman continued, "We initiated communication with the QRF. They needed to move swiftly to intercept or before they could disappear, but unfortunately, we were too late." The projection flickered as the timeline sped up, showing the sequence of the Rangers being deployed from the helicopter's fast ropes unfurling, figures of Rangers engaging the guard detail, and the aircraft lifting away. It was a well-executed insertion, but the operation was a bust and left them no closer to what the hell they just stumbled upon. With no HVT and no actionable intelligence, it was best to bug out before the enemy's own QRF responded. Coleman finished, his expression taut with a hint of annoyance. The assembled officers of every rank and branch leaned in, trying to wrap their brain around what just transpired. The loss of a high-value target was a setback, but it was not the end of the operation, it was merely a shift. "This isn't the outcome we anticipated, but it's not entirely fruitless either. Every encounter, successful or not, provides us with valuable information." Captain Alec Domer, a Navy SEAL commanding officer, spoke up. "Whatever information they received, spooked them enough to get the hell out of there, so the question is what?" Tapping his finger on the table, Captain Domer looked at his colleagues in the Special Operations Command, SOCOM, and the conventional military. "Perhaps they've got eyes on us and are watching our build-up and realized we're going to make our own moves soon." A United States Marine Corps, USMC, general nodded in agreement. "We need to assume they have some level of counterintelligence at play. It's imperative we review our operational security measures and the potential for leaks. My question is, what in the fuck is that thing?" Brigadier General Lawrence Hargrove gestured to the still image of the strange marble spire emitting energy. "Is this a weapon? Is this some sort of communication device, or dash?" "How they opened the rift?" Elijah randomly blurted out, causing everyone to snap their heads towards him and stare. Coleman pinched the bridge of his nose, a hint of frustration showing through his otherwise composed demeanor. "Elijah, now's not the time, dash." Another officer, this time General Michael Jones from the Air Force, raised a hand and stopped Coleman from his reprimand. "No, no. Let him finish. I'm curious." Suppressing a disgruntled sigh, Coleman shot Elijah a glare. The man was not typically the one to theorize on operational intelligence, he was just a medic. But now he was being bolstered by General Jones' interest. The room was still, every officer and analyst waiting to hear more. "Sir, with all due respect." Elijah raised his hands in submission as his eyes danced between the officers and Coleman. "I'm just the doc, I don't really know what I'm talking about." Unsatisfied with that answer, General Jones knocked on the table to get his and everyone's attention. "Your perspective as a medic isn't worth any less than anyone else's in this room. As a matter of fact, as an operator that took part in this operation, you could have spotted something no one else had or provide invaluable insight into the matter." Elijah felt the weight of the room's eyes upon him, including the daggers Coleman was shooting at this moment. The man knew he had no choice but to elaborate on his earlier interruption. "All right," Elijah replied slowly and tentatively, "I was just thinking that, the spire is in the middle of the rift, right? The room remained silent as they waited for the medic to continue. A cold jolt of nerves shot up Elijah's spine as he felt the pressure building. And there's this strange material or energy surrounding the entire rift as if it's holding it together. Our HVTs were also positioned around it for a while, like chanting, praying, or whatever around it. I don't think that was just happenstance, they were protecting it, or maybe channeling it somehow. Murmurs spread across the room like wildfire with Elijah's words acting as the kindling, each person pondering the implications of such an absurd theory. It wasn't just the position of the spire, but the behavior of the high-value targets and the enemy's reaction lent credence to the theory. Captain Domer, catching on to the hesitant yet insightful demeanor of Elijah, leaned forward. It makes sense, especially since everyone except the HVTs were stopped and turned away. The man then leaned back heavily in his chair and folded his arms as he tried to think. We need to secure it, and we need to secure it now. The captain then suddenly stood up and started marching to the door. We need to throw everything at this, I'll divert my boys. Pike, can you get your rangers on this? Army Colonel Matthew Pike stood up as well and nodded. Coleman, get you and your team back on those choppers in 10. Elijah furrowed his brow as he stared up at the strange dark marble-like spire that pierced up from the earth before him. It stood like a sinister monolith, its smooth, yet impossibly dark surface nearly completely absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. The thing was as if it were a shard of darkness itself, implanted into the ground as an insult to the sun. However, what really sparked Elijah's interest wasn't the material of its strange construction, but the destroyed landscape around it. Almost as if it had suddenly and violently erupted from the ground. Scratching his head, Elijah looked around and saw enormous trees, uprooted and tossed around as if they were nothing but twigs. Turning his attention back to the base of the spire, he then set his eyes on what was left of a shattered rock formation, seemingly turned to glass hugged on to the structure's impossibly smooth void-like surface. It was obvious that the rock formation had been sitting on top of where this thing came out of, but now it was as if the spire had absorbed the very essence of the geological features around it, leaving behind a crystalline residue that shimmered with a strange, unnatural light. The juxtaposition of light or energy being absorbed while simultaneously trying to escape left Elijah unnerved as his mind raced to reconcile the scene before him with any known natural phenomenon. However, the medic was educated enough to realize what he was looking at just wasn't right. There was no word in his vocabulary that could adequately describe the aberration before him. It was as if this spire was an abomination, an affront to the natural order of the world, a physical impossibility that defied the rules he had come to understand about his environment. Please, help, the ever so slight whisper seemed to slither through the air, bypassing his ears and resonating directly within his mind. Elijah winced, pressing the heel of his palm against his temple as if he could physically squeeze out the intrusion. Release me. Elijah's head snapped around looking for anyone in earshot, but he found himself alone. Only the throbbing hum of rotor blades cutting through the air or the mixed units that had participated in the air assault could be heard. He blinked for a few moments in an attempt to clear his mind. It must be the lack of sleep. They had been on the edge for days as they observed this place, and if one went too long without proper rest, well then the human mind could conjure all sorts of tricks under stress. And yet, as he took a step back, a pang of, was it guilt? Tugged at his chest. Elijah felt as if there was a desperate and sorrowful plea for freedom, called so earnestly, that it had pierced through the layers of his exhaustion and skepticism. Glancing back at the spire, Elijah felt a strange kinship with it. Maybe it was his own desire for a break from the chaos of this reality that made him imagine this voice and empathize with it. Or perhaps, there really was something trapped within that alien column of darkness, reaching out to him specifically. However, Elijah couldn't quite figure out why as he looked around to see the veritable army around him. They had landed without no resistance and no enemy presence except for the corpses from the earlier raid. Instead of a quick reaction force quickly securing the area like they planned for, they were met with bizarre creatures with forms and movements alien to their world, scavenging amongst the fallen. Elijah tilted the headphones hinged on his helmet and rubbed his temples, but suddenly a voice resounded next to him, causing the medic to nearly jump out of his skin. "Hey Eli, go touch it." Bennett's called out right next to the medic. For a microsecond, Elijah entertained the idea before he turned his head to look at Bennett with an expression that spoke of disbelief bordering on incredulity. "What the fuck?" "No," he replied with a tone that suggested he thought Bennett was an idiot. "How about you fucking touch it?" Bennett chuckled dryly, the smirk on his face faltering a bit as he too turned to look back at the spire. "Come on, you could be the chosen one or some shit and get some funky powers." "Shut up, dipshit," Elijah replied almost deadpan as he turned away. "The only thing I'm chosen to do is your mom." The retort drew a chuckle from Bennett as the medic walked away shaking his head. Even though he knew it was a joke, he couldn't quite believe how anyone would willingly touch that goddamn thing. Elijah made his way over to where his team leader, Coleman, was deep in discussion with a commander from the ranger company who spearheaded the raid. The two men were huddled over what looked like an alien map, their expressions were a mixture of confusion and caution. "Just doesn't make any sense," Coleman was saying, picking up several more documents and scrolls. "Why the hell would they just leave all this shit here instead of burning it or taking it with them?" The ranger commander, Major William Sutton, scratched his chiseled chin. "Doesn't make any sense to me either, they had plenty of time, so there's no real explanation," he replied, looking over at the other strange magical items scattered around. "I would say this is a trap, but where's the trap part?" With his gaze wandering back to the spire, Sutton continued, "I mean, if it's a trap, it's poorly executed. No follow-up, no ambush, nothing." Coleman poked at a small, strangely ornate device at the end of the table, before turning to see Eli standing there. "You find anything useful?" Not really." Elijah shrugged as his gaze drifted over to the device Coleman had been fiddling with. "Just more questions more than anything else." Elijah then spotted several flasks of all sizes with strange glowing liquids in them. "Everything here is kind of out of my frame of reference other than video games and media." He gestured towards the flasks with his chin. "I mean, these could be potions that heal you or give you power, but I wouldn't rely on media logic if you know what I mean. Without the right equipment or knowledge, they might as well be radiation in a bottle." The medic's voice was tinged with a mix of curiosity and concern. "And that," he pointed at the spire, "is giving me serious, do not touch vibes." He lied. In truth, Elijah was still drawn to the spire, that pitiful voice still echoed in his mind like a silent plea. He could almost feel the pull of it, like a tide beckoning him to wade into unknown waters. Despite his dismissal to Bennett, the medic couldn't shake the feeling of a presence within the spire, something sentient and aware. It felt imprisoned, yes, but more than that, it felt wronged, as if betrayal had led to its confinement. Shaking his head, Elijah turned his attention back to his team leader and Major Sutton. He had to pay attention and push his intrusive thoughts out until he could properly figure it out. "I get it though, the area looked like a stage set after the actors had long departed," Elijah said, walking over to the flasks and picking up a specific one with a bright orange glow. Props left in disarray with no discernible logic, maps and battle plans strewn across the table. He tilted the flask in his hand, causing the viscous liquid to gently slosh about. Another curiosity that his subconscious begged him to explore, but caution stayed his hand. This wasn't a video game where Elijah could just respawn and or revive. It was a stupid thought, but at least this one was his own. Bennett sauntered over, his eyes flickering at all the strange equipment in the tent. "You guys find anything?" he asked after clapping a hand onto Elijah's shoulder. "Yeah, maps, trinkets and potions or some shit," Coleman replied, poking at another oddity. Major Sutton picked up another and even smaller flask with blue glowing liquid that would become brighter whenever it moved. "Lab rats are gonna have a field day with this garbage," the ranger commander said with a raised eyebrow. "Man, they'd be on this like a fat kid on ice cream." Elijah agreed with a chuckle as he carefully placed the orange glowing flask back onto the makeshift table. "I can't blame them to be honest, I really want to know what this stuff is too. His gaze inadvertently wandered back to the spire and fell upon a figure slowly approaching it. Who the fuck is that? Elijah's voice trailed off mid-sentence as his eyes narrowed. Standing in front of the spire was a soldier dressed in the familiar garb of camel like the rest of them, yet details weren't quite right. The pattern on the uniform was a jigsaw that didn't quite fit together. It mimicked their own, but was just a shade too dark, a line too straight or overlapped in ways that wasn't standard. Not only that the individual's gear was almost a caricature of standard-issue equipment, pouches where no pouch should be, holsters where there should be any, and the shapes of his weapon had been exaggerated as if drawn by someone who had only heard descriptions but never actually seen them. No one else from Elijah's ODA or the mixed units of Rangers, Marines, or SEALs was anywhere near the spire. They were spread out, establishing a perimeter, or sifting through the chaos of left-behind alien artifacts. This figure was an anomaly, an outlier that sent a silent shockwave of alert through Elijah's already frazzled senses. The medic felt the curious glances of his teammates as they followed his line of sight to the misplaced soldier. The foreignness of the individual's gear wasn't lost on them either, especially since the odd man seemed to be alone. Does he belong to one of the other units? Sutton asked, his voice lined with the authority of command but edged with the uncertainty the sight warranted. Before anyone could answer, Elijah snapped his weapon towards the individual and flipped off his safety. Stop! The man bellowed, pushing his way out of the tent. Take one more step and I'll fucking waste you. The figure halted, but it was already directly in front of the spire. The strange soldier's hands remained at its side, nor did it show any indication that it understood the threat. Instead it just stood there, eerily still, as if waiting for something to happen. A horrid chill ran Elijah's spine as he adjusted the rifle in his grip. The tension in the air could have been cut with a knife, and despite the confusion of everyone in the encampment, the discipline drilled into each soldier kept the situation from devolving into chaos. Everywhere around them activity seemed to slow as more eyes found the scene unfolding by the spire. Some soldiers, unsure of the threat, began to align their weapons with Elijah's stance, while others continued to scan the horizon, their bodies tight with the stress of potential conflict from any direction. Whispers and muttered questions were lost in the sound of sand crunching under boots and the occasional metallic click of a safety being disengaged. Everyone waited for a cue from their commanders or the mysterious figure itself. Hands! Show me your fucking hands! Elijah ordered, while the low hum of the spire kept on spewing energy into the rift. However, that hum seemed to rise in pitch, a detail that didn't go unnoticed by the more detail-oriented among them. It was as if the spire was excited and was screaming an excitement that was just on the cusp of human hearing. Major Sutton stepped beside Elijah with his own weapon pointed at the figure. Hold your fire, he said calmly, yet loud enough for those nearby to hear. Keep him covered, but nobody fires unless I give the word. He turned slightly to address one of his men without taking his eyes off the figure. Get me comms with the other units. I want to confirm if anyone's missing a man. Elijah kept his weapon trained on the figure, the order to hold fire battling with his instinct that screamed that something was fundamentally wrong. The figure had yet to make another move, but its mere presence was an intrusion that set his every nerve on edge. If he doesn't move, I don't shoot. Elijah replied as he attempted to steady his nerves. His finger slid off the receiver and hovered over the trigger, an action that was both one of escalation and self-restraint. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to pull the trigger. He felt as if not killing what was in front of him was against every impulse in his body. Coleman, who had been quietly observing from a few steps back, had never seen Elijah this spooked before. Even in the worst firefights, Elijah had always had this borderline sociopathic cool, calm and connectedness that seemed unflappable as a matter of fact. Most of his rowdy behavior had been more for his own entertainment than anything else. But now, Coleman could see the lines of strain etched across his medic's face, the way his eyes darted, searching for the slightest movement as a justification for action. Eli, Coleman said quietly. Don't let whatever freaked you out get to your head, we need to handle this one step at a time. We don't want a blue on blue. He tried to soothe the obviously frazzled Elijah. However, the man's grip on his rifle didn't wane. Whatever the hell he was aiming at wasn't part of their reality, not entirely. The alien nature of it clawed at Elijah's mind, urging him to act. Major Sutton and his adjutant were deeply engrossed in their attempts to try and make sense of the headcount reports when the figure made a subtle, almost undetectable move. His arm remained by his side, but the faintest shimmer, like a heat wave on a hot road, suggested movement. It was all the provocation Elijah needed. The pent-up tension, the raw edge of fear and uncertainty, exploded into action. Even though his ear protection wasn't on. He didn't hear the deafening blast of the first pull of the trigger and was only aware of the recoil slamming into his shoulder as he unloaded round after round into the figure's back. The harsh staccato of suppressed gunfire erupted, shredding the tense and eerie calm. Officers and soldiers alike reacted instantly, their yells of "stand down" or "Elijah, cease fire," mixing with the echoes of gunfire. But their pleas fell on deaf ears as Elijah opted to close the distance, still repeatedly squeezing his trigger and unloading the entire magazine into the figure's back. Coleman ran forwards and tackled Elijah as ready to fresh mag and opened his mouth let out a scathing reprimand, but his shout was cut short as all attention snapped back to the spire. The dark energy pulsing from it stopped abruptly, as if Elijah's rounds had not just struck the figure, but had severed a lifeline to the ominous structure itself. But that paled in comparison to the figure. The thing had slowly gotten up with parts of its body twist and turning in impossible ways as the sounds of sickening cracks resounded throughout the area. A stunned silence fell over the field as everyone froze in place staring at the surreal scene. Elijah's ears rang and his chest heaved while in his peripheral vision, he saw rifles slowly raised again, confusion etching every face. Sutton was the first to act as he ran out of the tent and raised his rifle. "Waste it." A cacophony of weapon fire erupted, a thunderous chorus of every caliber imaginable hammered into the unknown. The figure was now at the center of a maelstrom of lead, yet it moved with a jerky, otherworldly grace, unaffected by the barrage. Each step it took towards them felt like a descent into madness, its form distorting, shimmering with that same heat wave distortion, as if it was a tear in the very fabric of their reality, refusing to be mended. Suddenly, a hellish laugh resounded across the battlefield, freezing the soldiers to their cores. The demonic figure, now fully revealed in its nightmarish glory, towered over them. It spoke again, the strange language twisting in their ears, but this time its intentions were clear. The malice in its voice required no translation. "Well played." The visage of violence itself laughed. "Well done, humans of another world. This servant of Alastor is impressed." Elijah, his previous fervor replaced with a cold dread, felt the weight of his rifle as a lifeline, the only tangible thing in a world that had slipped into the pages of some twisted fairy tale. Around him, soldiers were backing away, their faces pale, their weapons lowered but still ready. "It is not often I am bested so readily by mortals." The demon continued to laugh as the reverberating growl of a voice seemed to mock the very act of speech. "Your fear gives you strength, interesting," it said as its meter-long claws scraped against the ground. Despite the clear dismissal of their efforts as a mere amusement to the creature, there was a subtle shift in the air, a sense of grudging respect that was almost more terrifying than its scorn. The soldiers' continued gunfire seemed to do little but stir the dust at the creature's feet, and slowly, as if a silent command had been given, the firing ceased. It was then Elijah broke free of Coleman's grip and pulled out an M320 grenade launcher with its sights chopped off, slipped in a 40mm HEDP grenade and pulled the trigger. The weapon gave off a thump sound before the grenade slammed into the monster's face. A deafening roar resounded as the round exploded on contact, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. The soldiers flinched, instinctively taking cover. They watched, a blend of hope and terror in their eyes, as the smoke cleared. The demon stumbled back as its figure enshrouded in the dissipating smoke and dust, but the demon revealed itself once more. Its hand slid up and felt the gouge where the hypersonic jet of copper from the small-shaped charge had left on its form, its interest piqued. Its hide, evidently, was impervious to conventional weaponry, but this had been different and it had definitely noticed the impact, however negligible. "You, who are so quick to fire, do you not understand the futility?" the demon hissed, its gaze piercing into Elijah. The creature seemed more intrigued than threatened, its voice a rumble of distant thunder. Elijah met the demon's gaze as he loaded another grenade. "Your mom's futile," he retorted. The demon paused, its head tilting to the side as if processing the human's brazen defiance and peculiar insult. For a moment, a surreal silence hung over the battlefield, punctuated only by the distant crackling of energy from the now dormant spire. The soldiers held their breath, their grips tightening on their weapons. Then, a sound that none expected, a low, guttural chuckle emanated from the demon. The laugh was devoid of warmth, a mocking acknowledgement of Elijah's audacity. "No wonder she is insistent on choosing you." The demon rumbled, its chuckle subsiding into a tone of dark amusement. "Very well, I shall grant you your lives as a token for your spirited defense." With a grandiose flourish, the demon extended a clawed hand towards the ominous spire where a strange dagger was embedded deep within its surface. The blade glowed with a strange fairy-like light, and even from a distance, they could feel energy pulsating from it. The air around the covered dagger was indescribable as anything other than playful, as the blade seemed to recognize its new custodians with a flicker of ethereal luminescence. The demon's gaze lingered on the soldiers around him and then on Elijah, who still stood defiantly with grenade launcher in hand, aimed directly at his face. Without another word, the demon's form began to shift and contract, turning to flames that licked the air without consuming it. In mere seconds, the laughter ceased, the malevolence that hung thick like fog dissipated, and the being that had challenged reality itself was no more than a whisper of smoke curling into the sky. "Fuck me, man," Coleman groaned as his gaze swept across the faces around him. Each and every one of them was etched with a blend of awe, confusions, and lingering fear. The encounter had spooked them, but it also hadn't taken the fight out. Each highly trained fighter stood at the ready, scanning every inch of the encampment with their weapons competently gripped in their hand. If Coleman was honest, he couldn't blame them for their fear, especially when he felt it too. There was a literal demon straight out of some ancient legend after all. With horns and all. "Can someone tell me what the fuck just happened?" The team leader yelled, as he walked towards Elijah, who reholstered his heavily modified grenade launcher. No one seemed to have had an answer as a deep quiet swept over the area. However, one soul spoke up as they dropped their empty magazine and slotted in a fresh one into their rifle. "Eli shot a demon in the face with a grenade launcher." Bennett's matter-of-fact response cut through the heavy air like a hot knife through butter. The light-hearted reply was received with a mix of amused chuckles and celebratory cheers, but there still was an undercurrent of anxiety that was felt by every service member there. It was blatantly obvious their weapons were nowhere near effective against the infernal thing. Even the armored-piercing aspects of their high-explosive dual-purpose (HEDP) grenades did little more than scratch it, and those munitions could pierce up to 76 mm or 3 inches of steel. Coleman stood for a moment, taking in Bennett's words and replaying the scene from just a few minutes ago in his own head. That he did," he affirmed, rubbing the stubble on his chin, thoughtfully. "So, demons are real, huh?" Sutton asked, his voice a mix of skepticism and wonder. He stepped forward, ruffling his hair in disbelief, before regaining his composure. "Makes you wonder what the hell else is real." A bout of silence reigned as everyone looked at each other uneasily. The implications of mythology, folklore, and legends not being just stories, now seemed to be much more probable and unnerving. "Yeah, and apparently they're bulletproof," Elijah added, walking over to where he had shot the demon. Major Coleman nodded and narrowed his eyes as if he was looking for the demon lurking in their midst, by sheer willpower alone. "Well, if the damn thing can be scratched, then that means they might be able to bleed. And if it can bleed, then it can be killed." Sutton finished the thought as turned to the surrounding soldiers, SEALs, and Marines. "Was anyone recording on their end-user device? We need to get any footage we can to command." Several servicemen voiced affirmation as they stepped forward as Sutton's gaze swept back to the group, noting the affirmatives with a curt nod. Good. Those who have visual intel, start grabbing maps, scrolls, or whatever you can carry and prepare for exfil. We need to get this shit up the chain. While the Ranger Company commander issued orders, Coleman was already switching channels to HQ. Warmonger, this is Baron. We've secured the perimeter, but we've encountered an unknown hostile that exhibits, supernatural capabilities. Over. The radio was silent for a moment before Warmonger's RTO voice responded, Supernatural, Baron? Say again. It was Coleman's turn to go silent as he looked to Sutton for a few moments before getting back on the horn. We've engaged with an entity resembling a demonic figure. It demonstrated the ability to teleport and resisted conventional weaponry. We've got visual intelligence, requesting exfil. Wait 1, Baron. Warmonger replied as the line went silent. I bet you they think we're high as shit. The bald brown-skinned seal Elijah had been teasing earlier suddenly spoke up. The joke seemed far too real for anyone to laugh at. Everyone seemed to agree with the sentiment as Sutton spoke up. Hell, I don't blame them. He chuckled, shaking his head. I still think we're hallucinating or something. A moment later, the radio crackled back to life, Warmonger's RTO, with a tone that was all business. Baron, Warmonger, maintain defensive posture. Exfil is being arranged, prepare your intel for transfer and await further instructions. Warmonger out. The ODA team leader hopped back to his original channel and looked at the men that said they had captured footage of the supposed demon. Alright, you guys grab as much shit as you can and be prepared to hand off everything we've got. We're going to hold the fort, but keep your eyes peeled and your heads down. We don't know if that thing was alone or if there's more of them. Sutton jerked his head towards his rangers who were looking for further confirmation. You heard him, get the fuck outta here. He echoed Coleman's orders to the rest of the unit. And fucking break anything. Amid the controlled chaos of preparations, no one seemed to notice Elijah's absence at first. The seasoned soldiers, hardened from years of training and experience in the sandbox, were thorough in their packing of sensitive items, or in setting up a defensive perimeter. The whirl of activity created a cacophony of noise that drowned out subtler sounds like that of Elijah's steady approach towards the spire. One could say this was insanely stupid, and they'd be right. And Elijah wouldn't deny someone saying curiosity killed the cat, but he'd also be lying if it was just curiosity that propelled the man. There was also something or someone else. A palpable, yet soft pull that asked him, now begged him to simply accept her offer of patronage. Earlier the entity had lingered in the back of Elijah's mind, trying to coerce him into doing its bidding, but now the entity had made itself very visible. He could feel the damn thing as it did its best to ensnare his faculties, and he felt the frustrated screams and tantrums of failure. The entity couldn't understand why it wasn't able to get a solid hold on to his mind like it did to so many others in the past. But as Elijah stood on the threshold, the presence intruding in his mind opted for a different approach. It seemed to recognize that brute insistence was futile. Instead, it unfurled its emotions like a banner in the wind, letting them flow over Elijah. What hit him was not just an abstract sensation of need or command but a torrent of raw, unguarded sentiment. He felt the sharp sting of betrayal's blade. It was as acute as if it were his own, along with the fear that was ancient and bone-deep, a well of anguish that had no bottom. And there, threading through it all, was an aching longing for freedom. It was as if the entity were exposing its soul to him, laying bare a history of entrapment that spanned an unimaginable gulf of time. Ah. So that's how it is. Elijah remarked as he understood what was before him, and the connection made his chest tighten. It was a story that he resonated with. There were no details, but he too knew the sharp stab of betrayal and the cold void of abandonment. These were not just memories for him, but scars that had yet to fully heal, and he understood all too well the value of freedom and the pain of its absence. Yet, even with this tide of shared suffering and the pull on his sympathies, Elijah knew the perils of acting on empathy or any raw emotion. Even he wasn't dumb enough to abandon all sense in his thirst for answers. Scoffing at the voice in the back of his mind, Elijah threw up a hand and waved it off. Yeah, sure, You can be my patron or whatever when you get out. That half-hearted acceptance was all that the entity needed to seal a pact between the two, as the dagger suddenly sucked itself deep within the black spire with a sound like the world's breath being taken away. Elijah recoiled, his eyes wide with shock as the stone surface began to violently ripple as if it were imploding in on itself. A torrent of light and energy that it had previously been spewing into the rift was now being absorbed back into it, spiraling in a reverse maelstrom that centered on the dagger. The violent action caused everyone around to snap their heads towards the spire until they ultimately rested on Elijah, who was scrambling backwards on his back. But as they moved to help, they suddenly found themselves coming to a standstill as reality itself seemed to twist and turn in ways their minds couldn't properly process. Their horror was only amplified when a singular light and dark tendril snaked out towards Elijah, who simply stared at the thing in a mixture of awe and horror. "Holy shit, what the fuck?" Elijah yelled out, trying to get away from the abomination that was snaking towards him. The tendril itself was an aberration of light and darkness that seemed to mingle together in a way that wasn't entirely bound by the laws of the physical world and snaked its way through the air with an eerie grace. Both Coleman and Bennett were in a dead sprint to reach the medic and pull him away, but they were too late as the tendril felt around, brushing against Elijah's hand before violently stabbing its way in. Every nerve in Elijah's arm screamed as he doubled over in pain, but it was soon drowned out in a cascade of whispers, echoes of emotions and untold thoughts. Coleman was the first to reach him as he grabbed the back of his medic's plate carrier and started pulling back with every ounce of strength. Elijah felt as if he were being torn in two, the whispers becoming a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm his senses. Bennett arrived a second later, aiding Coleman, both of them locked in a desperate tug-of-war with the unseen force that had anchored itself to their comrade. "Move, move, move." Coleman's voice was a distant roar to Elijah, who was now in a haze of alien sensations until the tendrils retreated as suddenly as they had attacked, quickly slithering back into the spire with the same unsettling grace, leaving a trail of shimmering air. Bennett and Coleman didn't stop to watch the spectacle. They dragged Elijah away, his legs regaining enough strength to stumble alongside them as they made for the relative safety of distance. The whole encampment was mobilizing around them, in a protective barrier as everyone pointed their weapons and shouted on their radios. Elijah's vision was blurred, his mind awash with more than just his own thoughts. He could feel the entity, its essence mingling with his, and it was yelling angrily at him for his soul, being so hard to brand. But soon the yelling came to a cease and a horrifying quiet took its place. The air around the spire seemed to silently vibrate with the aftershocks of the reclamation of energy. The black structure that had once pulsed with a malevolent darkness was now a different entity altogether. As the final strands of energy were drawn back into the spire with the green-leafed dagger at its heart. With the strange aura that surrounded the rift completely consumed, every around the spire stood still as if it were silent as the eye of a storm. Then, as if exhaling after holding its breath for an eternity, the surface of the stone began to change. What was once an obsidian monolith was now morphing into something much more ordinary in appearance, yet extraordinary in detail. The ancient-looking spire no longer had its once smooth and dark features, instead it took on a more mundane appearance, with intricate and complex patterns engraved into it. The patterns themselves looked to be an endless labyrinth of mazes that wound around the spire in continuous, unbroken lines, and each line intersected and overlapped, creating a tapestry of stone that baffled the mind. "What the fuck happened to me?" Elijah shouted, quickly pulling off as much gear as he possibly could. The medic kept looking at his hand where the tendril had stabbed him, but there was no wound, no mark to be seen. The skin was unbroken, as if the entity's touch had been a phantom pain. Hey, Elijah, look at me, man," Coleman said, gripping his shoulder firmly, trying to ground his comrade's panic with a firm but worried gaze. "You're all right, brother. No blood, no entry wound." Bennett, who was helping to remove Elijah's body armor, spoke up in retort. "This is magic shit. The wound could be internal." Elijah's breasts were ragged as he replied, I don't know. I can fucking feel something inside me. Something's there, man." He clenched his fists, trying to shake off the invasive presence. I can't believe I'm going to die to a fucking rock. That's when a Navy SEAL corpsman arrived, sliding next to him pulling off his med pack. Let's get him stable, one said, moving with practiced urgency. We need to check vitals and dash. But their professional calm was interrupted as a loud crack echoed across the area, cutting through the murmurs and anxiety of the soldiers. They all turned toward the sound, eyes fixing on the spire. The cracks that had been forming along its intricate patterns while they were talking were now deepening into a network of fractures that spread like wildfire over the stone's surface. As they watched, pieces of the spire began to fall away, but each fragment was sucked into the small vortex that surrounded the dagger. The hell is happening to it? Bennett asked, still in the process of stripping off Elijah's gear. It's imploding, Sutton added, his voice low with awe and fear. And indeed, the spire seemed to be collapsing in on itself, the grooves glowing faintly with residual energy as if the structure could no longer contain the force within. The glow intensified, and a low hum filled the air, a vibration that everyone could feel in their bones. Elijah, still dazed but aware of the danger, looked on with a mix of horror and fascination. The entity within him was silent, but something told him that wasn't going to last forever as the structure finally consumed itself into one small fiery orb. The orb slowly became brighter and slowly crept towards the group of soldiers, slagging the ground below it. But the light was so intense, it caused every soldier to shield their eyes with their hands or turn away. As they braced themselves against the unknown, a force swept over them like a gust from an explosion, yet there was no heat, no wind, no sound, just an impossibly intense light that enveloped everything for what seemed less than a heartbeat. Then, as suddenly as it came, it vanished with a soft, almost delicate pop, leaving behind an eerie quietness that hovered in the air. Tentatively, they all turned back to look at where the spire should have stood, and instead they were greeted with the strangest sight they've ever seen. Just in front of them were only the liquefied remains of the ground, and just above it floated a diminutive creature, whose appearance was a stark contrast to the destruction that had just occurred. No larger than the palm of one's hand, the being fluttered about with delicate wings that flickered with iridescent hues of purple. Her ears were pointed, framing a face that bore an expression of smug satisfaction and sharp intelligence, and as she fluttered in place, the still burning flame of her head stood in place for hair that stood in stark contrast to the molten ground that began to cool and reform, as if her mere presence commanded the chaos to order. Freedom, the creature stretched and moaned in delight, showing itself to be similar to a fairy. But as she refocused, her smug grin stretched into a toothy grin, exposing the razor-like jagged knives she called teeth as soon as she spotted Elijah. Well done, mortal. The creature chirped happily and bolted past every soldier in a blink of an eye before hovering just in front of the medic. Elijah's heart hammered against his ribcage, both from the creature's sudden proximity and the intensity of the situation. Despite the creature's small size, he could feel the power emanating from her, from whatever bond the thing formed with him. Soldiers all around him instinctively readied there, but none could get a good shot on the small being with it hovering so close to the Special Forces team's medic. You have unbound me, the creature said, her voice a sing-song that belied the danger of her shark-toothed smile. A deed neither small nor simple. I owe you a debt, Elijah. It just came to the soldiers, Marines, and SEALs that they could understand the being, but what really made them stiffen was the mention of Elijah's name. The creature's knowledge of it hinted at an unseen connection between her and their medic. Elijah swallowed hard, his mind racing with questions about what had transpired and what the entity in front of him wanted. He felt the very back of his mind of an unspoken covenant that seemed to have formed. It was as if as soon as he thought to ask who she was or why she knew his name, an alien and strange contract would flood his memory. Zipping around his face, the fairy inspected him closer with a look of befuddlement on her face. It's quite surprising that mortals were able to break my bindings, however. The fairy said in wonder before she giggled. I suppose I should properly thank you. What? No. I'm okay. Elijah waved his hands in denial as he tried to edge away. Oh heavens, no. That won't do. An even more vicious smile spread across her face. I can't let my savior, go unrewarded. Another evil giggle left her mouth. Everyone stared in shock as the scene played out. Ehehe. Don't worry, little one. The fairy again closed the gap within a blink of an eye. I won't hurt you, its distorted voice resounded as its eyes flashed blindingly. Throwing up his hands in defense, Elijah shut his eyes and braced himself. However, nothing happened. Huh? The fairy said in confusion as she placed her hand on his head again, casting the same spell. Why won't it work? Elijah reacted immediately and tried to swat her away, but the thing teleported to the other side of his head and let out another brilliant flash. More swipes came her way, but the fairy simply dodged each hand, trying to smack her away. Is this empty? Hello? The fairy yelled, bonking Elijah on the forehead with its fist. Is anyone in there? Bonk bonk. Every comrade around him seemed to be in complete disbelief as they stared at the spectacle, but Elijah simply became more and more frustrated as he started flailing around. But with each swing, the fairy simply dodged with the same befuddled and perplexed look on her face as she tried to figure out why her spell wasn't working. Can you fuck off already? Elijah yelled, grabbing his pistol and unholstering it. Rude. I'm trying to do you a favor, you idiot. The fairy shot back with her hands on her hips. I don't know what this fuck means, but it sounds rude. She reprimanded with a pout on her face while turning its face away. You're rude. Sutton turned to Coleman with a strange look on his face. What the fuck is happening? I don't know, don't. Coleman paused as he kept staring at the surreal events playing out in front of him. Don't ask me. Elijah gripped his pistol tightly in his hand as his mind raced for how to get rid of this new menace. She was small and impossibly quick, so drawing her out of the question, but he was still determined to get this damned thing away from him, so any attempt is a good attempt in his eyes. Okay, Elijah said, taking a deep breath to calm his frayed nerves. He holstered the pistol, a gesture of peace. I apologize for that. It's been a lot to take in. Can we start over? The fairy's countenance shifted as her wings slowed their flutter, the iridescence dimming to a soft glow. I suppose I could forgive you, she mused to herself. Very well, but first, as your patron and master, you must tell me how you're resisting my mind spell. That's when a thought struck him. Sure. Yeah, I can do that. Elijah replied with the gears turning in his head. Bennett raised an eyebrow, knowing full well that Elijah was lying and was going to pull some bullshit like he usually does. This motherfucker, he cursed himself as he read his body language. The engineer knew exactly what this devious bastard was going to do. A cruel smile formed on Elijah's face as he put a little distance between him and his so-called patron. Here, I just need you to float in place. Like this? The fairy replied, curiously looking at her own body to make sure she was doing as instructed. Yeah, like that. Suddenly the iconic sharp crack of a gunshot rang out as the small being exploded into small chunks of gore. While everyone in the encampment had fallen deafeningly quiet, Bennett decided to just roll with the absurdity and voiced his own thoughts. The mere fact that something so stupid worked pisses me off, the engineer said with annoyance while he flicked a tiny hand off his sleeve. Heh. Elijah let out a smug huff as he jammed his pistol back into his holster. Coleman, however, stood completely stunned as he stared at what was left of the fairy, unable to fully accept what had just happened. The thing had promptly exploded in a dramatic fashion, showering everyone in its proximity with strange, bloodless gore. Is this what happens when you do DMT? Sutton commented, completely at a loss for words. He had trained nearly all his life to think on his feet and deal with any situation, except this. Magic, demons, and now fairies. There was a limit to what they were prepared for, and this was far beyond that threshold. Because I get the feeling this is the type of shit Joe Rogan sees when he keep talking about DMT. Actually, I feel like this is some men in black shit. The brown-skinned bald seal, from earlier, pulled his neck gaiter down to show a scruffy face. We should also probably get this dumbass back to be quarantined or something. He pointed a thumb at Elijah, who was still being treated by the seal's corpsman. Elijah shot the bald man a glare that could curdle milk. Fuck you, Mac. How the hell was I supposed to know I was making a deal with some psycho fairy? He snapped, the smugness from before wiped away by sheer exasperation. God damn it, now those fucking nerds are gonna start poking and prodding at me like I'm some kind of fucking mutant rat. Mac simply shrugged with a smirk on his face that said this really wasn't his problem. Hey, I'm not the one with space AIDS. The man said with humor-filled eyes. Shoulda thought about that before you started fucking around with the spire. Shut your marginalized Mr. Clean-looking ass up. He retorted, snapping his head at the shiny-headed man, followed by a colorful slew of profanities, each one more inventive than the last. Everyone started to chuckle, but the medic was abruptly cut off by a low, dangerous snarl from the SEAL platoon's corpsman. Stop moving. The corpsman's voice was quiet but carried the kind of authority that made even a hard-headed operative like Elijah pause mid-rant. Elijah flinched away from the corpsman, who glaring at him with zero tolerance for his antics. We don't know what that spire or that goddamn fairy did to you, so stop hopping around like a dipshit when I'm trying to make sure you don't drop dead from magic fuckery. The corpsman snapped, forcing Elijah to hold still. You're a goddamn medic, you should fucking know these things, the SEAL continued to grumble as he went back to his work. Bennett, having witnessed the entire exchange, walked over and gave Elijah an insufferable smirk. Well. How the turntables. The stupid reference caused Elijah's eye to flick up at the engineer in irritation, but he wasn't able to retaliate unless he drew the ire of the corpsman who was checking his vitals. Yeah, laugh it up, Elijah shot back with a scowl, you're just jealous you didn't get to shoot Tinkerbell. An incredulous look formed on Bennett's face that said he thought that was the stupidest thing he had ever heard. Yeah, no thanks. He replied, shaking his head. I'd rather eat shit than deal with whatever cosmic voodoo bullshit you've just signed up for. A disgruntled huff of air left Elijah's nose as he finally sat upright. The corpsman gave him a difficult look as he finished checking Elijah's vitals. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, so... The corpsman stood up and walked away. Keep your cosmic aids away from me, this is the egghead's problem now. Coleman watched the exchange with a mix of amusement and concern. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling the weight of command heavy on his shoulders. With a deep breath, he turned to Sutton, who was already looking his way, both wearing complex expressions. We should update Warmonger, Coleman stated with a lot less confidence than an Army Special Forces officer should. They need the full picture, especially after this fairy fiasco. Sutton nodded in agreement. Yeah. This is completely out of both of our pay grades. He said before turning around, walking off to organize and see to the entrenchment of their new beachhead. Another sigh left Coleman's mouth as he reached for his radio's push-to-talk, and with a click of the transmit button, the Special Forces Major spoke with a clear, concise voice. Warmonger, this is Baron. Sitrep as follows, he spoke in a clear and concise voice, but paused as he looked over at Elijah, who was busy putting back on his heart. Post-encounter with the entity resulted in the structural collapse of the spire and the manifestation of unidentified entity. As the fuss around his medic started to get louder, Coleman turned away as well and started walking to where the pillar had imploded. Entity has been neutralized by, but we potentially have someone compromised by, unknown variables. He continued, looking around at the slagged rockets that had finally cooled. Request immediate medevac for assessment and containment. How copy, over. Warmonger copies all, we were watching. Wait 1. While Coleman waited for HQ's reply, his eyes scanned the perimeter as he kept his push-to-talk in his hand. The after-effects of the day's chaos had left the area looking like something out of a nightmare, with a gaping dark hole where the spire had once stood. But what was most fascinating was the landscape around the non-existent structure. Whatever that spire really was, it looked as if it had suddenly and violently exploded from the ground, leaving the area scarred. The radio crackled to life once more, and Warmonger's voice returned with instructions. Baron, Warmonger. CBRN medevac en route, ETA 5 mics. Maintain security of the area and report the current status of compromised individual, over. Coleman glanced back at Elijah, who was now under the watchful eye of his teammates, ensuring he didn't exacerbate any unknown condition he might have contracted from the encounter. Compromised individual is stable with no visible signs of physical trauma. He replied, looking down the hole where the spire once stood and saw nothing but a void. Casualties exhibiting no immediate symptoms, but potential exposure to unknown anomalous effects, over. Roger that, Baron. Keep us updated on any changes. Secure any intel gathered for debrief upon return. Warmonger out. With the medevac on its way, Coleman stepped down from his vantage point and made his way back to the team, his mind already going over every detail they would need to report. The reality of paperwork and debriefings that were going to be involved with this shitshow weighed on the team leader like a 10-ton boulder. At least there's no way this day can be even more of a clusterfuck, Coleman grumbled to himself as he rejoined his team. Alright shitheads, let's make sure everything's ready for when the bird lands. And someone keep an eye on Eli. The words got caught in Coleman's mouth as he stared at Elijah with wide eyes. Elijah himself had confusion marked all over his face when he saw everyone had the same shocked expression as Coleman and was slowly backing away. What? What's wrong? Am I growing a third arm? Elijah looked around and finally noticed the figure sitting on his shoulder. A familiar voice hummed as she bounced her leg on top of the other. You mortals can see me? How fascinating, she murmured in interest. Clever too. A deafening silence permeated the entire encampment as everyone stared at a being who, just not a few minutes ago, blew into chunks of flesh. However, the silence ended when the little thing immediately blinked in front of Elijah's face the moment he stood up and in turn, grabbed a hold of his face with both hands in a wide hug. Holy shithhhhhh. Elijah yelped as he flailed and fell backward, tripping over his own medpack. I like my servants clever. The fairy yelled joyously before a vicious cackle left its mouth. Ahahaha. Such potential. The fairy's laughter echoed through the encampment, reverberating off the debris and the remaining structures, sending a shiver down the spine of every soldier present. With the creature's hand still affixed to Elijah's face, a new tune left her mouth as a distorted chant resounded like it was being amplified. Suddenly, within a blink of an eye, strange marks engraved themselves into the ground across the entire encampment. The soldiers, regardless of how trained or disciplined, instinctively started to back away, shielding their eyes from the blinding light that emanated from the giant and strange pulsating glyph underneath their feet. Ahahaha. A manic expression painted the fairy's face as she cackled. You'll make such a promising apostle. It said, coming to the conclusion that whatever this mortal was must have been insanely powerful to resist the touches of soul magic. But 1 second turned to 2 seconds as the glyph burned brighter and brighter. Wait, a sound of concern left the fairy's mouth. Looking around, she noticed that the vast majority wasn't just being put into her binding spell, but being sucked into landscape on the other side of the poorly constructed gateway. As a matter of fact, her power was being consumed at an alarming rate. And it was only increasing by orders of magnitude. Wait. The thing yelled, trying to stop whatever was happening, but unfortunately, it was far too late. No, wait. The fairy screamed as she looked around at even the power that had been stolen from her was flowing out from the world around her. I didn't mean to bind an entire world. Panic started to fill the small being as it felt nearly every ounce of its power drain away into the insatiable maw of the glyph. The light became so blinding that none of the soldiers could look directly at it. Shut it off. Shut it off. The fairy screeched, now in a full-blown panic. Her voice no longer melodic but sharp with fear in the realization that the mortal she was trying to bind wasn't from this reality, By this time, the fairy had already let go of Elijah and floated into the air to look around at eons of power being consumed by another reality. But as soon as it started, the spell stopped and winked out of existence, causing the fairy to immediately drop out of the air and end right onto Elijah's face. Oof! The strange being yelled out in pain before scrambling to her feet. Elijah was in the process of sitting upright with a mix of shock and fear spread across his face. Looking his body up and down, he noticed that he was in one piece and wasn't growing any extra limbs. However, he also caught sight of an angry-looking fairy with fiery heart standing on his abdomen. "Why you?" It pointed its finger and jabbed Elijah's face. "Give it back. Gimme back my power." "What the fuck just happened?" Elijah groaned, rubbing the back of his head. He chose to ignore the fairy floating up with its beating wings and looked at his comrades also recovering from their stupor. "You didn't tell me you were from another world. You didn't tell me you weren't from this reality." It whined before zipping to Elijah's head and beat on it with her tiny fists. "Gimme it back, gimme it back, gimme it back, gimme it back, you thief." The fairy continued its ineffective abuse. Again, Elijah waved his hand in an attempt to smack the annoying thing away from him, fully expecting for it to vanish and show up the other side of his head. However, surprise spread across his face as his hand found purchase on a small body, sending it rocketing away from him towards the ground. "Oof!" The fairy cried out as Elijah watched the thing recoil off the ground, cartwheeling a full meter before coming to a full stop, face down. There the fairy thing laid stock still for almost a minute until it finally stirred and slowly got up with trembling arms. Squinting his eyes and giving them a good rub, Bennett clutched his weapon tightly with his dominant hand as he scowled. "What the fuck just happened?" The engineer then started looking his body up and down to make sure he was in one piece. While the rest of the soldiers and Marines did the same, Elijah was busy fending off an even more determined little nuisance. "You," the fairy said with tears in its eyes, while it wobbled on its tiny legs, "you thief. Why'd you take it all? You took all of it. I only wanted to give you a little bit, but you and your stupid world took it all," the thing wailed as it pulled and yanked. "Gimme it back." Elijah winced in pain as the belligerent fairy grabbed a fist full of hair from under his helmet and started pulling. Fed up with the assault, the medic reached up and grabbed the little fucker, caused her to squirm. "Can you stop?" he demanded, glaring at the small, snarling gremlin. "You can't do this to me. I'm a goddess. A real one." The fairy protested as she did her best to resist his grip. "I curse you. I'll damn you. I'll eat your soul. I'm a goddess, you know." Never in all his years had Elijah wanted to squeeze the life out of something so small until he ran into this insufferable little shit. It was beyond him how something so cute and small could be so goddamn troublesome, annoying and most of all, persistent. "How about I just break every bone in your body, OWFUCK?" Elijah tried to threaten the tiny thing, but she retaliated by biting down on his hand with her razor-sharp teeth. By reflex, Elijah flinched away and let go of the small menace, but she immediately followed up with another bite, this time aimed at his face. Cocking his arm back, Elijah reacted by letting loose a full-powered punch that connected and set the being rocketing towards the ground. "GWAK." The fairy yelped out as she slammed into a small pile of rocks. With an audible crack, the poor fairy broke her neck and slumped over. The vacant look of death was in her eyes as she stared lifelessly at her attacker. However, Elijah wasn't fooled as he shook his hand and waited for the damned thing to come back. "Status?" Sutton yelled into his headset. The man's voice carried across the area, imposing order onto the disarray. Rangers, Marines, and SEALs, momentarily stunned by the surreal events, snapped to attention at the command, their training overcoming the shock. Meanwhile, a strange pop resounded as the supposed goddess regained her form and darted, full speed at his face with her chompers at the ready. Growling. The Vanir growled as she bit down on Elijah's hand, once more. "All of you all right?" Coleman yelled to the rest of his team, ignoring his struggling medic as he failed in their air, doing his best to swipe at his attacker. Both Bennett and Schwartz just sat there staring at the mind-breaking scene unfolding in front of them with a mixture of disbelief and shock as they watched Elijah comedically dance around. This all felt like some kind of weird and twisted joke some weirdo was playing at, but alas, here they were. As a matter of fact, the engineer looked down at his hands and then started pinching himself all over at varying strengths to see if he was in some kind of coma. However, each time he pinched, the man was left disappointed. Nah, this is some PCP shit. Lister, the team's weapons sergeant, suddenly spoke up as reared up to his full height. What the fuck is next? We see some kind of dash. No, shut the fuck up. Coleman said, bringing a hand up to stop the man. Not another fucking word, you know damn well anything is on the table now, and your dumbass is going to manifest it. He snapped, remembering his own words just before he approached this shit show. Suddenly the evil cackles of their medic resounded, causing everyone to look at him once more. Huh. Got you. Elijah yelled out, grabbing a hold of the tiny winged demon with a rag he randomly found wrapped around his hand. The fairy ignored the man's every word as she continued to try and bite down, but unfortunately her teeth weren't long enough to fully penetrate the cloth. Let me go, you dash. You thief. She yelled while struggling. I'm your patron. I'm your goddess. You should obey my every order. Realizing killing her wasn't going to work, Elijah's brain went into overdrive trying to find a way to deal with this new pest. Look, can we talk? Let's talk. Elijah said, completely at his wit's end. Let's give peace a chance and talk like rational people, okay? Realizing she wasn't going to get anywhere without her soul magic or any meaningful way to threaten this mortal, the Vanir tilted her head down as she looked up at Elijah while pouting. Okay, fine, she said with an upset voice. Elijah looked at the team and the rest of the service members around him and noticed they were all keeping their distance. It was their way of saying he was definitely on his own with this, and they'd be staying exactly where they were. Away from that thing. Worry etched the medic's face as he sucked in a deep breath. Elijah then exhaled to steady his nerves as he deliberated on what to do, but he knew sooner or later he was going to have to let this thing go. Finally, after a few minutes, the man loosened his grip and allowed the fairy hover in place and waited for her inevitable attack. Elijah exhaled a deep sigh of relief as the immediate chaos subsided, the adrenaline slowly ebbing from his veins. Alright, can you explain what just OWFUCK? His question was abruptly interrupted by a set of sharp teeth sinking into his hand. Elijah's first attempts at some kind of resolution failed. The small little being had bit down on his hand once more. Peace was never an option. The fairy continued her assault, her tiny but fierce teeth chomping down relentlessly. Isaelle was walking down the strange and bright hallway of a heavily guarded healer's building when her hand subconsciously slid onto her abdomen where she had been wounded. By all accounts, she should have been dead by such an injury, but the marvels of this magicless world had pulled her back from the brink. The fabric of her tunic, foreign yet adapted from the materials given to her by the local healers, was smooth under her dainty fingers, a stark contrast to the roughness of her battle-worn gear. She paused, her eyes reflecting a turmoil of gratitude and disorientation. This world, so starkly different from her own, and she had thought it to be a crucible of survival, but it seemed more akin to the academies or healing houses of her homeland. Glancing back at her escort, a stern yet not unkind soldier that trailed behind her with his strange tiny black staff in a leisure manner. He was one many wardens she would receive, but this man would occasionally strike up a conversation, only to quieten up in frustration after remembering they couldn't understand each other. However, that was slowly starting to change after her many encounters with this world scholar. Isaelle could now start having simple conversations with everyone that surrounded her, and she eroded the language barrier between them with each passing day. It was partly due to the innate natural high elves to gravitate towards scholarly or magical endeavors, but Isaelle herself had always had an ear for languages. It was a necessary skill in her line of work where contracts and alliances were as varied as the realms themselves. Yet, the tongues of this world were intricate in a way that was both challenging and frustrating. English, as it was so called, seemed to have so many unnecessary or even contradictory rules that it often felt like trying to decode arcane spells written in the shifting sands of the Wailing Dunes than anything else. Isaelle had discovered that here, context was as crucial as the words themselves, and the nuance in tone could alter the meaning of a phrase entirely. "Hey Mike, babysitting again?" Suddenly a voice called out from behind her and her escort. They both came to a stop and the escort, apparently named Mike, shot the newcomer a weary gaze. "Yeah, pretty much," he admitted, rubbing his eyes. "You know, when Brass said we'd be overseeing a bunch of magicians or something, I figured they'd be all fire and brimstone, trying to escape or hex us. But look at them," he gestured loosely to Isaelle and then to the others in the vicinity, more than content just to cooperate and do whatever they're told. He sighed dramatically, boring." Isaelle, who had been listening intently, tilted her head in curiosity at the statement. Doing any such thing like causing a fire or trying to escape would just guarantee her death, and even though she was a few centuries old, she very much liked living. The long-haired woman then cleared her throat, drawing Mike's attention. "It would not make sense," she began, her English rough but intelligible, "to make trouble. You treat well, I have no path to return." She searched for the right words. No place to go." Mike's eyebrows shot up in surprise, his posture straightening as he turned fully to face her. "What the fuck? You speak English?" he asked, his voice tinged with a newfound respect and a hint of embarrassment for his earlier words. "I am learning," Isaelle affirmed with a small smile. "Your world is different. But fighting, escaping, not always the path of wisdom." A quiet lingered in the hallways as Mike turned around and gave the other guard a look that said he didn't quite believe what he was hearing. "Huh," he finally murmured, almost to himself, "well, I'll be damned." The other guard chuckled, shook his head and ducked back into the room he was in, leaving Isaelle and her escort to their own devices. A newfound curiosity started to seep into Mike as he scratched his head. "Well, that's impressive," he admitted, scratching the back of his head. "Didn't expect you folks to pick up on things so quick." He glanced down the hallway, as if ensuring they were alone, before leaning in slightly. "So, if you don't mind me asking, why cooperate? I mean, if I were in your shoes, not sure I'd be so accommodating." Isaelle considered the question, understanding the depth of what he was truly asking. "In my land," she began, choosing her words with care, "we have a saying, to know the river is to avoid the flood. I am not my own realm, and your people hold the, what is the word?" Isaelle furrowed her brow as she racked her brain. "Power. You people hold the power." Mike nodded, the lines on his forehead easing as her words sank in. "Makes sense," he conceded. "So, what's your plan then? You just gonna wait it out, learn what you can and hope for the best?" The blending of the words, going to into gonna, caught her off guard for a moment, but Isaelle's smile turned wistful, another saying, "Even the smallest seed can one day be the largest tree. I will learn, grow, and when the time is right, perhaps I will find my way home. Until then, I will flourish in the soil where I have been planted." A derisive chuckle left Mike's mouth as he adjusted his weapon to a more comfortable location. "You've got more patience than me, I reckon," he mused, his gaze drifting off. "If I was thrown into some foreign world, I probably wouldn't listen so well." There was a moment of shared silence, before Mike's curiosity piqued again. "You seem pretty smart, what made you He paused, trying to find a more tactful way of asking this. "Why did you come here, to our world I mean?" he asked, his voice dropping to a softer tone, aware that he might be broaching a sensitive subject. Isaelle stiffened as a grimace started to spread across her face. Anger and disgust welled into her stomach as her eyes dropped to the floor, and for a brief moment, she seemed smaller, the weight of those she lost and those she had yet to find fell on her shoulders. "No, we were tricked," she admitted, her voice a mere whisper. "They said I would be stopping criminals and bandits, not invading." She has had a similar and much more hostile version of this conversation the other day with men and women who saw her as a threat. It had been a trying ordeal, one that had tested her patience and resolve as they pushed it to the limits to see how she would react. But the conversation she had found herself in at this very moment was much more approachable. The genuine curiosity and willingness to listen gave her a sliver of hope that understanding could be reached. Although she also couldn't blame the others for their suspicion and their prodding, it was their way, it seemed, of making sense of her and her people's sudden appearance in their world. "I have not been treated with cruelty," Isolde clarified to Mike, a note of earnestness in her voice. "There has been no torture, no violation, no stripping away of my dignity or necessities, so I have no reason to not listen so well," she said, turning away to walk back to her room. Her memory then went back to the interrogations and remembered how the interactions were grating. They questioned everything, poked and prodded at every piece of logic she had to offer for hours on end. It was absolutely exhausting, especially when her command of the language was still developing. As Isolde moved away, the conversation with Mike drawing to its natural close, her mind inevitably drifted back to Gideon. He had been a steadfast presence in her life for years as a comrade in arm in her party, and his absence now left a hollow space within her. Most of her kin would have called her a fool for feeling so strongly about a presence that was only there for a fraction of her life, but Isolde came to learn that wasn't how relationships worked. A person or a being could only be in your life for just a few moments for them to affect you in deep and impactful ways. A lesson her longer-lived people haven't learned due to their insular and near-xenophobic ways. In the ensuing chaos of their unexpected transition to this world, many that she had known and worked with had either fallen or disappeared. Gideon had been among those who had vanished in the tumultuous battle that had taken place. The memory of the explosion that had nearly claimed her life was as clear as the bright hallway she now walked. Gideon had been the one to pull her from the brink, finding shelter in a decrepit building as the world outside succumbed to madness. The hubris of the Sephiric Empire led them there, and in a desperate bid for victory, they had unleashed a horde of were-men. Those specific beast men were usually held in check by their shamans, but in the Empire's lust for power, they had intoxicated them through profane rituals, sending the beasts to fall into a frenzied state. The beasts raged and howled, attacking friend and foe alike as they descended upon the town that Isolde and Gideon took shelter in. She remembered the terror, the acceptance, and then Gideon's eyes. He had that very same look of determination when he was about to do something foolish. With a promise of salvation, he had disappeared up the stairs of the crumbling building, and that was the last time she had seen him, before darkness claimed her. Next thing Isolde knew was the painful and disorienting white lights that sear into her eyeballs. The cold touch of metal against her skin, the beeping of strange arcane machines, and the feeling of the tube shoved down her throat. They had saved her, yes, but at what cost? "Where are you?" Isolde whispered to herself as she gazed out of the window, an act she found herself doing as of late. Each and every time, she wondered if he was looking up at the same sun from a different corner of this vast, strange world. The logical part of her mind whispered that he was likely gone, that she should prepare herself for that reality. But the heart, especially one that had beaten for centuries, was not so easily swayed by logic, regardless of what her people would like to say. Isolde held on to the hope that Gideon had somehow survived, that he had escaped the horror of their last stand and found safety. Yet, as days turned into weeks, and no word of him reached her ears, that hope began to dim. Heaving a sigh, Isolde sped up her pace, eager to return to the solitude of her room and the comfort of her own thoughts. As she turned a corner, however, the sight of Emma and Dr. Stenhouse entering another room she had passed dozens of times over, caught her eye. The scholars had been her bridge to understanding this world, and their patience and warmth was a welcome respite from the cold and brutal interrogation rooms. "Emma! Dr. Stenhouse!" Isolde called out, speeding up to a jog. The two scholars snapped their heads around and welcomed her with the same warm manner to which she had grown accustomed. "Isolde!" the two yelled, opening their arms into a hug. As she approached and accepted their odd, but intimate greeting, Isolde looked into the room, her heart leapt into her throat. There, amidst the clinical ambience, was a familiar face, one marked by a strange black patch over one eye and shorter but equally pointed ears to her own. Lysandra. Azale froze, her eyes locked onto her kin. Lysandra had survived. The relief that washed over her was profound, and for a moment, she could do nothing but stare and take in the sight of her former commander. Lysandra turned, and their eyes met. A myriad of emotions passed between them both. It was a mixture of relief, sorrow, joy, and the unspoken questions of how they had both come to be here, in this world so far from home. Why? Azale? Lysandra's voice was choked, but the strength in it was undeniable. She stood, cautiously, as if still unsure of her body's limits in this place. Azale pushed past the scholars and stepped into the room, her previous destination forgotten. Lysandra, by the heavens, it is you, she whispered, moving closer. But the sudden barks from the guards stationed in the room snapped her from the reunion's trance. Stop. Stay where you are. They ordered sharply, their weapons snapping up to a readied position as they assessed the situation. Dr. Stenhouse and Emma, realizing the tension escalating in the room, quickly intervened. They moved forward with their hands raised in a calming gesture, positioning themselves between the guards and the two elves. Please, stand down. Dr. Stenhouse's voice carried the weight of authority and urgency. This is a critical moment, a delicate reunion. There's no threat here. However, the guards were resolute, their training kicking in. They weren't swayed by Dr. Stenhouse's plea, their focus solely on maintaining what they perceived to be a secure environment. Stay back, one guard reiterated, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The other guard, meanwhile, brought his radio to his mouth, clicking the button to communicate with their command center. Command, we have a situation in the East Wing, Room 17. Possible security breach, over, she reported, following the concise and clear-cut manner. The response crackled through the radio for all to hear immediately, Roger that, maintain your position. Reinforcements are en route. Contain the situation, over. Emma moved swiftly, placing herself between the guards and Azale, her voice raised in a mix of anger and desperation. Don't you dare, she yelled at the soldiers. Her past confrontations with authority had left a sour taste, but none so bitter as this. She's not your enemy. She's not a lab rat for your sick fucking experiments. Mike, however, just stood there with his own weapon at the ready. He knew Azale wasn't the threat they thought she was after his conversation with her, and remained conflicted in what to do. Does he perform his duty, arrest her, and resolve this misunderstanding? Or does he interject and try to defuse the situation and risk a court-martial? But that all went out the window as Azale threw up her hands. She felt it just as Lysandra felt it. The two women looked at each other in horror as a violent surge of magic rushed into them both, filling their veins with power she hadn't felt since arriving in this foreign world. It was overwhelming, like a dam bursting within her soul. The mana-starved agony she had suffered was now replaced with an excess she couldn't even possibly absorb all at once. And that's when realization struck. Azale's eyes widened as crackles of bright fluorescent blue lightning shot from her fingertips, the energy striking the ceiling with a sound like thunder. The room illuminated with an eerie light, causing everyone to shield their eyes, and casting shadows that danced wildly against the walls. The soldiers, unprepared for such a display, instinctively snapped their weapons up, firing in order to remove the newfound threat. However, their bullets ricocheted uselessly off the magical shield Azale had thrown up just in the nick of time. No! Lysandra screamed, springing into action. Still a seasoned freelancer and hardened warrior, the elven woman used the influx of mana to empower her movements. She was a whirlwind as she tackled the female soldier, causing her to slam against the wall with a force that left a crack in the plaster. The soldier's weapon clattered to the ground, sliding across the floor far out of reach. The second soldier tried to pivot his weapon toward the new threat, his finger tensing on the trigger. But Lysandra, with reflexes honed over decades, was quicker. She grabbed the barrel of the gun, yanking it downward as the soldier fired, round after round with each bullet digging into the floor in a burst of dust and debris. With a swift, fluid motion, she yanked the weapon from his grasp and swung it like a club, the stock shattering against his head with a crack. The soldier crumpled, stunned and disoriented, trying to do his best to get up, but he was left dazed and vulnerable on the ground. The room fell silent for a heartbeat, the only sounds the painful ringing from gunfire in an enclosed space and the labored breaths of soldiers and elves alike. Lysandra, her face a mask of fear and regret, let the broken rifle drop from her hands and started backing up, pressing her back against the wall. She looked at her comrade Azael, her eyes also wide with the realization of what they had just done. It was then that the door burst open, and a flood of heavily armed soldiers poured into the room, their own weapons drawn, pointed directly at the two elves. "Get the fuck on the floor. Show me your goddamn hands." Toivonen was sitting in the conference room by herself, leaning as far back in the office chair as she possibly could. Both of her hands were cupped over her nose and mouth as if physically trying to squeeze the mounting pressure out of her head. Around the wooden table, her staff members sat in varying degrees of unease, their eyes occasionally flicking to the ominously ringing cell phone in the center of the table. The phone, a stark reminder of the chaos unfolding just beyond the walls of the conference room, had been ringing incessantly. It lay there, vibrating with yet another call that went unanswered, the screen lit up with a list of missed calls long enough to scroll through. A young facility staff member, new enough to not recognize the perilous dance of approaching Toivonen when she was in this state, cleared his throat. "Ma'am, shouldn't you?" However, his words were cut off as quickly as they began. Toivonen's eyes snapped open, fixing the man with a glare that was as sharp as any knife, yet was deceptively calm. Her look had an edge that carried a not-so-subtle threat that implied that if he ever considered finishing that sentence, she would assure that his next of kin will be receiving a letter of his sudden and inexplicable death. The man immediately clammed up and looked away while the featureless black cell phone continued to buzz with a kind of persistence that seemed to echo the tension in the room. Each of the staff members exchanged uneasy, knowing glances with a mixture of fear and relief that they weren't the ones in the hot seat. The silence in the room deepened, punctuated only by the persistent ringing of the phone. It was a tense, almost oppressive quiet, filled with the unspoken thoughts of the staff members and the palpable stress emanating from Toivonen. Finally, as if on cue with the collective anticipation, the phone ceased its clamor. A collective sigh was nearly released, but before it could fully escape their lips, the device sparked back to life, its shrill tone demanding attention once more. This time, without a word, Toivonen slowly reached out and grasped the phone. She brought it to her ear with a resigned slowness that betrayed her inner reluctance. "Toivonen," she answered crisply, the single word a clear signal she was prepared to take control of the conversation no matter the tirade that might come. "The fuck is going on over there?" The voice was loud enough that snippets of the outburst traveled across the room, the anger in the caller's voice leaving little to the imagination. More yelling ensued, a stream of obscenities that painted the air blue. Toivonen listened, resting her elbows on the table as pinched the bridge of her nose. Her leg, however, bounced up and down, causing her heels to click against the floor in a rhythmic and agitated pattern. "No, sir," Toivonen replied, her voice slicing through the tirade with surgical precision. "Yes, sir." "Understood, sir." The room was utterly silent now, save for the one-sided conversation. Each "sir" was like a punctuation mark, signifying Toivonen's grasp on professionalism, despite the storm of profanities lashing from the phone. The staff dared not move and their eyes dared not to move towards Toivonen in fear of being dragged into whatever the hell was unfolding before them. They could only imagine the barrage being unleashed upon their stoic superior and the sheer force of the words that necessitated such terse replies. "Yes, sir," Toivonen began, but her words were cut short by the abrupt click of the line going dead. She let out a deep sigh, one hand sliding to cover her eyes, the other propping up her head, elbow resting heavily on the table. The room held its breath, the staff members frozen in a tableau of anticipation and dread. After a moment that stretched too long, her quiet and subdued voice echoed throughout the room like a bomb. "Prepare for the director's arrival," she said, causing the entire room to stiffen. A senior staff member, a man who'd been a part of the most adverse operations in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, let out a low, almost inaudible fuck. It was a word that seemed to resonate with the collective sentiment of the room, a succinct summary of their situation. But just as they all stood up to get to work, their own personal devices started to blare off, indicating there had been an incident in the interrogation room and all hands were needed. Isaelle found herself in quite the predicament. Darkness engulfed her world as the pitch-black burlap sack over her head cut off any glimpse of her surroundings. But the rough fabric that scratched against her skin wasn't the only reminder of her ordeal in Lysandra's room. Oh no, the ominous sack was accompanied by the gag in her mouth that prevented her from chanting any spells and the tight iron shackles that forced her hands behind her back to prevent her from gesturing any spells. This wasn't a completely alien experience to her, however, as she and another, rather rambunctious student in High Elven academics. Centuries ago, the two had delved into areas of arcane knowledge that were more frowned upon, if not outright forbidden by the scholars of her people. It was a time of reckless curiosity and thirst for understanding the depths and edges of their magical abilities. Isaelle's mind wandered to those days, a mixture of nostalgia and distraction from her current situation. She remembered the secret meetings under the veil of night, the thrill of exploring the uncharted territories of magic and the hectic escapes as staff chased them throughout the school in search of the offenders. The two troublemakers had delved into the more dangerous methods of magic, while Isaelle herself pursued the forbidden arts of manipulating mana, pushing the boundaries of what was deemed safe or permissible by their elders. Her academic colleague chose other specialties. Racking her brain to remember her name, Isaelle could only remember the ambitious red-headed woman who was always more daring than prudent, and had a particular fascination with witchcraft. She saw it not as the dark and profane art that many believed it to be, but as an untapped well of potential. Together, they experimented with spells and incantations that were whispered about in hushed tones, the kind that could tap into the very essence of that banished fey goddess. Oh, what fun they had, pushing the limits of their abilities, reveling in the raw power they were able to summon. Their experiments, often teetering on the edge of control, drew them into a world of arcane secrets and mystical discoveries. The red-haired high elf, whose name still eluded Isaelle, was a whirlwind of energy and ambition, always eager to push further, to unravel the next mystery. It didn't take long for them to leave their studies behind and venture out into the world, but their paths eventually diverged as their interests deepened in different directions. Isaelle focused more on the refined control of mana, seeking to understand and master its practical application as a freelancer. Her colleague, on the other hand, delved deeper into the realms of witchcraft and the power that drove the hells, drawn to the wild and untamed aspects of magic, often leaving Isaelle both awed and concerned by her daring. Now, in the darkness of her captivity, Isaelle found herself drawing upon those memories, those experiences from a past long gone. The knowledge she had gained during those heady days of forbidden study might be her only key to escape. Without the ability to chant or gesture, she would have to rely on the more subtle, intrinsic aspects of her magic. After the unfortunate events that may or may have not led to the death of two human warriors, her own demise seemed more and more likely as time went on. Isaelle focused on her breathing, calming her racing heart, channeling her thoughts inward. She sought to tap into the raw, untamed mana that she had once toyed with, the kind that now coursed through this world that seemingly flooded in from heavens knows where. It was a dangerous game, one that required immense concentration and control, especially without the usual outlets of spoken words and hand movements. Channeling her focus, Isaelle began to work on her escape and started the slow and meticulous process of drawing upon the mana around her. A rather difficult task under the current states, but energy started to course through her, a familiar sensation that reignited a sense of hope as long as she maintained control. Gradually, she directed the mana towards the burlap sack over her head. She felt the energy accumulating, concentrating on a small point. Then, with a mental push, she released it in a controlled burst. The fabric singed and smoldered, creating a tiny hole. The faint light that filtered through was a welcome sight, a small victory in her dire situation. Peering through the hole, Isaelle surveyed her surroundings, and her eyes shone in recognition. She was in the very same gray and featureless room that they interrogated her in. Her eyes turned to see the large mirror that stretched across on one side and knew it was a two-way. Her own people used to observe students, which meant she was probably being observed. Realizing she had to take a risk, Isaelle decided to act. She needed more visibility to work on her shackles, which meant removing the sack entirely. Bracing herself, she focused her mana once more, directing it towards the burlap fabric. With a subtle manipulation of her energy, she increased the intensity of the burn, and soon enough, the fabric began to smolder until it burned away. Isaelle shook her head free from the still burning sack as a few strands of her silver hair singed away in the process, but she cared little as she sat up and blinked against the sudden influx of light. Standing up cautiously, Isaelle scanned the room. The mirror was silent, no sound or movement indicating the presence of observers. After a tense moment of waiting and listening, nothing happened. It seemed, for the moment, that she was alone. A small, triumphant smile crossed her lips. "Wonderful," she whispered to herself, a mix of relief and satisfaction in her voice. It was a small victory, but in her current situation, any victory mattered. Perhaps they'd gone to lunch. Now, she turned her attention to these strange and intricate shakes that bound her wrists. They were a far cry from the simple iron bands with a chain link that was used to in her world that she could just rip apart with a spell. Instead, these were intricate, with a locking mechanism that seemed to require a key. Isaelle knew that physically breaking them would be nearly impossible without hurting herself, so she had to commit to sitting down and figuring out how to manipulate the lock with her limited magical abilities. She carefully sat down, positioning herself so she could better access the handcuffs. Closing her eyes, Isaelle focused her mana, directing it toward the tiny mechanism. She had to be precise, and the slightest mistake could set her back or, worse, trigger a mechanism that would tighten the cuffs. Isaelle visualized the inner workings of the handcuffs as her senses extended to the mana that she was manipulating and felt the pins and tumblers inside. She gently tapped and nudged away, trying to feel for any subtle movements within, but her eyes shot open when the thing clicked. All she did was apply pressure to the mechanism holding on to the teeth and felt it click a little looser. "Huh," the elf mage murmured to herself as she did it again and felt one hand come free from the restraint. Isaelle stared at her now free hand in a mix of disbelief and relief. "That was simple," she said to herself as she stood up and cautiously tried to open the door. Her instincts told her that it would be locked, and a quick test of the handle had confirmed her suspicion. With one hand now free, Isaelle felt around and studied the door and its locking mechanisms. The mechanical nature of the locks were unfamiliar to her and had more in common with what goblins, or to a lesser extent, in her realm. But even then, she was unfamiliar with those types of doors and was more used to those reinforced with enchantments or ones with a traditional latch that required a rudimentary key. This modern door, with its deadbolt and sophisticated locking system, was a new puzzle for her to solve. A puzzle she didn't have time for, though. Extending her free hand, Isaelle focused her mana on the lock and with a subtle gesture, she applied a shearing force, causing a loud snap to resound before the deadbolt and the locking mechanism gave way. The door then drifting open, the elf cautiously poked her head out and peered out. She kept one hand forward, prepared to cast a barrier spell, just in case one of those guards decided to end her little foray. But to her surprise, the hallway was completely empty. The usual hustle and bustle of the facility's guards and staff gave way to an eerie emptiness. The strange quiet added a new layer of danger and unease to her situation, and as Isaelle stepped out into the hallway, she maintained her heightened senses in an effort to make sure she wasn't going to run into any surprises. With twitching ears listening for the faintest noise, Isaelle kept her head on a swivel as the thoughts of her stepping into a trap entered her mind. But at the same time, shouldn't quite accept that people that were as logical and meticulous as her own would do something so contrived. If they really wanted to end her, they would have done it when they first captured her or gagged and bound her in the interrogation room. No, there must be something else at play. She murmured to herself with her hand outstretched as she peered around another corner. Maybe something had happened that caused an evacuation? The thought lingered in Azale's mind as she navigated the corridors. Her elven instincts told her that something significant must have occurred to cause such a drastic change in the facility's usual rhythm. An evacuation, a lockdown, a security breach, or maybe a renewed attack. There were numerous possibilities, and none of them offered any real comfort. As she ventured deeper, her focus abruptly snapped back to the present as the faint sounds of shouting and a scuffle further down the halls broke the eerie silence. Nevertheless, the noise spurred Azale into action as she threw caution to the wind and took off running. Her heart raced with the mixture of fear and dread, hoping to the heavens that Lysandra wasn't the epicenter of this conflict and was in mortal danger. After Gideon's disappearance, she wouldn't be able to handle the loss of another ally. Not here, not under these circumstances. Ignoring the cold tile floor on her bare feet, Azale ran through the corridors, closing in on the scuffle when she finally noticed the presence of a peculiar and powerful energy that permeated the air. It was a familiar arcane presence that felt ancient, and it reminded her of the forbidden arts that she had once explored in secret. Azale's sense screamed at her to turn away and run back to that tiny room she had crawled out of, but her curiosity got the better of her as she peered around the corner. There she saw a horde of those soldiers, clad in garments of blotched and irregular patterns that would blend in with foliage, stood in organized columns. Their uniforms, however, were slightly different and much more armored with large shields raised in front of them, creating a formidable wall. Most interesting, however, were the unusual face coverings adorning the soldiers' faces. These masks were a curious blend of function and intimidation and featured large, transparent lenses that sat prominently where the eyes went, giving the soldiers a wide, unobstructed field of vision. But the most striking feature of these masks was the prominent filter that protruded from the front, resembling a snout, giving them the visages some kind of mythical beast. "Ma'am, we don't want to hurt you. Please walk out," the leading soldier yelled before looking behind him at another individual that held no armor at all and that just stood around with an annoyed look. "Float out with your hands up. Bro, she's going to fuck all y'all up." The unarmed and unarmored soldier warned his compatriots with a chuckle. "I've killed this fucking menace, probably 10 times. What the hell do you even think you're going to do?" Azale's interest was piqued by the unfolding scene, her head peeking cautiously around the corner. The casual mention of killing someone multiple times puzzled her. In her realm, death was final, and the concept of multiple deaths for the same person was only reserved for the gods. Did this man mean it in a figure of speech? Was he just exaggerating? Or was this a hint at something more sinister, perhaps some kind of magic or technology far beyond her understanding? However, her thoughts were interrupted when a loud thump resounded as one of the soldiers shot a strange canister into the room they seemed guarded against. The canister hissed as it released a thick, billowing smoke that quickly filled the interior. This was immediately followed up by an order to go, causing the stacked soldiers to flood into the room with their strange staffs, shields, and club-like weapons. Azale instinctively recoiled, pulling her head back as the canister discharged its contents. She was familiar with the tactics of using smoke or gas to disorient or flushing out more entrenched foes. She had used similar methods when trying to flush out kobolds and scroungers. Tucked away in the corner, Azale debated her next move. It was unlikely they were subduing Lysandra, considering one of them had evidently killed whoever was in the room. But the strange tinge of arcane energy in the air made her overly curious as to who they were trying to subdue. Shaking her head, Azale turned around to continue her search for her commander. Her primary concern was Lysandra's safety, and the faster she found the good commander, the faster they'd get out of here. But just as she was about to turn away, the sounds of pain and yelling reverberated through the halls, drawing her attention back to the scene. Azale cautiously peeked around the corner again to see a chaotic retreat of soldiers stumbling over themselves. The soldiers who had confidently entered the room moments ago were now scrambling to get out. Their gear was in disarray, ripped and torn, and they were covered in an assortment of light magical wounds. Burns, frost marks, and electrical scorching indicated they had been on the receiving end of a powerful and varied arcane onslaught. "Tried to tell you." the unarmed soldier said, with squinted eyes, fanning his face as the smoke leaked out. Apostle. The little fairy snapped angrily as it buzzed out of the interrogation room. How could you just stand there and allow these stupids, treat me in such a manner? She yelled and pointed an accusatory finger at her claimed human. Elijah, however, just stood there unimpressed while the military police donning riot gear flailed around helplessly trying to put out the strange fire or swat away at the ice spreading on their person. Can you put them out, please? He said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Things are gonna get really complicated for me if any of them actually get hurt or die. However, the great Yunayanuyua face just contorted more angrily. Those idiots insulted me with their stupid questions. I'm a goddess. A real goddess. Not one of those stupid pretenders that need mortals to keep praying to them. She barked with shrill indignation. They should be bowing, worshipping, and offering tributes, not daring to question my divine presence. A hollow and empty look of resignation was spread across Elijah's face as he just stared at the tiny goddess with a blank look. The entire day had been the epitome of a horrible drug-fueled hallucinogenic trip. One he couldn't wake up from. Okay, look, Yana, Elijah sighed. You need dash. Yana. The goddess bellowed angrily with her eyes flaring with violet fire as she hovered before Elijah, her tiny form radiating a fierce energy that belied her size. How dare you? Do you not understand the disrespect you show to my divine being with such casual familiarity? Elijah, however, remained unfazed by the outburst as he stared at her with a level gaze. Look, he sighed, placing his hand to his head to dispel his headache. By your own admission, you've lost basically all of your power. Elijah continued as agitation started to swell inside him. And somehow, you've managed to drag me into whatever bullshit this is. The man then gestured around him as the soldiers in the hallway continued to struggle with the aftermath of the little goddess' display of power. They were frantically slapping at small patches of fire that kept springing up onto their equipment and brushing off chunks of ice that had formed on their armor. But worst of all, the hallway beyond was a scene of destruction, marred with scorch marks, pockmarked with bullet holes, and smashed by concussive forces. So Elijah gestured aggressively to himself and Yana, and I actually mean we, are not exactly in a position to demand anything right now. So can you please stop doing whatever it is you're doing to them? Yunayanuyua continued to hover in front of Elijah's face, with her arms folded and a snarl on her face. Humph, she huffed, turning her head away in a haughty fashion, but with a flick of her hand, she gestured towards the soldiers, and dispelled the creeping elements that plagued the poor souls. Annoying. I have the most annoying mortal ever. As her magic unraveled, Yunayanuyua continued to grumble. And this stupid world. Why don't my curses and soul magic work on any of you? She complained, her voice a mix of frustration and bewilderment. It's stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Fuck off, before she changes her mind. Elijah said to the soldiers as he watched the chaos from the fairy's magic subside. And tell the spooks to stop sending fucking MPs down here. Nothing you're gonna do is gonna work. He pointed to the section leader with his entire hand. Just let me talk to her, okay? The MPs, still regaining their composure, turned to Elijah with a mixture of relief and apprehension. The captain of the section was a veteran, accustomed to high-stress situations for a multitude of theaters, but here, he was clearly out of his depth in this supernatural scenario, and gave a firm nod in acknowledgement. Understood. The captain replied, his tone indicating both his reluctance to leave the situation unresolved and his desire to avoid further confrontation with this fairy. This shit is way above our pay grade anyways. Elijah exhaled deeply, maintaining his composure as the soldiers slowly regrouped and started to retreat while glancing at the fairy with a mix of disbelief and unease. And as the last of them disappeared around the corner, Elijah turned to face Yunayanuyua, who was still hovering with folded arms and an indignant expression. Yana, he began, his voice calm but firm, we really need to work together on this. I know it's frustrating to not be worshipped or whatever anymore, but causing a scene like this isn't helping our situation. The little goddess I twitched at the casual shortening of her name as she continued to glare daggers at her human. You are the worst apostle, ever. She hissed. I give you the gift of my divine blessings and authority, and this is how you treat me. Gift? Elijah raised an eyebrow, matching his patron's heated gaze with an annoyed one. Yana, this is a gift I neither asked for, nor wanted, he replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice and a roll of his eyes. You. Yanayanuya's arms shot to the side in anger. You ungrateful little human. She exclaimed in outrage. You should be honored to merely be in the presence of someone as great as me. As the two bickered, Azael continued to watch the scene unfold from her vantage point with a face clouded in disbelief and fascination. The fairy just down the hall was an supposed all-powerful being straight out of ancient tomes and lore that had been spoken from scholars in an effort to scare students away from that brand of magic. But here Azael was, staring at Yanayanuya. An entity that predated even the most ancient records of high elven society. To see the goddess, albeit diminutive and currently engaged in a petty squabble, was nothing short of astonishing. While Azael was absorbing the fact she was staring at a living breathing deity squabble with some mortal, the elf decided to enhance her perception and see if she could glean anything interesting. Sulnira, she silently whispered an incantation in her native tongue under her breath. This enchantment, also known as the Eye of the Star in common, would amplify her vision and allow her to see the subtle flow of magical energies that may be invisible to the naked eye. As the spell took effect, her eyes shimmered momentarily, and the world around her gained an additional layer of depth. And with that, any lingering doubt was suddenly dispelled. The mana in the air, the residual energies from the fairy's outburst, took on the ancient profiles of the same magic she studied in secret. Meanwhile, Yanayanuya, in her tirade against Elijah, proclaimed, "You're such a stupid head. So stupid that you don't even realize the grandeur of being blessed by me." She thrust her finger at her human one more time. You're such a stupid, you don't even realize you're standing in front of a goddess, and you treat my gift like it's stupid, like you'd dash. Abruptly, her rant was cut short. Feeling a faint flow of magic, the little goddess immediately snapped her head in Azael's direction and narrowed her. The subtle spell was meant to be undetectable, but somehow, it caught the attention of the great Yanayanuya's divine senses, despite her diminished power. Fear coursed through Azael as she immediately ducked away. She had been noticed. Reacting immediately, she made for her retreat and spun around to make a run for it, but just in front of her was the great Yanayanuya, her tiny form radiating a powerful presence that belied her size. The fairy goddess floated gracefully in front of Azael, mere inches away from her face, with a smug smile playing on her lips. The goddess' glowing violet eyes inspected Azael up and down, taking in every detail with a sharp and discerning gaze. Yana's expression shifted from smugness to a more contemplative one as she observed Azael. My, she began, her voice laced with a mix of surprise and a hint of respect. The children of my former worshippers have come a long way. Her eyes focused on the elf, detecting the potent and finely tuned mana that coursed through Azael. It was clear to her that despite being locked away along with those she deemed traitors, the descendants of her followers had not been idle. It seems that after locking me away, your kin and those other traitors haven't been resting on your laurels too much, Yanayanuya commented playfully. Her gaze lingered on Azael, as if seeing through her, recognizing the depth of her power and the legacy it represented. Caught off guard by this sudden face-to-face encounter with a being of legend, Azael struggled to find her voice. She was aware of the weight of history that hung between the shared past of her people and this ancient goddess. But that seemed to matter little at the moment. All that she could think of was just how absolutely fucked she was in this current moment. Gathering as little courage as she could, Azael opened her mouth in an attempt to save her own soul. "Oh gee great Yanayanuya," she stuttered with wide eyes. I am Azael of the High Elves, just a simple arcane user detached from those who plotted against you." Her words were careful, respectful, and tinged with a healthy dose of fear. Azael's heart raced as she spoke, knowing full well the volatility of the deity before her. Your recognition of our progress, while it is an honor, it's also quite overwhelming, she added, her voice barely more than a whisper. Yeneyinuyua observed Azael's reactions, her smug smile turning into an amused grin. Overwhelmed? Oh, you should be. The goddess said gleefully as she twirled around playfully. Her violet eyes seemed to glow brighter as she floated closer, inspecting Azael with a curiosity that felt almost invasive. A simple arcane user, you say? Detached from the old conflicts? How quaint. Before Azael could open her mouth and respond, Elijah's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Yana. What the hell are you doing, and where the hell did you go? His tone was a mix of confusion and frustration. Wait, how did I even know where to find you? However, before Azael could turn towards the sound, the little goddess reached out and touched her face. A flash of violet light enveloped the area, and Azael felt an overwhelming surge of energy penetrate into her mind and soul. Her vision blurred, and she collapsed to the floor, barely managing to prop herself up with her hands while her pupils glowed with a violet luminescence. Still floating above her, Yeneyinuyua wore a contemplative expression, seemingly ignoring Elijah's questions. Why couldn't I gain complete control over her, she mused aloud, seemingly more preoccupied with this new puzzle than with Elijah's presence. Elijah, utterly baffled, demanded, Yana, what the hell just happened? He demanded, rubbing his eyes from the bright flash before furrowing his brow. But Yana seemed lost in thought, floating in circles before she screamed in realization. Ah! This human! This world! They took all of it, she concluded, her face shifting from contemplative to horror. Suddenly, she bolted to Elijah and started to beat on his forehead with her tiny fists. Stupid, stupid, stupid human! Your stupid world! It's all your stupid fault! She shouted in a shrill voice, as her tiny fists hardly made any impact. Can you? Elijah grimaced and swatted at the fairy. Can you fucking stop? In the aftermath of the soul and mind control spell, Azael found herself struggling to cling to the fringes of her consciousness. The ancient energies that Yeneyinuyua had unleashed swirled chaotically within her, threatening to pull her deeper into a disorienting maze. Yet, grounded by the need to save her friend, Azael held on to the small fragment of awareness amidst the turmoil. The poor elf could do nothing but stay focused on grounding herself while the voices of the goddess and that unknown human continued to echo around her. She couldn't comprehend what exactly they were bickering about, but the tone and intensity of their argument suggested a deep frustration, perhaps even a history between them. Ugh! You're impossible! The fairy lamented dramatically. Of all the mortals that could exist, I had to end up with the most stubborn, annoying buffoon. Elijah, seemingly already used to such outbursts, responded in exasperation. Excuse you. You have no one to blame but yourself for this. Yeneyinuyua growled as she floated around Elijah in a huff, her tiny form casting flickering shadows in the bright corridor. If I had half the mind, I'd be done with it and incinerate you where you stood. She barks, jabbing another finger. But I've foolishly invested too much into you already. Does this empty vessel have any idea how much energy it takes to bind an apostle? She yelled, bonking him on the head with her tiny fists. Let alone one from another plane of reality. I can't just outright kill you and find another. That would be such a waste. Suddenly, Yeneyinuyua's demeanor changed dramatically. Her eyes widened, and she clutched her head, letting out a shrill scream of mental anguish. Gah! That's right. This is another world, she yelled in remembrance of her own folly. Oh, all the stupid things I could bind. Yeneyinuyua wailed. A stupid human from a stupid reality that doesn't even acknowledge my existence. As the fairy's outburst resonated in the corridor, Elijah just stood there with his arms crossed with an expression that said he was the very visage of exasperation. You literally did this to yourself, Elijah began, his voice tinged with sarcasm. But before he could further elaborate on his point, Yeneyinuyua cut him off with a sharp and loud "Shut up," and smacked him on the head once more with her tiny fist before turning her attention back to the high elf who was still shaking like a leaf on the floor. The poor girl's face was a mixture of horror and pain as Yunayanuyua scrutinized her with a calculating gaze. The fairy hummed in a moment of contemplation, before clapping her hands together. "I have decided," she announced, with a flourish. "You shall be my servant." Elijah, perplexed by this sudden turn of events, interjected with a confused and incredulous expression. "But why?" he asked, his voice trailing off as he tried to make sense of the goddess's whimsical decision. Yunayanuyua turned sharply to Elijah, her eyes flaring with annoyance. "I said shut up." "Apostles are meant to be seen, not heard," she retorted with a tone that brooked no argument. "What the fuck am I? A battered housewife?" Elijah muttered under his breath, before glancing at Azael. "Yeah, well, you can't have her," he said, matter-of-factly swatting the fairy out of the air. "She's a prisoner of war, or spook science experiment or some shit." The fairy recoiled from Elijah's swatting, but quickly fluttered back into the air with an expression of pure outrage. Her tiny face twisted into a scowl, her glowing violet eyes flared with a mix of anger and disbelief. For a moment she was seemingly at a loss for words from such transgressions, before she finally burst out. "You," she began, her voice rising in pitch and volume. "You are the rudest, most insufferable human I have ever encountered." Her tiny hands balled into fists, shaking with indignation. "Rude. Rude, 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 rude," she repeated, each word punctuated by a point towards Elijah. Elijah simply rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the elf, who was still visibly shaken and disoriented from the fairy's spell. He carefully grabbed her arm and lifted her up and nearly balked at how compliant she was for being incapacitated. The elf's response was almost robotic, lacking the typical resistance one would expect from someone suddenly hoisted to their feet. "Huh," Elijah remarked to himself in wonder while his patron continued to yell at him. As he observed the elf's terrified, yet vacant expression, he gently guided and moved her around the hall in an experimental fashion with an eerie, automated compliance. "It's like she's a robot, or something," Elijah said, scratching his beard. With an expression of a blend of concern and suspicion, Elijah's gaze shifted to Yana. "What did you do to her?" he asked the fairy, his tone slightly serious now. "It's not permanent, is it? They're going to be pissed if it's permanent," he said, continuing to move the elf around. "She's just following along." Still fluttering in the air, Yunayanuyua watched the interaction with a mix of irritation and curiosity. She sighed dramatically, her tiny hands on her hips. "I dominated her soul," she declared with a dismissive wave of her hand. "But apparently, I didn't have enough power to do it properly, so she's stuck in this limbo state. Not quite here, not quite, wherever." The fairy threw her hand over her shoulder in an aloof manner. Her glowing violet eyes then fixed on Elijah, her expression turning from annoyance to outright disdain. "But that's not the problem right now," she pointed at him accusingly. "You are the problem. You're a terrible apostle. How am I supposed to regain my powers with someone like you?" Elijah, who was still experimentally moving Azael around, stopped and looked at his supposed goddess with a raised eyebrow. "Me? I didn't ask for any of this, remember? You're the one who decided to bless me, or whatever," he retorted in an uncaring and monotone fashion. "I'm the property of the US of A, you're gonna have to negotiate with them first." Yunayanuyua stared blankly at Elijah in absolute and utter confusion. "Negotiate? With the what of what?" she sputtered, her voice rising in pitch. "What do you mean I have to negotiate with someone? I claimed you." She floated energetically around Elijah, her arms flailing as if she were shuffling invisible objects in the air to emphasize her point. The entire point of claiming someone who hasn't been claimed is to be able to claim them and have them be yours. A mix of sadistic amusement started to spread on Elijah's face as he watched her animated display. He knew for a fact the coming shit show between him and Command was going to be biblical and he'd be getting front row seats. "Yeah, well, that's not how it works here," You can't just go around claiming people willy-nilly, especially not when they're already under the jurisdiction of a government like mine. Isaelle, still in a daze, continued to stand limply, her eyes unfocused and distant, a bystander to the bizarre exchange unfolding before her. This is... Yeneyinuyua huffed, her tiny hands on her hips as she floated back to face Elijah. This is preposterous. I am a goddess. I do not negotiate. Especially not with mortals. Her voice was filled with indignant outrage, her eyes blazing with the same violet light that had overwhelmed Isaelle. I demand to speak to whoever's in charge. Take me to your leader. Every single shred of professional decorum had indeed left Toivonen's body. She sat there, head in her hands, struggling to process the surreal scene unfolding before her eyes. There, amid a high-security CIA facility, was her boss, the director of the CIA himself, Michigan O'Reilly, in a heated argument with a diminutive supernatural fairy. What do you mean I can't own my human? He's mine. Yeneyinuyua's voice, shrill and filled with indignation, cut through the room. However, the director glanced over towards his colleague from the State Department, an African-American woman, by the name of Lizette Ford, who had been swiftly brought in to address this extraordinary, yet unexpected situation. She stepped forward with a demeanor that exuded experience and gravitas, ready to tackle the diplomatic challenge. Madam. Yenaya, the diplomat started, fumbling slightly over the pronunciation of the fairy's complex name. Just call her Yana, Elijah interjected, casually. Yeneyinuyua, the fairy barked at him sharply, clearly irritated by his casual address. However, her newly found apostle simply rolled his eyes in response. The diplomat, trying to regain her composure, continued, Madam, I must explain that in our world, the concept of owning another person, especially a citizen, is not only legally unacceptable but also morally reprehensible. It's a fundamental violation of human rights. She paused to let her words sink in before adding, this is particularly true in the case of specialized military personnel, like Mr. Drake here. She looked towards Elijah, who just sat there with an expression that said he was just done with the day already. They are protected by laws specific to their service and status. Owning or claiming ownership over them is not only illegal, but also a matter of national security concern. Lizette maintained a respectful tone, aiming to bridge the gap between their vastly different worlds and cultures. It's imperative that we find a solution that respects both our laws and your unique circumstances. This requires understanding and cooperation from all parties involved. O'Reilly nodded in agreement, while Yeneyinuyua appeared to be in deep thought, possibly weighing the diplomat's words against her own understanding and expectations. The room held a tense silence as everyone awaited her response, hoping for a resolution to this unprecedented dilemma. That's stupid. The fairy then said as her wings fluttered in the air in agitation. He's my apostle, so belongs to me. Elijah let out a sigh as he rubbed his temples, when the argument came full circle to where they started. Yana, shouldn't you at least stop doing whatever it is you're doing to that elf? He groaned, looking up at her with tired eyes. It's been hours. As the words echoed in the tense conference room, the little goddess snapped towards her human and opened her mouth to give him another verbal lashing, but paused just before a word came out. Her eyes flicked towards Isaelle, and with an annoyed click of her tongue, she gestured towards the elf and unraveled the spell that had ensnared Isaelle's mind. Isaelle's reaction was immediate and visceral. She jolted as if waking from a deep, disorienting dream as her eyes widened in horror. Her gaze darted frantically around the room, trying to piece together her surroundings, and found she was in a strange room filled with an air of cautious vigilance. Soldiers lined the walls behind them with fear and determination as they held their weapons securely but not aggressively. Then her vision fell upon the strangers at the table other than Toivonen, the woman who Isaelle thought was in charge. A thought that turned out to be wrong, considering her posture and the two authoritative figures standing before her. Yeneyinuyua, floating above the table, glowered at Elijah. There, happy now, she barked before turning her head to Isaelle, I'll deal with you later. Still reeling from the aftermath of the soul control spell, Azael could only nod weakly at the monstrous being and stay quiet as a strange negotiation took place. She instantly came to the conclusion that she was in an extremely precarious situation and the best course of action would just be to shut up and sit very still. Just meld into her seat and hoped they'd forget she existed. She wants the elf too. Elijah casually blurted out, pointing a thumb toward Azael, who in turn stiffened like a board. The director, a man clearly accustomed to dealing with high stakes and unusual circumstances, addressed Yunayanuyua with diplomatic tact, albeit frustrated. "Madam Goddess," he began, deliberately avoiding her name due to its complexity, "you can't simply declare people to belong to you. It's not how things work here." Yunayanuyua's response was as swift as it was sharp. She scanned the room with a theatrical sweep of her gaze, her expression of mock surprise. "Oh? Why not? Is there another goddess here?" "I don't see another goddess," she retorted, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Would you like to point me toward said deity?" The small goddess' incomprehension of the human perspective was evident as she floated, and her aura radiated a sense of ancient authority that contrasted sharply with the modern, regulated environment of the conference room. "What is so difficult to understand?" she asked, her voice tinged with exasperation. "I am a deity, a true deity, not like those idiots who play at being gods and goddesses, leeching off systems that were never built for them. Claiming a mortal's soul is as natural for us as it is for mortals to claim food for nourishment. Think for a moment." The fairy pointed at her head with both hands. "How many times have you idiots tried to kill me? Did you dummies think I'm subject to your laws, or, what did they call it?" She looked to her apostle. "Human rights." Elijah sighed. "Yeah, that. Did you think I was subject to your human rights or whatever nonsense you came up with?" she shouted in frustration. A tense silence reigned as the atmosphere in the room began to shift when this diplomatic venture started to break down. The fairy was right. They had tried everything under the sun to kill her other than dropping a nuke on her, and every time she'd come back. She was, for all intensive purposes, immortal. While everyone racked their brains to try and find a solution to this colossal problem, Toivonen had finally decided to speak up with a voice tinged with fatigue and sharp insight. "That's stupid," she said plainly, lifting her head from her hands and looking directly at Yunayanuyua. "You can't even get your own apostle to listen to you, and you've been throwing a temper tantrum ever since you got here." The room fell into a deeper silence as Toivonen's blunt observation hit a nerve. Her straightforwardness contrasted sharply with the diplomatic efforts that had been spiraling in circles. "You also think we haven't seen your middling results with poor Azael over here?" Toivonen gestured at the elf as she jumped in her own skin. "Your attempts to exert any kind of control here has been lukewarm at best." Taken aback by Toivonen's directness, Yunayanuyua floated there while her wings fluttered in agitation. She opened her mouth to retort, but no words came out. Instead, she looked at Elijah, as if seeking some form of support or rebuttal. Elijah, leaning back in his chair with a resigned expression, simply looked at Yunayanuyua and said, "She's got a point. She kinda got you there," he said in an offhanded matter-of-fact tone. "Traitor!" she hissed, using her magic to levitate a pen cap and threw it at his face. "Whose side are you on?" Caught off guard by the sudden attack, winced as the cap struck him in the eye. "God fucking damn it," he cursed, rubbing his eye with one hand. He glared at the diminutive goddess with quickly waning patience. "The one who actually pays me, you tiny winged cunt." The room fell silent besides the desperately contained chortles from the soldiers in the background. Lizette, attempting to regain control of the meeting, cleared his throat. "All right, let's try to keep this civil," he said, his voice commanding authority. "We're here to find a solution, not to escalate tensions further." The director, O'Reilly, nodded in agreement with Lizette. "Yes, we need to find a practical way forward," he added, addressing the goddess directly. "Our goal is to work out an arrangement that respects your uniqueness, while also adhering to our laws and norms." We should probably define what she means by own or claim and not immediately jump to slavery. Twivanen interjected, tiredly gesturing towards the goddess as she turned her eyes to her superior. It's evident we're operating on two completely different levels of understanding, so I believe some clarification is in order, she continued, addressing the room pragmatically. Another bout of silence ensued as the director and Lizette looked at each other. That's quite fair. O'Reilly tentatively agreed as he gestured towards the diplomat. Lizette? Thoughts? Taking a moment to carefully choose her words, Lizette paused before addressing Yunayanuyua. Madam, when you speak of claiming or owning a soul, could you elaborate on what exactly this entails in your context? It's crucial we understand your perspective fully, she asked diplomatically. Yunayanuyua looked at Lizette, her expression of mild incredulity as if surprised by the lack of understanding. What? When I claim a soul, it's not mere possession like your stupid writing implement over there. She waves her hand towards a pen in a dramatic fashion. It's about becoming the arbiter of their fate. They become representatives of my authority, extensions of my will and power. It's an honor bestowed upon them, granting them a portion of my divine strength, she explained, her voice carrying the weight of ancient tradition. And since this one has yet to be claimed, I claimed him, she said, flying over to Elijah and sitting on his head. The man didn't even have the energy to struggle or swat her off as he stared uncaringly at the far-end wall, wishing to be anywhere but here. Then the goddess gestured vaguely towards Azael while putting one leg over the other. And that one, too, she declared as one leg bounced on top of the other. No other god is going to want her anyways, because she's using my little brand of magic. The room's atmosphere shifted palpably as Yunayanuyua's declaration settled in the air. Her nonchalant claim over Azael, based on the high elf's use of her magic, added a layer of complexity to the already tense negotiations. Caught in the spotlight, Azael's mind raced. Her use of Yunayanuyua's magic was seen as a particular brand of heresy that got one prisoned, killed or worse, crippled if authorities of any faith caught wind of use. Her body posture shifted and her hands nervously slid to the side as if to make an escape as every pair of eyes seemed to drill holes in her forehead. But her worry seemed to be in vain as the conversation simply shifted as if no one had the slightest care in the world about her use of the heretical magic. The director, humming with interest. So this is something like knighthood and vassalage, he said aloud, rubbing his clean-shaven chin. The analogy seemed to redirect the flow of conversation away from what type of magic the elf used and back to the goddess's terminology as he started to draw parallels. What? What does being a knight or a what? Yunayanuyua looked down at Elijah for clarification. Vassal. Yeah, that. She waved dismissively. What does that have anything to do with me claiming my mortals? Lizette, seizing the opportunity presented by O'Reilly's analogy, stepped in to clarify. It's just a bit of our history, she explained. In medieval times, knights were warriors who swore loyalty to a lord in exchange for protection and land. Vassals were similar, offering service or loyalty in exchange for certain privileges. The key point here is the mutual agreement and the benefits both parties gained from the arrangement. Her explanation seemed to strike a chord with Yunayanuyua, who tilted her head in apparent curiosity. So, these knights and vassals chose to serve in exchange for protection and rewards, she asked, the concept seemingly new to her. Yes, exactly, Lizette continued. It was based on mutual consent and benefit. Perhaps we can draw a parallel to your concept of claiming a soul. Instead of seeing it as ownership, it could be viewed as a mutual agreement where both parties, yourself and the mortal, benefit from the relationship. Yunayanuyua sat and dangled her leg in thought, processing the information. Loyalty and a mutual agreement. She murmured, her tone softening. Wait. You're not loyal at all. She shouted, using her foot to smack him in the head. Hey! You little shit. I didn't consent to a goddamn thing. He snapped back, trying to grab at the menace. Floating away, Yunayanuyua pointed an accusatory finger at the man. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. The accusation hung in the air and indignation spread across her face. When I left my prison, you accepted me. You accepted my power. That's consent. Everyone turned a raised eyebrow to Elijah, as his eyes shifted to the side for a moment as he started to recall the memory. No, I didn't. So what, you're gonna start making shit up now? He abruptly paused mid-sentence and froze. Ah, shit. Elijah's sudden realization momentarily silenced the room. His initial indignation gave way to a begrudging acknowledgement. Ah, shit. I did say something, didn't I? Yeneyinuyua, seizing the moment, floated closer to him with a triumphant look. See. You did agree. You acknowledged my power, so you belong to me. A horrible defeat groan left Elijah's mouth as he ran a hand through his hair. Fuck me, dude, a mix of frustration and resignation spread across his face as everyone's eyes remained locked on him. Okay. I may have said something along the lines of accepting, but that was more a sarcastic remark and not exactly a well-thought-out agreement. Lizette stepped in, her voice calm and measured although laced with a bit of concern. It sounds like there was some level of acknowledgement, even if it wasn't formal. She looked uneasily to Toivonen before turning towards the director. But it seemed to be enough to form a binding pact. O'Reilly, sensing the gravity of the situation, leaned forward, his expression a blend of seriousness and contemplation. So this goddess is able to form a contract even if it's in the form of a verbal joke? He asked, looking around. In this complex and tense moment, Isaelle hesitantly raised her voice, her accent thick and her choice of words careful as she attempted to bridge the gap between her understanding and the human world. If I may, Isaelle began, her voice laced with uncertainty. Yeneyinuyua, she is, more than just a goddess. In our history, she is also known as a high judge in a fake court. Her hands fidgeted slightly as she spoke, indicating her discomfort. The room's attention shifted to her, giving her an encouraging nod to continue. The Fae, they are known, for their, Isaelle elaborated, struggling to find the right words in this foreign tongue. Contracts. And these contracts? They are not simple. They are complex, with, what's that word? Ah yes, words that bind, very deeply. People, they fall into these contracts without fully understanding. Her gaze drifted, as if recalling tales and warnings from her own world. These contracts, they can have, specific clauses, often, not good. Sometimes, malicious, other times lead to horrible death. It is said that the Fae, they play with words, with intentions. What is casual to us, can be very binding in their world. Her explanation provided a new layer of complexity to the situation, illuminating the nuanced and often perilous nature of dealings with beings like Yeneyinuyua. O'Reilly and the others in the room absorbed her words, now understanding the need for extreme caution and clarity in every word they chose to speak. This means, what might seem like a small offhanded dismissal to us, could be a binding agreement to them. Lizette said grimly as she looked at Elijah, who was pinching the bridge of his nose in an attempt to squeeze the headache away. Jesus Christ, the man moaned with a much more subdued tone. So what does this mean? I'm stuck with this annoying shithead. Rude. Until I'm dead? Elijah finished his sentence, clearly exasperated. The room filled with an uneasy silence as everyone contemplated the implications of Elijah's situation. The director glanced around the table, his expression one of deep thought, as if trying to find a loophole or a way out of this unexpected predicament. However, everyone finally turned to the little goddess as she perched atop of a stapler with a haughty look on her face. What makes you think death would free you of our contract? She chimed in with a high-pitched sing-song voice. I'm a true goddess, and you're my apostle. She giggled before floating over to the man. So that means your soul belongs to me, dummy. Elijah made a pained face and closed his eyes as he slammed the back of his chair and covered his face with both hands. Of fucking course. He groaned as the little fairy cackled evilly. Your soul is mine, mine, mine. she sang, circling his head. You belong to me. Lizette cringed at the thought of being bound to this entity for all eternity. It was already a startling fact that she was learning details of their life after death, but she couldn't help but feel sorry for Elijah's situation. Is there any way to nullify this pact? Any conditions under which it could be dissolved? She asked with her eyes glued on the diminutive being. Nope. It's eternal, just like me. Yeneyinuyua declared with a sense of finality even though her tone was playful. Eternal and unbreakable, just like the bonds of true divinity. With the room still grappling with the implications of Elijah's situation, Yeneyinuyua's attention suddenly shifted towards Azael. She floated closer to the high elf, her expression changing to one of expectancy. Now, about you, she said, pointing a diminutive finger at Azael. You've been using my magic, so it's only right that you accept your position as my servant and worshipper. Azael, already overwhelmed by the events of the day, looked visibly uncomfortable at the proposition. I already follow a god, she stammered, her voice low and hesitant. However, she worshipped that god in an admittedly very secular and loose manner so she could wander her realm without being hassled by more of the zealous types. However, Yeneyinuyua laughed heartily at Azael's response, slapping her knee. Oh, that's good. She chuckled, using my magic, the kind that would have your own people burning you at the stake, and yet you hesitate? Her tone was teasing yet edged with a sharp truth. Shifting uneasily, Azael's eyes darted back to Elijah, whose world seemed to have come crashing down around him as he sat there with both his hands pressed against his face. The thought of enduring a similar fate as him was daunting, to say the least. I'm not sure that's wise, she said slowly, choosing her words with care. I believe I must stay faithful to my current deity, she said, fully believing that it wasn't a good idea. Especially after what I've seen today with Mr. Drake's situation, she definitely didn't want to be bound in such a manner. The already malicious smile on Yeneyinuyua's face only grew larger as she observed Azael's hesitance. Oh? Oh. Is that so? The fairy buzzed next to Azael's face, causing the elf to flinch and yelp. Is that so? Is that so? Yeneyinuyua continued, zipping around to make sure Azael was always looking at her as the poor elf turned her head from one side to the other in an effort to avoid eye contact. What about your little friend? Don't you want to keep her safe? Azael instantly froze and stared at the little menace with wide eyes. I can keep her safe, you know. I can tell these humans to not touch her, you know. I'm a goddess, you know. The little fairy yelled with a toothy grin. The mention of Lysandra made Azael's heart race. Yeneyinuyua's words hit too close to home, and her commander was the very reason for Azael's bold actions that led her to this very room and struck a deep chord within her. The high elf looked at the fairy, her eyes reflecting a mix of fear and uncertainty, before slowly opening her mouth. How do you know? What? Yeneyinuyua looked at her as if the elf was stupid. What do you mean, how do I know? Do you not remember the whole me dominating your soul, failed to dominate? Elijah, being petty as usual, heckled his patron. Shut up. The goddess snapped head over to him and roared before turning back to Azael while grumbling to herself. Anyways. Do you not remember me casting a domination spell on you? The goddess corrected herself as she addressed Azael again. An overwhelming sensation overcame Azael as she remembered being trapped within her own mind and became a prisoner to forces far beyond her comprehension. The memory of that helplessness and the dreadful feeling of being lost within an arcane maze were still vivid. She shuddered at the recollection as her eyes darted all around the room. Swallowing hard, Azael looked down as her thoughts raced. The idea of forfeiting one's soul to a goddess of such notoriety was beyond terrifying, but the thought of potentially losing another friend was equally as horrible. Even though Azael was nowhere near as close to Lysandra as she was Gideon, her commander was still cut from the same cloth from the same tavern. And that was enough. Azael squeaked with a hoarse voice. I accept. Suddenly the room flashed violet as Yunayanuyua placed a hand on Azael's head and casted her binding spell. Darien, Emperor of the Seraphic Empire, son of matrimony between a goddess and an ancient dragon, sat at the head of the large marble table with a regal demeanor as his counselors, advisors, and generals of varying races stared at him. However, his majestic appearance couldn't hide the thinly veiled frustration and tinge of fear that struck at his heart. The aftermath of his ambitious but ultimately disastrous attempt to invade another world through a gateway constructed by an imprisoned divine entity had left him grappling with the harsh realities of his situation. His dream of becoming a true god, worshipped by a world's worth of devotees, had crumbled in the face of modern weaponry and tactics, a bitter pill for an emperor and a would-be deity to swallow. And to make things worse, that imprisoned entity had been freed with its bindings seemingly crumpling to dust. A deep and uncomfortable silence filled the council hall after Korthax, the dragonkin general who also harbored white feathers, presented the details of his failed venture. The failure was not just a military defeat, it was a blow to the core of the Empire's image of indisputable strength and jeopardized its deterrence posture. But what made the atmosphere heavy wasn't the details of these otherworlders' ways of fighting, no, it was what the general proposed they do next. Everyone stared at Korthax as if he was a madman when he asked the emperor for permission to pull their forces out of the occupied territories they'd been assimilating for nearly a century and effectively abandoning their vassals and allies. The general wanted the territories to act as buffer states against the otherworlders when they inevitably crossed into their realm, which was looking more and more likely as they saw a slow but seemingly endless buildup of their metal beasts and equipment. Nevertheless, the council met this proposal with dismay and outrage as a storm of voices erupted after General Korthax's controversial proposal. The members of the council, comprised of seasoned generals, wise advisors, and influential nobles, were visibly agitated and made their displeasure known with a cacophony of disbelief and anger. "General Korthax, have you lost your mind?" bellowed Counselor, a dark elf and a veteran commander of many campaigns, with his voice echoing off the high ceilings. "To abandon our territories, our vassals? This is not only cowardice, it is a disgrace." His hand slammed down onto the marble table, cracking it. Another member, noblewoman Elinariel, one of the Empire's Sun Elf Duchess, stood up and leaned forward aggressively with her hands on the table. "How dare you propose something so abominable after suffering such a humiliating retreat?" She sneered with fury etched on her face. "We are the Seraphic Empire, not some frightened fledgling kobold cowering before a dragon." The room resonated with similar sentiments, with each council member voicing dissent as Korthax stood there. Advisor Aurelianthrax, a vibrantly red-feathered dragon known for her usually calm demeanor, spoke up incredulously. "General Korthax, your plan reeks of defeatism," she said with almost a dangerous hiss. "What of the years of effort, the resources spent, or the irreplaceable forces and personnel lost? Are we to simply hand over these lands, to act as a buffer for an enemy we've barely understood?" Korthax brushed down his slightly ruffled feathers as he did his best to maintain his composure but ultimately stood his ground. "Counselors, generals, advisors, I understand your concerns. But we must face the reality of our situation," he said grandly, gesturing around the room. "Our incursion into that world has exposed us to an enemy whose capabilities far exceeded our expectations. We cannot risk further losses to our draconic forces, especially after learning the otherworld had freed the banished one." The mention of the newly freed divine entity momentarily quelled the uproar, a reminder of the precarious situation they found themselves in. Darien, who had been silent during the outburst, finally stood up and spoke, his voice cutting through the tension. "Enough. We must not let emotion cloud our judgment," he said, sitting back down in his opulent chair. "General Korthax, explain the rationale behind your proposal in detail." Grateful for the Emperor's intervention, Korthax gave a nervous nod. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he said, pulling down his ceremonial uniform to temper his nerves. "Our primary objective is the preservation of our empire. By withdrawing from these territories, we conserve our draconic forces and create a strategic barrier. The lands we leave behind will not be easy for the otherworlders to navigate and are surrounded by hostile entities that will jump at the first sign of us pulling back. He explained, brushing down a few feathers on his hand. Coupled with the unforgiving nature of the local foliage and fauna, this gives us ample time to fortify our defenses, assess our enemy's capabilities more accurately, and determine what happened to the Banished One. Because I'm certain there will be much more than a few gods and goddesses asking some hard questions. The room fell into a heavy silence as the council members digested Korthax's explanation. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but the reality of their situation was becoming increasingly clear. The Empire was at a crossroads, especially with entire pantheons breathing down their necks. Their decisions now would shape its future for generations and determine the Empire's survival if the divinities decided they were to blame. Furthermore, we must consider the political ramifications of our actions. Korthax continued with a steady tone. While it was our portal that led to the Otherworld, it was ultimately the Otherworlders who released the Banished One. He said, glancing around the council room and seeing that while everyone glowered at him, they were still listening intensely. With some astute political positioning and a little manipulation, we can redirect the focus to the real enemy. His words struck a chord as council members shifted uncomfortably in their seats while their minds worked through the implications. This is not just a military strategy, but a diplomatic one. We can use this opportunity to unite the various factions and entities against a common foe, the Otherworlders, Korthax elaborated, gesturing to emphasize his point. It was a pragmatic strategy, yet one that reeked of betrayal and desperation, but the desperate times they found themselves in required desperate measures. By refocusing scrutiny to the Otherworlders, we can highlight that while we instigated the situation, those savages were the ones that unleashed the harbinger of apocalypses upon the world. He said with determination. With a little reframing, we can garner sympathy and support, potentially even from those who have historically opposed us, Korthax continued, his voice gaining confidence as he outlined the potential benefits of his plan. This could lead to new alliances, or at the very least, a redirection of hostility away from our empire. Advisor Aurelianthrax interjected with a tone more contemplative than before. So, you propose we use your failure to our advantage? She said in a tone that implied she meant that as both a personal attack and a ruminative thought. We reshape the narrative to strengthen our position, both militarily and diplomatically? Exactly, Korthax affirmed. The atmosphere in the room shifted from outright hostility to a begrudging acceptance as the council members began to see the strategic value in Korthax's proposal. General Selene, a sun elf known for his strategic acumen, nodded thoughtfully. It's a distasteful proposition, yet it could indeed buy us the time to regroup and assess our situation more effectively. Darian, who had been silent for most of the discussion, finally spoke up. We are at a critical juncture, he began, his voice resonating with the authority of his divine lineage. Our empire's survival and future are at stake. General Korthax's plan, while unpalatable, presents a viable path forward in these challenging times. We must be willing to adapt and make difficult choices. He paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. However, we cannot ignore the potential consequences of such actions. Betraying our vassals and allies could have long-lasting repercussions, damaging our reputation and honor. We must weigh these risks against the potential gains. Councillor Sylvianer leaned forward with a grave expression. Your Majesty, the risks are indeed significant. But we still need to show token support for those barbarians on the periphery. Darian nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his council. Very well. He said, turning towards Korthax. General Korthax, proceed with your plan, but dedicate a few legions of our less effective forces to support those on the periphery. This will include our less competent commanders, nobles who have proven themselves more of a liability than an asset, and corrupt lords who have been a cancer to our society. Let them serve a dual purpose in these trying times. Korthax nodded, understanding the depth of the Emperor's strategy. A wise decision, Your Majesty. It will act as a cleansing of our ranks, removing elements that have long hindered our progress while presenting a facade of support to our border territories. Advisor Luminarian, one of the Emperor's seraphic political strategists with ethereal purple feathers, spoke up. I know quite a few dissenting and potential dissenting voices within our sacred empire, he said, knocking his fist on the table. Those who have been a thorn in our side can now be put to use in a manner that benefits all. Exactly, we cannot afford to carry dead weight. Darian nodded in agreement. Every decision, every action, must serve the greater good of the Empire. The council members exchanged understanding looks, recognizing their emperor's orders' harsh but necessary nature. Everyone in the council hall stood and bowed towards the emperor in unison. By your will, they said, causing their voice to echo wondrously throughout the council hall. Wearing a magnanimous expression, the emperor waved his hand for them to make their leave and for each member to turn and march out of the room. Darian's face remained stoic and commanding as they left, but as the large ornate doors of the council hall closed with a resonant thud, his face, so carefully composed during the meeting, began to shift. The mask of calm sovereignty he wore for his counselors slowly morphed into an expression of unbridled fury. He sat there, alone in the vastness of the council hall, his gaze still fixed on the closed doors. The room's silence seemed to amplify the storm brewing within him, and every minute that passed caused his anger to grow, festering like an unchecked wound. Finally, unable to contain the tempest raging inside him, Darian slammed his fist on the thick marble table. The force of his divine strength shattered the stone, sending shards scattering across the floor. Alaster, he roared, his voice filled with a rage that shook the very foundations of the hall. His outburst was more than just a scream of anger, it manifested his frustration, disappointment, and fear. As the emperor stood up, he could feel his entire body trembling with fury. You coward, he bellowed, his voice echoing off the high ceilings. You treacherous, spineless wretch. Darian paced back and forth, his footsteps heavy and resounding. If you were ever a mortal, I would find your kin and slaughter them all. His voice grew louder, filled with venom. You dare bring me this debacle? The emperor's face was contorted with anger as his eyes burned with a fiery intensity. I should have known. Trusting a devil from the hells, what folly! He cursed Alaster's name, each insult reflected his betrayal of the dreams shattered by the disastrous campaign. As his tirade continued, the air in the council hall grew heavy, charged with the raw, uncontrolled power of his anger. Darian, the emperor of the Seraphic Empire, stood alone amidst the ruins of the council table, his rage unabated, a ruler betrayed and beleaguered by the consequences of his ambition. After several long, furious outbursts, Darian's breathing slowly began to steady. The red haze of his anger began to fade and was replaced by an emperor's cold, calculating mind. He straightened his posture and regained the dignified poise that befits his status. With a composed motion, he reached down to adjust his majestic imperial uniform, smoothing out the creases, brushing off the dust, and straightening the fabric to reassert control over his emotions and his situation. Darian's mind then shifted gears as he thought about how to expand on General Corthax's proposal. If he and his empire weather this storm, then swift and decisive action and a hint of cunning are necessary. As the emperor pondered the new predicament before him, his thoughts turned toward the border territories and the powers surrounding them. While the idea of sending a token force composed of the less competent elements of his army was a start, Darian knew that more subtle and underhanded maneuvers were needed. A few carefully placed words of promise here, the strategic placement of powerful magical artifacts there, and he could sow enough chaos to completely destabilize the entire area and lock everyone into perpetual conflict. Taking a deep breath, Darian marched out of the council room, opened the doors, and looked to the nearby, startled guard. Fetch me the Minister of Artifacts. Screams and horrible guttural laughter resounded everywhere as Grykia Fizpark dragged her small green body across the ground, leaving her shattered flame spitter behind her. Pain and fear were the only things that ran through Gryki's head as her only good arm dug into the earth before pulling her battered body forward. The burning city around her was once a haven of goblin innovation and industriousness, but now it has been reduced to a hellscape of fire and death. Greiki's movement was a testament to her resilience and determination to survive against overwhelming odds. But that started to falter as an intense and guttural voice resounded behind her, freezing her blood. "Where's yous think yous goin' ta go?" it thundered, filled with a menacing amusement that chilled her to the bone. Slowly, painfully, Greiki turned around. Her wide eyes were met with the dreaded sight of a massive, muscular orc, towering at a fearsome 7 feet tall. His green skin was almost as dark as the smoke-filled sky, and his muscles rippled with the power of untamed savagery. The orc gestured grandly to the burning city around them, where the screams of innocents were drowned out by the victorious guttural laughter of ogres and orcs. "Pretty hard ta run when yours legs don't work," the monstrous being laughed as it slowly approached. Covering his arm was the source of his might, a large and strange gauntlet that looked more like a product of arcane sorcery than any weaponry the horde could have muster. The massive gauntlet hummed with energy, its intricate mechanisms and glowing runes providing the orc with an otherworldly strength. The orc let out a deep, guttural laugh, his eyes fixed on Greiki as he spoke mockingly. "Look at you, tiny gobo," he sneered. "Yous thought yous coulda says no to me? Fight against me and the boys?" The orc's grin widened, revealing the long and jagged teeth that were signature to orcs. "Yous runnin' for help? Is dat it?" Greiki's heart pounded in her chest, each beat echoing the dread that filled her. The orc's towering presence loomed over her, his shadow engulfing her small form. As he reached out with his giant gauntlet hand, she tried to scramble away, but her injured body betrayed her. The orc's laughter filled the air, a sound cruel and mocking as a menacing hand, clad in the technomagic gauntlet, closed around Greiki with an ease that belied his massive size. Greiki screamed in pain, the pressure of his grip threatening to crush her already battered body. "Yous ain't goin' nowhere, Gobo," Grotmash Bloodfist growled, his voice filled with malicious glee. "Ain't nowhere for yous gobbus to go." A horrid scream resounded as Greiki felt that awful gauntlet squeeze and crush her already mangled side. Bones snap and already torn flesh ripped under the immense pressure. Tears streamed down Greiki's face, not just from the physical pain but also from the sight of her beloved city in ruins, her people suffering. Grotmash Bloodfist leaned closer, his foul breath hot on her face. "Ah." The monster cooed in false sympathy. "Yous want the pain to stop, little gobo," he sneered, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. "All yous had ta do was bow to de bossman, Fraka." He said coldly, "Bow Tommy. Please." Greiki pleaded through gritted teeth, the agony overwhelming her resolve momentarily. Her voice was ragged, barely audible over the crackling flames and distant screams. "Stop." Fraka, reveling in her pain, tilted his head, examining her like a predator assessing its prey. His eyes, cold and merciless, reflected the fires that raged around them. "Stop, he mused aloud. "Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Depends on how much fun I be havin'. The sheer malice in his voice was like a physical blow to Greiki, and for a moment, Greiki lost all hope as the pain started to make her consciousness flicker in and out. However, another jolt of pain coursed through the goblin as she felt herself topple to the floor. Fraka stood above her with that wicked smile as she stared down at the goblin. His words jolted Greiki back to harsh reality as his tone shifted, adopting an air of twisted ownership. "Yous know what, little gobo," he said, his voice low and menacing. "I've decided. Yous ain't gonna die here. No, yous are part of de horde now. Yous are one of Fraka's boys." Greiki lay there cradling her ruined arm and leg as her tears pelted the singed grass. She didn't say anything, but her answer was clear as her head remained lowered subserviently. Another cruel laugh echoed around them as Fraka seemed to mock the very essence of Greiki's spirit. "That's right, little gobo," he sneered, watching her with a malevolent satisfaction as his form, a figure of overwhelming power and brutality, towered above her. "Yous understand now. Yous got no choice but to serve. Fraka Gar Oric has claimed you." Broken and defeated, Jerky felt a deep despair engulf her as her mind went to her people. The reality of their situation was crushing, Not only had she witnessed the destruction of her home, but now she and her people faced a future of servitude under the very monster responsible for it all. A mix of frustration and dread was etched on Lysandra's face as she let out a heavy sigh. Looking down, she examined the metal cuffs clasped tightly around her wrists. Each and every one of them was connected to thick metal chains, which in turn anchored her firmly to the all-metal table in front of her. Looking around, she found herself once again in the stark, featureless room that had become an all-too-familiar setting. It was a place of endless meaningless conversations that were passed off as interrogations. Every once in a while, they'd ask her something meaningful, she'd half-heartedly ramble off and answer, but in the end, it always circled back to trivialities. Lysandra's patience was wearing thin, the repetitive nature of these sessions becoming more and more grating with each visit. As she glanced around the room, her gaze fell on the one-way mirror that she knew housed her observers. It was like a silent, unblinking eye, constantly watching, judging. She wondered if they were looking for weaknesses, for cracks in her resolve, or simply trying to understand the enigma that she was. "It's not like I have anything to hide anyways," she let out another defeated sigh as she hung her head. In the cold, hard silence of the room, Lysandra's thoughts turned inward. She contemplated the series of events that had led her here, to this moment of isolation and scrutiny. Her actions, driven by a mix of protective instinct and a rush of emotions, now seemed impetuous in the stark light of the consequences. And to top it all off, she felt foolish. Isaelle wasn't just some damsel in distress or even a mediocre mage unable to function when someone or something got too close. No, Isaelle was a seasoned and powerful high elf mage that was probably several times older than Lysandra herself. As Lysandra sat there, her thoughts wandered to Isaelle's vast repertoire of spells, her centuries of experience in wielding magic. She could only imagine the depth and breadth of Isaelle's magical knowledge, the countless spells and incantations she must know by heart, the arcane secrets she had unraveled over her long life. Isaelle, in many ways, was a living archive of magical lore, a testament to the power and longevity of her kind. However, she didn't regret a single thing. Just as the thought ran through Lysandra's head, the room's door creaked open, pulling her from her reverie. To her surprise, Dr. Stenhouse, a scholar from this world whom she hadn't seen in what felt like ages, walked in. Her good eye widened in shock and she moved to greet him. The heavy bindings and the heavily armed soldiers walking in behind him put a stop to that. "Ah. Hello, Lysandra." Dr. Stenhouse's greeting was tentative, almost cautious. Lysandra could sense a distinct change in his demeanor since their last interaction. He seemed more reserved, his usual academic enthusiasm dimmed by whatever circumstances had occurred outside this room. "Hello Stenhouse," Lysandra replied, her voice tinged with both relief and concern. "It's been some time." As they conversed, it became evident that Dr. Stenhouse's grasp of her language had improved significantly. His sentences, though still marked by hesitation and occasional fumbling for words, were more coherent than before. This improvement, however, was overshadowed by the palpable tension in the air. Lysandra's mind returned to the matter that troubled her the most. "Where is Emma?" she asked, looking past the scholar expectantly. "Is she doing all right?" Dr. Stenhouse hesitated, his expression clouded with something Lysandra couldn't quite decipher. The way he avoided her gaze was telling. "Emma, she's no longer working with us, Lysandra," he said, his voice tinged with a mix of regret and discomfort. Furrowing her brows, Lysandra had a hard time understanding his words. "No longer working with you? What do you mean? Where is she?" The concern was evident in her voice, her single eye searching his face for answers. With his shoulders slumping noticeably, Dr. Stenhouse took a deep breath and looked down. "Emma has left the project. There were, disagreements, and she has gone elsewhere." His words were carefully measured, but the underlying tension was clear. The revelation struck Lysandra with a mix of emotions. Emma and Scholar Stenhouse had been a bridge between her and this strange new world, a friendly face amidst those who saw her as a threat. Emma's departure left Lysandra feeling even more isolated and vulnerable. "Is she safe, at least?" Lysandra pressed, her voice laced with worry. Yes, of course, Dr. Stenhouse replied, his voice softening slightly. She's fine. She has returned to her studies elsewhere. Lysandra absorbed this information with a mix of relief and sadness. Emma was safe, but the circumstances of her departure remained a mystery. Before she could say anything further, Dr. Stenhouse interjected, his tone more somber than before. And, Lysandra, I am also leaving the project, he announced, his gaze meeting hers directly. Lysandra stared at him, her mind racing. Why, she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Dr. Stenhouse sighed, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of regret. We made a mistake, he said, his words heavy with meaning. It cost all, dearly, and almost got others killed. The decision was made that it was best to move on. As Lysandra read the lines of stress etched on Dr. Stenhouse's face, it was clear to her that he did not agree with this judgment. But she remained silent, understanding all too well the complexity and weight of the situation. She too had been part of the chain of events that led to this point. I come say goodbye, Dr. Stenhouse continued, his tone tinged with a blend of sorrow and resignation. My leaders granted me this courtesy for all the hard work and cooperation. For willingly turning over, scholar, things I've learned, I will give it to my successor. Lysandra's heart sank at those words as her gaze turned downwards to her shackles, goodbye. She repeated to herself softly. The words echoed sadly throughout the room. Dr. Stenhouse had been more than just a researcher to her, he had been a link to understanding this new and baffling world. His departure felt like another closing door, leaving her even more isolated in this foreign place. Dr. Stenhouse gave a nod, a mixture of sadness and resignation in his expression. Yes, goodbye. I wish it didn't have to end like this, Lysandra said quietly. She could tell it wasn't easy for him to walk away, just as it wasn't easy for her to lose another ally. But she understood the reasoning behind it all. The man must have already had a ton of constraints and pressures placed upon him, so that little scuffle in her room must have really pushed everything over the edge. A small smile spread across Stenhouse's face as he stood up. Me too. But we have to accept what is given, he said as looked at the guard who simply gave him a nod. He stood up, ready to leave. Take care, Lysandra. I hope you find your way. As the door closed behind him, Lysandra was left alone with her thoughts as she came to realize she was just another stranger in a strange land. She wanted to be angry at all these mundane and inert humans around her, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. They had treated her with more respect and dignity than anyone in her world would, especially given her circumstances. Lysandra looked around the bare room as feeling the weight pressed down on her entire being. She was truly alone, now. She should have never come to this heaven's forsaken world. The decision to take up a freelance contract was driven by greed, a lure of riches and adventure that now seemed foolish and short-sighted. She had envisioned a straightforward task, a simple in-and-out job that would have padded her coffers and added another tale to her repertoire. Instead, she found herself entangled in a conflict that spanned worlds, a pawn in a game far beyond her understanding. Her thoughts turned to the Seraphic Empire, those pompous, arrogant feathered bastards who had sparked this entire fiasco. They had thought they could just waltz into another reality and claim it as their own, without even an errant thought to what may lay on the other side. Lysandra felt a surge of anger at their hubris. It was their actions, their unbridled ambition, that had brought her to this cell. Yet, here she was, chained and restrained, while those responsible for the invasion likely continued their machinations unscathed. The injustice of it all gnawed at her. She had been a free agent, a master of her own destiny, and now she was reduced to a captive, her fate in the hands of others. But Lysandra was not one to wallow in self-pity or resign herself to her circumstances. She had always been a survivor, someone who adapted and overcame. This situation, as dire as it was, would not be her end. The former commander looked up to the false mirror and opened her mouth, but once again, the door creaked open to show that dark-haired woman, Toy something. The woman had regularly accompanied the scholars during their previous visits and always stood stoically overseeing the learning sessions next to the guards. Lysandra's gaze lingered on her for a moment, recognizing the familiar face. It had been a while since she last saw this woman, but her presence didn't elicit any particular reaction. She was just another character in this ever-evolving drama. But just as Lysandra was about to lower her gaze and resign herself to yet another round of questions, she caught a glimpse of Azael following in just behind the guards that stepped in. "Why Azael?" Lysandra basically yelled as her shackles strained from her attempt to move forward. Relief, confusion, and desperation swirled throughout Lysandra as she watched both the dark-haired woman and Azael took a seat in front of her. "Azael. What's going on?" Azael's expression remained composed, a stark contrast to Lysandra's evident turmoil. The high elf turned to Toivonen, who simply gave a nod to give Azael permission to speak. Turning her attention back to Lysandra, Azael's eyes conveyed a seriousness that demanded attention. "Lysandra, I need you to listen carefully and answer as truthfully as you can," Azael instructed, her tone firm yet reassuring. Lysandra's heart pounded thunderously in her chest as she tried to process the scene before her. Azael was unshackled and sitting across from her and seemed to have assumed a role far different from that of a fellow captive. "Have you joined them?" Lysandra asked, her voice reflecting a mix of disbelief and concern. A difficult look spread across Azael's usually stoic face as she slowly looked away. "It's not about joining them, Lysandra. It's complicated." "But why are you free while I remain bound?" Lysandra couldn't mask the confusion and hurt in her voice. Before Azael could respond, Toivonen interjected with a calm yet authoritative voice. "Azael, please begin the questioning. We need to understand the full extent of Lysandra's involvement with her employers." Azael hesitated for a moment, her gaze lingering on Lysandra's pained face, before letting out a sigh. "Lysandra, we need to understand why you came to this world. Can you tell us about the contract you accepted from the Seraphic Empire?" Azael's voice was gentle, but there was an undercurrent of urgency in her words. A mix of confusion and frustration was etched onto Lysandra's face as gave Azael a hard look. "Why are you asking me this, Azael? You took the same contract." "You should know," she said, her voice tinged with a sense of betrayal. "Yes, I was. But as I'm more than sure you're aware, these humans are meticulous and redundant." Azael acknowledged what Lysandra was feeling and tried to soothe her former commander by reiterating the nature of the human's approach. The response seemed to resonate with Lysandra as she let out a tired sigh, resigning herself to the situation. "Fine," she whispered in a weary voice. "The contract I took, it was straightforward and was offered by taskers sponsored by the Empire." Lysandra explained as she remembered and regretted disregarding the warnings of Yelena, owner of a tavern acting as a small freelancer guild she was a part of. "I was to provide my services as a mercenary, nothing more. Specific tasks, recon, escort duties, and occasionally dealing with bandits and criminals. The pay was good, very good. I didn't ask questions, I never do. It's cleaner that way." Toivonen listened to Azael's translation attentively, taking mental notes. "And at any point, were you made aware of their broader intentions? The invasion?" Lysandra looked to Azael as she reiterated Toivonen's question and shook her head. "No. They never shared their plans with hired help. I knew they were ambitious, the Empire always is, but an invasion of another world? No, I didn't see that coming." Azael translated this, her expression remaining neutral. Toivonen's gaze was analytical, trying to discern the truth in Lysandra's words. "Did you have any interactions with higher-ups in the Empire? Anyone who might have hinted at something more?" Azael asked, following Toivonen's line of inquiry. Lysandra thought for a moment. "Not really. My only interaction with anyone of remote standing was the draconic officer that warned us about," she trailed off and glanced towards Toivonen. "Their capabilities. And by that time, we were already in the field." Toivonen nodded slightly, jotting down notes on her pad as she listened to Azael. The intelligence officer then leaned in, her eyes sharp and focused. And what is your opinion on the Empire? Letting out an annoyed sigh, Lysandra dropped her head in a fit of frustration. I've answered these questions 100 times over, she said, her voice edged with irritation. Lysandra. I know, but please answer the question. Isael looked between Lysandra and Toivonen. This is simply their way, so just please. With a twitching eye, Lysandra shook her head and relented. Ugh, fine. She groaned. My feelings about the Empire haven't changed. They're ambitious, overreaching, and now, clearly reckless. Isael translated her words, maintaining a neutral expression, but Lysandra could see a hint of understanding in her eyes. Toivonen, however, remained impassive, her demeanor professional and detached. And what is her opinion of the forces of the world the Empire invaded? Toivonen said before glancing at Isael, who relayed the question with the insistence on the importance of an honest response. Lysandra's annoyance faded, replaced by a contemplative silence. She looked down at her shackled hands, her expression turning distant as she grappled with the weight of the question. The memories of her friends and colleagues who had come to this world with her filled her thoughts. She had led them here, promising adventure and riches, only to find tragedy and death. Her mind wandered to the taverns where they had planned their exploits, the laughter and jokes they had shared. Each face, each voice, now just echoes in her memory. They had trusted her, and she had led them into a disaster. So, who was to blame? The people of this world who had swung the death blow in defense of their home? Or the Empire, whose reckless ambition had thrust them into a nightmare? Guilt, anger, and sorrow churned in Lysandra's gut as her gaze remained fixated on her twiddling hands on the table. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know who to blame, she admitted, her voice laced with pain. My friends are all dead. They all died at the hands of the defenders of this world. But we were the invaders, misled by the Empire's folly. She continued as she brought her hand up to her missing eye only for it to stop short from the thick chains, binding her to the table. Isael translated her words slowly, her voice tinged with empathy. Toivonen listened intently, her expression remaining as she looked towards the two-way mirror. Thank you, Lysandra, Toivonen said after a brief pause. Your perspective is invaluable in understanding the complexities of this conflict. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension as Isael awaited Toivonen's next move. Toivonen's gaze was piercing, almost as if she were trying to delve into Lysandra's very soul. After a moment of heavy silence, she leaned forward, her eyes locked on Lysandra. I've been informed, Toivonen began, her voice steady, that the Empire you were fighting for had decided to withdraw from the battlefield. They forced the mercenaries, including your team, to cover their retreat. Isael translated her words with a growing sense of dread. It seems they promised reinforcements, gold, land, and status to those who stayed behind. But that support, it never arrived. Lysandra's reaction was immediate and visceral. A dark, hollow laugh escaped her lips as she dropped her head into her hands, her shoulders shaking with a mix of anger and despair. Isael, translating her laughter into words, couldn't hide the scowl on her face. Toivonen waited for the laughter to subside, her expression unreadable. The room fell into another round of oppressive silence, the weight of Lysandra's realization hanging in the air. Finally, Toivonen spoke again, her voice rough with effort as she tried to speak in Lysandra and Isael's common language. Do you want revenge? Her accent was thick, her pronunciation uncertain, but the intent behind her question was clear. Slowly lifting her head, Lysandra's eyes met Toivonen's. The raw emotion in her gaze was palpable and for a long moment, she just stared at Toivonen, her mind wrestling with the enormity of the question. After what felt like an eternity, Lysandra finally spoke. I want to hurt them. Toivonen turned towards one of the guards in the back and nodded towards them. Inform the goddess she's ready. Weeks had passed since the Ohio incident, a surreal event that had thrust the small country town into the global spotlight. Just south of the epicenter, where two worlds once violently collided, there now existed a seamless tear in reality, a blending of the fantastical and the mundane. The armies of the otherworld, strange and fantastical beings, had been pushed back just outside of New Philadelphia, their advance halted by the might of modern weaponry and tactics. But as many from the broken army had retreated back through the rift, a great deal more scattered, disappearing into the countryside. Even now, efforts to round up survivors and insurgents continued, but it was an overwhelming task. The creatures and beings that had crossed over were elusive, their whereabouts often unknown, especially when it came to their strange magics or biology. The consensus among the military and local authorities was clear: finding everyone and everything that had crossed over was an impossibility. The focus now had shifted to the area around the rift itself. Where there once stood a shimmering portal and a strange blackened spire, now stood an expanse of nothingness. It was as if the two worlds had stitched themselves together at this specific location, creating a surreal landscape that seemed to play tricks on the minds of those who gazed upon it. The rift's glow had faded when the spire collapsed, leaving behind an area that defied explanation. And watching over the anomaly were the stalwart defenders of this formerly mundane world. The once small forward operating base had grown exponentially, evolving into a gargantuan military complex. The ground rumbled with the constant movement of armored vehicles, some in field exercises, others vigilantly monitoring the other side for any sign of a renewed assault, determined not to be caught off guard again. Protected by these sentinels were scientists and researchers from around the globe had flocked to the site, each eager to study this mind-bending phenomenon and the magics that now seemingly permeated the earth. They set up their equipment, running countless tests and experiments, yet the rift remained an enigma, with no meaningful hypotheses coming forward to explain just what they were experiencing. Amidst this backdrop of military might and scientific inquiry, the area around the rift had taken on an almost surreal quality. The local population, once fearful and uncertain, had slowly begun to adapt to their new reality. Stories and rumors circulated, some speaking of strange sightings in the woods, others of mysterious happenings near the rift. As day turned into night, the area around the rift took on an eerie calm, besides the beating of helicopter rotors and the rumbles of armored vehicles. The lights from the military base cast long shadows across the landscape, and the occasional sound of a distant explosion or the staccato of faraway gunfire reminded those who grew complacent of the volatile and dangerous nature of the other side. "This fucking place," Lieutenant DuPont grumbled after one of his Bradleys tore into a horrible bear-like creature the size of a pickup truck. He hated to admit it, but this encounter near the rift was starting to become less unsettling as time went on. Every hour of every day there had been multiple incursions from these strange monsters, and each time the creature had been peculiar. This particular monster stood out for its sheer size and fearsome appearance, however. The bear-like beast that Lieutenant DuPont's unit had engaged during their patrol was a terrifying amalgamation of Earth's own wildlife and something far more alien. It was an imposing blend of a massive grizzly and a wolverine, and had a physique that was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. It stood on all fours, its height rivaling that of a large SUV, and its body was covered in thick, matted fur that was a dark, almost black color, with streaks of red that ran along its spine. The fur bristled with a primal energy, giving the creature an even more daunting appearance. Its head was reminiscent of a marsupial, but with a broader, more powerful jawline, filled with razor-sharp teeth that gleamed ominously in the faint light. The eyes of the beast glowed with a deep, unsettling intelligence, a stark contrast to its otherwise brutish appearance. But what was most horrifying were its limbs. The damn things were so muscular and robust, DuPont was convinced it could probably overturn one of his armored vehicles if it got too close. Not only that, its limbs ended in massive paws with claws that were more akin to the curved swords, capable of tearing through metal and flesh with equal ease. "At least you're loud as shit," DuPont said in annoyance as he clicked his push-to-talk. "Hit the fucker again. Make sure it's dead," he ordered as the Bradley's heavy weapons roared to life once again. DuPont had to squint as the muzzle flashes illuminated the darkened landscape, but he soon raised his weapon in alarm as the bear-like creature jolted and sprang to life. It appeared the damned monster was playing dead and under the relentless hail of armor-piercing rounds, It suddenly twitched and rolled in agony as it felt its flesh be torn apart. Each impact sent jolts through its hulking form, causing it to let out a guttural roar that echoed through the night. "Jesus Christ!" DuPont yelled as he and his men opened fire on the monster. In a display of sheer primal rage and survival instinct, the monstrous bear surged forward to end whatever was threatening its life. Its massive form, illuminated by the flashes of gunfire, moved with a speed and agility that belied its size and charged towards the armored vehicle, currently lighting it up. The soldiers reacted instantly, their training kicking in as they unleashed a volley of fire towards the oncoming threat. And in a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the Bradley's 25mm gun found its mark. An armor-piercing round, fired with deadly precision and struck the creature directly in the head. The impact was instantaneous and devastating as the beast's charge was abruptly halted and its body stiffened. Propelled by its final charge, the bear-like creature tumbled forward, its massive body narrowly missing Lieutenant DuPont and his men as they threw themselves to the side. The ground shook under the weight of the creature as it skidded across the terrain, kicking up dust and debris in its wake. Quickly scrambling to their feet, the soldiers pointed their weapons back towards the monstrous beast while their hearts hammered in their chest. As time went on, incursions started to become more frequent and subsequently, patrols started to increase. However, everyone had to ask themselves, just how many of these creatures slipped through into their world already? Shaking off the thought, they warily approached the still form of the monster, weapons raised and ready to put a bullet in it if the thing showed any sign of movement. But the beast lay motionless, the only eye that remained intact, stared lifelessly into the darkness. DuPont took a moment to catch his breath as adrenaline kept pumping through his veins. "Check it," he ordered with a firm voice. Everyone looked at each other uneasily as they hesitated to move, but two soldiers cautiously approached and prodded at it with the barrels of their guns. With one jab to the eye, DuPont's men confirmed that the threat had been finally neutralized. "Yeah, it's dead," one soldier said, finally relaxing and letting out a deep sigh. Turning to his men, DuPont's expression was one of grim satisfaction mixed with an unspoken understanding of the harsh realities they faced. "All right, secure the area. Make sure there aren't any more of these things lurking around," he commanded. As his soldier moved to carry out his orders, the lieutenant grumbled under his breath, his eyes fixed on the massive carcass. "God damn thing's playing dead, fucking great, just what we need," he muttered, a mix of annoyance and wariness in his tone. DuPont had seen his fair share of combat and bizarre situations, but this new reality, where creatures straight out of myth could feign death and almost overrun a platoon, added a whole new level of unpredictability. "What's next? Skinwalkers or some shit?" he mused darkly to himself, half joking but also half dreading the possibility. I mean, fuck, we already been blasting goddamn dragons, so why the hell not? While the platoon swept the area for anything else that would jump out at them, DuPont watched the rest of his Bradleys and his platoon maneuvering and used their optics to scan the horizon. Looking up at the light orange glow in the horizon indicating morning was coming, his thoughts drifted to the base and the sheer scale of the military buildup occurring there. It was an unprecedented show of force, the likes of which he had never seen before. It was a surreal experience. Especially with the increase in patrols, the constant drills, the influx of troops and equipment, all of it pointed to the military setting the conditions for something significant. DuPont had his suspicions, everything pointed to one thing, but he still couldn't help but wonder what exactly they were preparing for. Or more apt, what they were preparing to do. His thoughts turned to those special operations units that were flooding into the base. Every branch and every unit had been increasingly active around the area, and these spooky types, as the soldiers often called them, operated with a heightened level of secrecy that piqued DuPont's curiosity. Lieutenant DuPont's interactions with one particular Army Special Forces team had been a source of intel for both the ongoings with the theater and a deeper insight of the many races from the other side. He had fought alongside the Special Forces ODA during the initial stages of the invasion, running the Crucible of Blood and Dragonfire. However, in the past few weeks, that Special Forces team had become extraordinarily tight-lipped. It was a stark contrast to their earlier friendliness and candidness. This shift in behavior was another red flag for DuPont. Special Forces teams were naturally secretive about their missions, but this sudden change in demeanor suggested something more. They were no longer just fellow soldiers shooting the shit, they were preparing for something. And whatever it was a part of a larger, more mysterious operation that DuPont could only speculate about. The usual conversations and jokes about what they saw or killed when out on safari and the absurdity of their situation had become brief, and occasional jokes about the absurdity of their situation had become brief and terse. Any attempts he made to delve into what they might have been up to were met with non-answers or deflections. It was as if an invisible wall had been erected between them. DuPont respected the need for operational security, but he couldn't shake the feeling that these men seemed to be at the heart of what was to come. And as time went on, his gut feeling was slowly starting to be vindicated. From Lieutenant DuPont's perspective, the activities of the Special Operations Forces were becoming increasingly conspicuous, especially around the rift. He'd occasionally catch glimpses of them lurking near the anomaly or returning from its direction, their new Polaris Dager vehicles and ATVs bristling with an array of heavy weaponry. He also couldn't help but notice that their excursions often seemed to coincide with increased activity or disturbances near the rift. More than once, he and his unit had been called upon as a Quick Reaction Force, QRF, and was sent racing towards the breach to provide support. They'd arrived to find these special ops teams retreating in their light-skinned vehicles, moving at full tilt, often with hostile entities from the other side hot on their heels as they peppered away with their weapons. It wasn't hard for DuPont to put two and two together. These special operations guys were poking and prodding in an attempt to gauge the defenses of whatever lay beyond the rift. Each foray they made seemed to be a calculated effort to test the waters, to push the boundaries and see how the other side reacted. They were not just gathering intelligence, they were actively shaping the battle space and setting the conditions for what DuPont suspected was an inevitable larger conflict. "Tie it up and hook it up to one of the Bradleys," DuPont barked, dispelling the thoughts from his head. "The eggheads back at base are probably gonna wanna see it." "Oh, look who's back!" Coleman yelled as he leaned back on the couch, staring directly at Elijah, who had just opened the door to the team room. "Hey, Magic Boy. We missed you," the ODA team leader said sarcastically with an annoying smile on his face. Elijah, who had just entered the room, glanced at Coleman with an expression that shifted between annoyance and indifference. "Go fuck yourself," he shot back without missing a beat, as he simply kept walking past everyone who was giving him a shit-eating grin. As he made his way further into the room, Bennett, another member of the team, chimed in with a more genuine curiosity. "How'd you manage to convince the nerds to let you go?" he asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Figured they'd chain you to a lab table by now, with all that freaky cosmic bullshit you got going on. You can go fuck yourself too," Elijah retorted in the same indifferent yet agitated, monotone voice as made his way to an empty couch. Flopping on top of it, the man let out an exhausted and painful groan. Bennett chuckled at the response. "Touchy today, aren't we? Did they do but stuff and probe you? I fucking wish." Elijah groaned, rubbing his temples. "That would have been more enjoyable than sitting around like an asshole playing fuck games with spooks and scientists, because my goddamn spiritual hitchhiker refuses to talk to anyone normally." The team erupted into laughter, but the humor didn't quite reach Elijah's eyes. He leaned back into the couch with a distant gaze. "I mean, seriously. You'd think a several millennia-old entity would be more cooperative. But no, it's like pulling teeth to get a straight answer. And I'm the middleman in this cosmic comedy." Coleman peered over his shoulder with a confused expression and raised eyebrow. "How'd you escape?" Elijah exhaled deeply, his face reflecting a mixture of frustration and disbelief. "Escape is a strong word. It was more like temporary reprieve," he said, sitting up and pressing his fingers into his eyes. Eggheads kept asking the fairy questions, and Yana, the fairy, kept asking why she should bother giving answers to mortals. Her idea of a fair exchange is their souls for her knowledge. There was a collective narrowing of ones around the room. They knew very well that something insanely stupid was going to be explained to them, and it was a type of stupidity that only people in academia could pull off. Especially when it came to a capricious deity. And get this, Elijah continued, a bitter edge to his tone. One of the scientists, cocky little fuck, actually laughed at her. He threw his arms up in the air in frustration. Fucking moron called her stupid or something, and said something like, "Oh sure. Take my soul, like that's a real thing." The team members exchanged worried glances, sensing where this was going. Yeah, that didn't end well, Elijah scoffed with a flick of his hand. As the CIA dude screamed at him to take it back in a panic, Yana, in all her glory, decided to take him up on his offer. He did give her permission after all. Lister was the one to speak up this time as crossed his arms. What? What the fuck? And then what? Elijah looked slowly at the man and shrugged nonchalantly. She consumed his soul. He said in a serious voice. One minute he's laughing, the next he's this, empty shell. Body's functioning, brain's got activity, but there's nobody home. It was as if someone simply just turned off the lights. A heavy silence fell over the room as Elijah's story sank in. Bennett's hands touched his head with a stupefied look on his face and slowly pushed them outwards as if his brain exploded. Man, that's dumb as fuck. Imagine consigning yourself to oblivion because you can't stop being an asshole. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Elijah nodded, the absurdity of the situation not lost on him. And that's not even the half of it. The whole thing turned into a complete shit show. CIA handlers started freaking out, scientists were screaming, and everyone in general was scrambling, trying to figure out how to handle a goddess who just does that. Coleman leaned forward, intrigued despite the grim subject matter. So, how'd you get out of that mess and back here? A wry smile tugged Elijah's lips as he ran a hand through his hair. Honestly? Yana threw a fit. His smile widened into a grin, albeit a tired one. She got pissed at the CIA director for not giving her apostle what he wanted and started ranting about respect, power, or some other cosmic bullshit. It was like watching a child throw a tantrum, but they had the ability to delete you. The men around the room exchanged glances, a mix of disbelief and amusement on their faces. So, they just let you go? Schwartz asked, skepticism lacing his voice. Elijah gestured towards the sniper with both hands. What are they gonna do? Kill her? He said incredulously. Do you know how many times Elijah pointed to himself and everyone in the room, tried that? Like, come on. Schwartz shrugged and gave up on point. Okay, fair point. I think they were just glad to get rid of us, to be honest. Elijah let out an exasperated sigh. Yana kept making threats, they couldn't really contain her. So, they told me to keep my mouth shut and to please fuck off. They probably were hoping she'd follow and leave them alone, to be honest. The medic explained, stretching his neck to one side. Coleman chuckled. Well, I guess that's one way to deal with bureaucracy. Have a temperamental goddess on your side. So where is she now? Bennett said, looking around. You said they wanted to get rid of both of you, right? Taking a look over his shoulder and then around the room as if looking for someone, Elijah simply shrugged. Fuck if I know. Last I saw her, she was bitching at her spook handler they sent with us, or some shit. The room filled with a mixture of chuckles and relieved sighs. The thought of Yana, a deity with the temperament of a petulant child, haranguing some unfortunate CIA case officer was oddly comforting in its absurdity. Coleman clapped his hands together, bringing the focus back to the present. Alright, we've got a lot on our plate. Elijah, you're back with us, so let's get you briefed on the latest. We're being more proactive and have increased our activity on the border in order to dash. We're invading, aren't we? Elijah suddenly interrupted with an interested look. We're setting conditions. Coleman gave him a coy smile. Michael looked up towards the sky as the Finnish winter cast its serene, icy blanket over the countryside. The snowstorm just a few days prior had transformed the landscape into a picturesque scene of snow-laden trees and frosted fields. Dressed in a thick, insulated jacket and a woolen beanie, he exhaled a visible breath into the crisp air. His youthful face, framed by his tight and high haircut, was flushed from the cold. But as Michael's boots crunched softly in the fresh snow while walking towards his family's home, he glanced down to see Pop out of the door. "Michael!" she yelled, running towards him at full tilt. Michael's heart swelled with joy as he heard his sister's voice calling out his name. It had been 6 long months since he had last seen his family, and seeing such an enthusiastic greeting was something he had been looking forward to. He opened his arms wide, expecting a warm, loving embrace that usually greeted him after his prolonged absences. However, as Annie approached, something felt amiss. She didn't slow down as he expected, her pace remaining steady and determined. Michael's instincts kicked in just a moment too late as Annie, instead of hugging him, launched herself at him with surprising force. In an unexpected move, she tackled him at the waist, lifting his legs in a motion that was more akin to a wrestling move than a sisterly greeting. The momentum sent both of them tumbling into the snow, with Michael landing on his back and Annie on top, both covered in a dusting of fresh snow. For a moment, Michael laid there stunned, looking up at the sky now framed by his sister's grinning face. "Annie! What the hell?" he exclaimed, half laughing and half gasping for air. With Eno laughed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You've been gone for too long. I had to make sure you haven't gone soft in the military," she teased, helping him up. "Soft?" Michael exclaimed in mock outrage before quickly recovering from his initial surprise and shifting into a defensive position he had learned during his conscription. Wrapping his legs around Annie's waist, he pulled her down into a full guard, a move that was part of his basic training in the Finnish Defense Forces. "Soft, she says," Michael teased, keeping a firm grip on his sister. "If only you knew the Kentuckiedio life." Annie struggled playfully, trying to break free from his hold. "Oh, so you're a tough inty guy now, huh?" she challenged, laughing. As they playfully wrestled in the snow, Michael continued with his exaggerated tales of military life, his tone light but filled with pride for the skills he had acquired. "And don't even get me started on those shitty battle drills where you crawl through the mud and pretend you're some action movie hero." The two giggled and rolled in the snow until the door flew open once again, until their father appeared in the doorway with a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. "Perkiel, Michael, ja armas. Lopataka esi halutalu heti." Yuka called out in Finnish, his voice booming across the snowy yard. He then seamlessly transitioned to English, a tactic he often used to drive his point home. "Stop fooling around, you two. You're going to bring half this shit into the house." Michael and Armas paused, looking up at their father, who stood with his hands on his hips, a knowing smile playing on his lips, despite his stern words. "Stop being idiots and come on in, your mother's busy cooking, and she wants to see you." The father continued, his tone light-hearted yet firm. "And you better clean up before coming in, or I'll hose you down right here in the snow." The siblings exchanged a quick glance and then burst into laughter, realizing they had indeed turned themselves into snow-covered messes. But as soon as their father moved for the house, they knew he wasn't joking. They quickly stood up, brushing off the snow from their clothes as best as they could. All right. Michael relented with his hand raised over his head in surrender. "We're coming in. Just no hosing, please." When Michael and Armas finally made their way towards the house, their father narrowed his eyes at the two siblings as they continued to shake off the remnants of their snowy tussle. But as they stepped inside, Michael was immediately greeted by a chorus of cheers and shouts of welcome back. The cozy living room was packed with Michael's closest friends and family, all gathered to celebrate his return after completing his conscription training. The atmosphere was one of joy and pride, with bright smiles and warm embraces shared all around. The room was filled with the comforting sense of home cooking, the sound of laughter, and the soft glow of the fireplace. Michael's mother emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a paper towel as she beamed at her son. Michael, she exclaimed, rushing over to envelop him in a tight hug. We're so proud of you. His father pat Michael on the back firmly, before joining in on the hug with a proud smile on his face. You've done well, son. We've all missed you. One by one, Michael's friends came forward, clapping him on the back, shaking his hand, and sharing jokes and stories. Among them were his childhood friends, Jonas and Auntie, who were both eager to catch up on all the missed time. One of us, they yelled as they both enveloped Michael in a playful yet heartfelt group hug. Jonas and Auntie, slightly older than Michael, had already completed their own stints in the conscription and were well versed in what he had faced. You're finally a part of the Veterans Club now, Michael. Jonas joked, giving him a friendly nudge. No more greenhorn status for you. Auntie chimed in, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. Yeah, now you can join us in complaining about the early mornings and endless drills. The men in the room all erupted into laughter, nodding in agreement. They all went through the miserable yet oddly rewarding experience that came with conscription in Finland. Each of them, at one point or another, had woken up before dawn to crawl around in the mud or lay in some God-forbidden snow-covered foxhole simulating ambushes. They've all endured long marches through the harsh forest covered in head to toe with anti-tank mines, and dragged their buddy along after they had been wounded. Michael, feeling a surge of pride and belonging, joined in the conversation, sharing his own tales from the recent months. You guys remember that 30-kilometer trek with full gear? Yeah, that was a shitty experience, he said, rolling his eyes in mock frustration. Enough, enough. Michael's mother waved her hand silencing the group. The food is ready, come, let's eat already. The jovial atmosphere in the room shifted as Michael's mother made her announcement, and like ravenous dogs, everyone's attention turned towards the dining room. There laid on the massive dining table were an array of piping hot dishes with delicious smells wafting through the air, signaling that a hearty, home-cooked meal was ready. Silence reigned as each member licked their lips like starving scavengers, eyeing each other and the food with equal intensity. The unspoken rule of first come, first served hung in the air, everyone poised on the edge of their seats, ready to make a dash for the first serving. However, before chaos could ensue, Michael's mother, fully aware of the impending mess her buffoons were about to create, raised her voice. Ei. Stop right there, she commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. The room froze, everyone looking sheepishly at her. She then turned and gestured towards Michael's father. Yuka, you first, she said, a smile playing on her lips. With a massive smug grin, Michael's father rose, separated from the group. Enjoying the moment of being the privileged first, he walked towards the table, grabbed the serving spoon in hand and tantalizingly dipped it into the salmon soup while the rest of the group glared at him with a mix of resentment and hatred. Why does he get to go first? Isn't this my party? Michael protested, shooting a look to his mother with a pout. His mother shot back a sharp look, the kind that only mothers can give, and retorted, Shut up, Michael. You'll get your turn. Her voice was stern yet tinged with affection. Knowing better than to argue further, Michael looked away and muttered under his breath, just saying. A chorus of laughter erupted from the exchange, while Michael's friends nudged him playfully, teasing him about still being under his mother's thumb. The rest of the family and guests proceeded to serve themselves in an orderly fashion, filling their plates with the sumptuous spread laid out before them. The meal was a feast for the senses, with traditional Finnish dishes like salmon soup, Karelian pasties, and mouth-watering roast meats. As they all sat down to eat, the room buzzed with conversation and laughter. Stories about school and conscription were told, jokes crude and innocent were shared, and heartfelt memories were recounted. It was a moment of heartfelt reunion, a celebration of Michael's return, and a testament to the strong bonds of family and friendship that held them all together in their small, tight-knit community. Gah, don't get me started on the KVKK. Michael groaned, rolling his eyes and waving his hand dismissively. That old, ugly piece of shit should have been replaced long ago. At least give us MG3s. A chorus of agreements echoed around the table from the males. Right? I mean, Germany is just right there. Jonas gestured aggressively where he assumed South was. I mean, we're in NATO now. Why can't we have any of the good stuff? The lively dinner atmosphere continued as plates were passed around and everyone dug into the hearty meal. Amidst the clinking of cutlery and laughter, the conversation naturally veered back to their shared experiences in the military. Armas, after taking a hearty bite of his Karelian pasty, leaned back and sighed. You know what I don't miss? Those damn bicycles. He said with a mouth full of food. Carrying those goddamn bicycles around was so fucking annoying. Just let me walk. At least you're not in America right now. Michael's father spoke up with a piece of Finnish rye bread with a salmon spread on top. The conversation paused for a moment as everyone at the table absorbed Yuka's comment. There was a collective understanding that the topic was shifting to something more serious. The recent events in America, particularly the combat footage that had been circulating on the news, had caught everyone's attention. Jonas, with a slightly more somber tone, turned to Michael. Did you see the combat footage from over there? With those? What were they, werewolves? Michael nodded, his expression turning contemplative as he poked at the last bit of his salmon soup. Yeah, I saw it, he said, scratching his head. It was brutal. Nothing like what we've trained for. Armas, who had been quietly sipping her glass of milk, chimed in, his voice tinged with concern. As cool as that air war was, with those flying lizards and all, it must have been hell for the pilots. Imagine staying awake for over 36 hours, locked in that cockpit, only to land, rearm, and go right back up. No rest, no mercy. The table fell silent as each person lost themselves in their thoughts. The idea of an entire world invading another seemed like something straight out of a movie or a video game, but here they were. Nevertheless, as they continued to talk about the strange monsters from another world, the group's contemplation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a phone ringing. Annie's eyes lit up as she glanced at the caller ID. It's Juho, she exclaimed, her tone shifting from concern to excitement. Juho, her and Michael's older brother, was serving in the professional Finnish army and was typically busy with his own exercises and duties. Michael looked up, a small smile forming on his face. Juho? Maybe he's calling to congratulate me, he mused, feeling a surge of pride at the thought of his brother acknowledging his completion of conscription. However, as Annie answered the phone, her expression quickly shifted from excitement to worry. Juho? What do you mean, turn on the TV, she asked, her voice tinged with confusion and concern. After a brief conversation, she hung up and walked over to the television. Juho said to switch to the news. Something's happening, she said, her voice laced with unease. The room grew quiet as everyone's attention turned to the television. Annie changed the channel to a news station, where an emergency NATO announcement was being broadcasted. The NATO Secretary-General, a former Swedish general named Gustav Lindberg, stood near the podium, addressing his colleagues in Brussels, Belgium, the headquarters of NATO. Cameras snapped incessantly and whispers all around the grand hall resounded as the camera focused on General Lindberg. His expression was grave, and the urgency in his voice was unmistakable. And then the room came to an intense quiet as Secretary-General Lindberg stepped towards the podium. The Secretary-General looked out at the audience with a steady and resolute gaze before he turned slightly to acknowledge the cameras that were live-streaming his address to millions worldwide. He cleared his throat, the sound echoing slightly in the hushed room. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of the North Atlantic Council and allies across the globe, he began, his voice calm but carrying a weight that filled the room. In every house, in every room, breaths were collectively held as the Secretary-General paused, adjusting and readying himself for his next few words. It was as if the world itself had stopped to listen. Michael, along with his family and friends, leaned in closer, their eyes fixated on the screen. I address you today in Brussels, the heart of our sacred alliance, under unprecedented circumstances. The audience, a mix of hardened journalists and seasoned diplomats, stiffened as they listened. As our meeting is being live-streamed to millions across the world. His eyes briefly glanced at a screen showing images of dragons in the skies and mythical creatures on the streets. Screens in homes and public spaces alike are filled with images that defy belief. Creatures of myth and legend soaring through the skies and walking through the streets. We find ourselves in a moment of history that we, in 1,000 years, could never have even fathomed. He paused, allowing the gravity of his words to sink in. The United States of America, a pillar of our alliance, has endured an unprovoked and barbaric attack that claimed the lives of thousands and displaced countless others. Michael's heart pounded in his chest as he listened, the words of the Secretary General painting a stark and harrowing picture. He could see the disbelief and worry etched on the faces of his family and friends. Even now, the death count rises as emergency services continue to identify the fallen. The Secretary General said with a cold, yet calm rage in his voice. This is not merely an act of war as we know it. This is an invasion of our reality by forces unknown and beyond our current understanding. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, Lindbergh continued, has always stood for the collective defense of our member states against any threat to their territorial integrity and security. And today, our great and esteemed ally has invoked Article 5 of the Washington Treaty. The room fell into a stunned silence as they all looked at each other. A loud yet hushed murmur then swept the grand hall as Lindbergh stood patiently for a moment before his powerful voice resounded once more. And we will answer that call, he said, grabbing at the edges of the podium. Secretary General Lindbergh's presence on the screen emanated a sense of calm determination, his words carefully chosen to convey both the gravity of the situation and the strength of NATO's resolve. At this very moment, he asserted, we are mobilizing NATO forces to extend our full support and aid to the United States in response to this threat. Our unity is our strength, and together we will work tirelessly to safeguard our people and uphold the principles we hold dear. He continued with a steady voice imbued with a sense of righteousness, this is an extraordinary situation that demands an extraordinary response. Our alliance, forged through the fires of war and tempered in the commitment to peace and security, is now faced with a challenge unlike any we have ever known. But I assure you, we are prepared to meet this challenge with unwavering resolve and an unshakable commitment. He looked directly into the camera, his eyes conveying a fierce determination. To the people of the United States of America, I say this, you are not alone. We stand united and unbreakable. To our citizens watching, to our allies, and to the world, let it be known, NATO stands together or not at all. His voice grew firmer. Turning a page on his stack of papers, Lindbergh wore a solemn yet determined expression. We are convening an emergency session to coordinate our response and mobilize our forces, he said, lifting the page and tapping it on the podium to straighten them. We will then provide support, share intelligence, and deploy the necessary resources to aid our American allies. The room was silent, each word resonating with profound significance. In accordance with the principles of the North Atlantic Treaty and in response to this situation, I officially invoke Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all. The Secretary General paused briefly, letting the gravity of his words sink in. This evening, I will be informing the Secretary General of the United Nations of our decision and the steps we are taking. We will work closely with our international partners to address this crisis in a unified and coordinated manner. Lindbergh then straightened up, his eyes scanning the room one last time. Thank you, he said simply, before turning and stepping away from the podium and walking away. Pulling out the device, his eyes quickly scanned the screen, lighting up with a flood of notifications. His commander's name flashed repeatedly, accompanied by a daunting tally, 20 missed calls and a solitary text message. The room's attention shifted to him, a mix of concern and curiosity etched on their faces. Before anyone could voice the myriad of questions hanging in the air, Michael broke the silence with a quiet, somber tone. They're calling me back, he said, his eyes not leaving the screen. I have orders to return to the barracks by tomorrow morning. It was the 6th of February, 2002X, 7 months after the Ohio incident, an event that would be etched in the annals of history as a turning point for humanity. Once oblivious to the existence of other realms, the world was violently awakened by the rift that opened in the lands of Cambridge, Ohio. From this Terran reality, dragons, once thought to be the mere fabric of legend, poured forth, bringing armies and a tide of monstrous creatures with them. The initial chaos was overwhelming. These creatures of myth and nightmare descended upon the earth, igniting suburbs and initiating a desperate struggle to prevent their advance. The United States Armed Forces, in an unprecedented display of tenacity and valor, managed to hold off these invaders, preventing them from reaching major cities and causing untold devastation. This valiant defense, however, was just the beginning of a much larger conflict. In response to this extraordinary threat, for the second time in history, Article 5 of the NATO Treaty was invoked, marking a historic and unprecedented response. This call to arms saw the largest military buildup of Allied forces since the days of World War II. It turned what was once the small, humble town of Cambridge, Ohio, into a monolithic and monstrous military base. The original landscape of this quiet country town was replaced with a sprawling expanse of tents, barracks, runways, and armaments. Soldiers, tanks, aircraft, and state-of-the-art military technology from across the globe convened here, all maneuvering in the countryside in preparation for what many knew, deep down, what was to come. As strategists and military leaders from NATO member states, alongside their counterparts from non-NATO nations, gathered to plan and coordinate, the word counteroffensive was on the tongue of every service member regardless of their rank. But beyond the visible bustle of the sprawling military bases, a different facet of this conflict unfolds in secrecy and precision. Special Operations Forces, comprising highly trained and elite units, operated on the fringes of known territories. Their missions, shrouded in the utmost confidentiality, were pivotal to the broader strategy of the Allied forces. And under cover of night, these clandestine forces convened en masse at a pre-designated staging area, preparing for deployment. Some were checking their equipment while helicopters with their rotors already spinning, waited patiently while casting tempestuous whirlwinds that whipped through the assembly area, stirring up dust and debris. Other operators busied themselves around a fleet of light-skinned, all-terrain vehicles of varying sizes bristling with mounted machine guns, automatic grenade launchers, and other heavy weaponry. God fucking damn piece of shit. Elijah cursed ineligible under his breath as he did his best to secure another large ammo box full of .50 caliber rounds to the roof of a ground mobility vehicle, GMV. The GMV was already heavily laden with equipment, so the task of securing additional gear was quite the challenge. Every inch of space was utilized, with jerry cans of fuel and water strapped tightly against the sides. It's like they're expecting us to engage an entire fucking army or something. Bennett groaned over the vibrating hum of the idling engine as he sat in the driver's seat. Elijah glanced over at the other 3 GMVs, their configurations slightly varying but equally imposing. 2 of them sported the latest 47 Malawian Quachas grenade launchers, their sleek, deadly forms rested menacingly on top of the turret. The third GMV, however, was something to behold. It was equipped with AM-134 minigun and its multiple barrels, promising a veritable wall of bullets. As he finished securing the ammo box, Elijah's attention was drawn to Coleman, who was engaged in a lively discussion with a group of SEALs. Their gestures and nods indicated a rather serious discussion about the upcoming operation, and every so often, they would point towards a heavily modified Chinook helicopter, belonging to the elite 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, SOAR. "What do you think they're talking about?" Elijah asked, resting his arms and head on top of the M2.50 caliber machine gun as it pointed harmlessly towards the sky. Bennett turned his head and squinted. "I dunno, probably something about sucking dicks or some shit." Nodding in agreement, Elijah rubbed his beard in contemplation. I see, he replied with a smirk. "That certainly makes sense since SEALs are seamen." Then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, Elijah cupped his hands around his mouth to amplify his voice. He took a deep breath and then shouted across the staging area, "Hey Mac, stop sucking so many dicks and you wouldn't need army guys to help you." His voice carried across the staging area, loud enough to turn a few heads. The SEALs and Coleman paused in their discussion, looking over in Elijah's direction. A mix of amusement and mock indignation played across their faces, as the SEAL Elijah was talking to simply held up a middle finger in retaliation and went back to his discussion. The members of the ODA team, who had been paying attention to the spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle at Elijah's random outburst. Even some of the SEALs jabbed Mac in the side and started poking fun. With his equipment snugly secured, Elijah ducked down from the turret with a smirk on his face at his handiwork and turned around to double-check his gear. As he rifled through his equipment, he turned his head towards his medpack and froze as his eyes landed on a sight that was both familiar and headache-inducing. There, lounging casually on top of his things, was a small fairy with one leg crossed over the other while nonchalantly munching on a cookie. "Oh no," Elijah sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. The fairy, Yanayanuyua, or Yana as she was often called, looked up at Elijah with a gleam in her eyes and hummed contentedly as her wings fluttered slightly. "Human food is just absolutely divine," she exclaimed with an enthusiastic chirp. "I don't know how you manage to make something so simple taste so good." Taken aback by her sudden appearance, Elijah finally dropped his hand and shook his head. "Yana, what are you doing here?" he asked, completely exasperated. Yana giggled, swinging her legs back and forth. "Oh, just popping in to see what my favorite mortal is doing," she said, taking another comically large bite. "Shouldn't you be doing?" Elijah waved his hand dismissively in the direction of the sprawling base, "whatever it is you do with your new servants, or whatever?" An irritated look spread across the fairy's face as she lifted an eyebrow and turned to her apostle. "Eh?" she grunted before finishing her cookie. "Why would I waste my time with them when all they do is train or study or whatever it is mortals do to not be useless?" Her gaze flitted across the bustling base, then settled back on him. "Plus, whatever you do is vastly more interesting." The man knew that Yana's presence was going to complicate things by an order of magnitude. Coupled with the fact that the little goddess was both loud and aloof, made her presence all but certain to end in disaster for their more quiet and clandestine operations. Elijah couldn't help but put his head in his hands and muttered, "God, Jesus, just fucking smite me already." Unfazed by his exasperation, Yana narrowed her eyes at her apostle. Hey. I'm your deity now, so you should be praying to me," she chided, bouncing her foot up and down as one leg rested on the other. "Besides, I know how to be quiet while you do your weird sneaky stuff." Coleman suddenly hopped into the vehicle, breaking the momentary silence. "All right, what's the word?" he asked, looking around quickly. "We good to go?" Before Elijah could reply, Bennett immediately blurted out from the passenger seat, "The damn fairy's here." Raising an eyebrow, Coleman turned his head to look at Yana, who just sat there nonchalantly. "Oh, fuckin'," Coleman said dryly, pushing his fingers into his eyes. "Just what we fuckin' need right now. A psychotic fairy." Hee. Yana waved cheerfully at Coleman, her playful demeanor showing no signs of waning. "Don't worry, you won't even notice me," she proclaimed, although the twinkle in her eye suggested she might have other plans. "You people still haven't told me what fuck means." Glancing at Elijah, Coleman could help but shake his head and let out a resigned sigh. "Okay. This is gonna be a long night," he muttered under his breath. Elijah, looking equally resigned, gave Yana a stern look. "Yana, seriously, you need to stay out of sight and, more importantly, stay quiet," he said, emphasizing each word. "I don't want to get killed just because you thought it'd be funny." Yana scoffed and threw up her hand dramatically as if she was agreeing to something unreasonable. "Ugh, fine. I'll be good," she said, crossing arms over her chest. As the clock struck midnight, the atmosphere at the staging area turned into a hive of activity. Coleman glanced at his watch, noting the exact time as the rotors of the helicopters, both from the elite 160th SOAR and regular Army units, began to lift off in groups. Their powerful blades cut through the night air, creating a symphony of mechanical roars that signified the start of the operation. Taking his seat in the passenger side of the GMV, Coleman adjusted the M240B machine gun mounted on the door so he could access it with ease. The weapon, a reliable mainstay of the U.S. military, was a comforting presence, and with a practiced hand, he checked the feed tray and slapped the side of the gun affectionately. "All right, let's get this show on the road," Coleman said, pushing down on his push-to-talk with his other hand. Meanwhile, Elijah finished up his conversation with the impish Yana and clambered back up into the turret. The night air was cool against his skin as he settled into his position while his hands found their familiar places on the .50 cal Browning M2 machine gun. With a mighty tug, he pulled back the charging handle twice and chambered around with a satisfying clunk. As the GMV roared to life, they joined an entire convoy of similarly equipped vehicles, and the ODA team felt a mix of adrenaline and anticipation as they headed into the unknown. The territory beyond the rift was a land where the rules of engagement were that of the Wild West. But one thing was certain, it was going to be one hell of a ride. A smirk flitted across Elijah's face as he tilted down his night optical devices, nods, and surveyed the area. The night vision equipment bathed the surroundings in a ghostly white hue and orange thermal silhouettes, revealing details that were invisible to the naked eye. He watched as the convoy began to split, each element branching off towards their respective objectives. The Operational Detachment Alpha (ODA) team he was a part of was tasked with a critical reconnaissance mission. Their objective was to infiltrate deep into enemy-held territory, gather intelligence on enemy dispositions, and assess the feasibility of potential infiltration routes for the upcoming counter-offensive. While the ODA team ventured towards their designated area of operation, AO, the charged atmosphere of anticipation and excitement was palpable among each member. And this was only amplified by the sudden thunderous roars that filled that night sky as AC-130J Ghost Riders pierced through the rift. The notorious aircraft, renowned for their devastating firepower and endurance, flew low as they entered the new realm, escorted by several flights of F-35s and F-15s that were completely loaded with anti-aircraft missiles. Once the formation was sure they were through to the other side, the team watched as the fighter escorts pulled up hard and burned, climbing high into the sky. Their aim was to establish air superiority quickly and violently to ensure the safety of the Ghost Riders, so in turn, the large formidable aircrafts could ensure the safety of the troops on the ground. "They're about to kill every goddamn thing," Elijah said in admiration with a smile on his face as he looked up at the angels of death ascending into the heavens. "God, I'm fucking jealous." Coleman looked over his shoulder at his medic and raised an eyebrow. "Something's wrong with you, you know that?" Elijah simply replied back with a grin. "Hey man, it's not my fault. I appreciate the art of rapid human decommissioning," he replied, his tone light but with an undercurrent of sincerity. In their line of work, an appreciation for the grim reality of conflict was a given, and Elijah's respect for the air support's capabilities was both professional and practical. At that moment, Yana, perched casually on the edge of Elijah's equipment pack, let out a melodic chuckle as she reached out and patted his head. "Good boy, Eli, very good boy," she cooed in a loving voice, her small hand gently patting his head. "You will make a very good apostle." Bennett's voice cut through the chatter from the driver's seat, his tone a mix of humor and incredulity. "Having a literal immortal deity talking about how happy she is that her human's a murder hobo is some crazy cult shit." "Shut the fuck up, Ben." Elijah shot back as he scanned their surroundings. "Nobody asked you." Yana was in the turret with Elijah when her wings fluttered with amusement before dropping down, so she was upside down staring at Bennett. "Yeah." "Shut up, Ben," she exclaimed, pointing at the man in a gesture of mock indignation. But then she turned back to Elijah with a genuinely curious expression on her face. "Wait, what does fuck mean?" she asked innocently. Caught off guard by the question, Elijah rotated the turret towards the tree line, focused on a few orange silhouettes of animals darting away from the sound of their vehicles. "God, it'd be really damn nice if none of those weasel bear monster things don't run up on us," he said, completely avoiding her question. Coleman, hearing the mention of the local fauna, chimed in. "Those things are nightmares on legs. Remember the one that snuck up on that Canadian patrol?" As Yana playfully hung upside down in the turret, her wings flapped slightly, casting shifting shadows in the dim light of the vehicle's interior. Her inquisitive eyes were still fixed on Elijah, awaiting an explanation, but Elijah's attention had shifted entirely. "Yeah, that was a mess," Elijah replied, his voice tinged with seriousness as he kept scanning the treeline. "Briefings and warnings can only go so far. Sometimes you just gotta learn the hard way." Bennett, navigating the rugged terrain, focused intently on the path ahead. "What kind of psychotic environment does this have to be for a goddamn grizzly and a wolverine to exist?" "Seriously though, it sounds like something out of a shitty video game," he commented, as they went over a rough patch of terrain. Narrowing her eyes at Elijah, Yana decided to take a more direct approach and flitted over to the man and landed squarely on top of the feed tray of the mounted heavy machine gun. Putting her hands firmly planted on her hips, the fairy's wings fluttered with irritation. "Eli! You're ignoring me again," she accused, her voice rising above the hum of the vehicle and the distant thud of helicopter rotors. "I asked you a question, and I demand an answer." Elijah murmured in discontentment as he looked away from the small, indignant goddess standing boldly in front of him. "Yana, we're kinda busy here, you know," Elijah tried to explain in an avoidant tone. However, Yana seemed unswayed as her gaze narrowed further. "I'm your goddess, you know," she stated matter-of-factly. "You should multitask for me, you know." An exhausted sigh left Elijah's mouth as he faced the persistent deity in front of him. He rubbed his forehead, just knowing the unending disaster that would unfold if this diminutive menace ever found out what the word meant. "All right, Yana," Elijah said with a mixture of resignation and cunning in his voice. "How about this? I'll give you another one of those cookies you like so much if you, let's say, gracefully shut the fuck up for the rest of the ride. Deal?" The offer seemed to catch Yana off guard. Her eyes lit up at the mention of cookies, a known weakness of hers. For a moment, she appeared to weigh her options, the desire for the sweet treat battling her inclination to be heard. After a brief pause, she nodded enthusiastically, her wings fluttering with excitement. "Deal. But it better be a good cookie, Eli. I have high standards now." Jesus Christ, Coleman shook his head in disbelief. The surrealness of the situation was not lost on him. "I shoulda just got a regular-ass job like a normal person," he muttered under his breath, as he adjusted the M240B that was mounted to his door and scanned his sector. A strange silence then fell over the vehicle as it crossed the threshold of the rift. The world on the other side was a stark contrast to the one they had just left. The familiar scenery of Ohio was replaced by a landscape that was both alien and beautiful. Towering trees with otherworldly purple leaves, bizarre rock formations that hummed with mystical energy, and a sky that shimmered with unfamiliar constellations. The transition from their world to this alien realm was not just a physical shift, but also a temporal one. As the ODA team ventured deeper into this new world, they noticed the abrupt change in the skyline. Despite leaving at midnight, they were greeted with a soft orange glow along the horizon, signaling the sun had just set, and night was swiftly taking over. Bennett peered into the fading light, his night optical devices amplifying the dimming twilight and taking in the strange, ethereal light that danced in the stars. "The sun's just set here," he murmured, his voice low. "We're gonna be some nasty-ass jet lag." But those thoughts were soon dispelled as their small convoy continued on their path. Their very first waypoint was approaching fast, and the first phase of the plan was going to soon come to fruition. They were to hunker down in a pre-designated area and wait for the swarm of Rangers and their air support to execute their part of the operation. The plan was straightforward. While the Rangers and their accompanying air assets, including the AC-130s and F-35s, engaged key enemy positions, the ODA team would use the ensuing chaos as a cover to slip behind enemy lines undetected. It was a sledgehammer-like strategy, but the Rangers were known to be the military's sharpest blunt object. As the convoy came to a stop at their waypoint, the team checked and rechecked their gear, ensuring a rapid transition from travel to combat readiness should the worst come to pass. They had trained nearly every day for this operation and they were going to leave absolutely nothing to chance. No reason to rush to your death. But as they finished their checks, the distant dull thuds of heavy ordnance finally reached them. Looking off into the distance at the intermittent orange glows, the team knew it was just about time for them to get a move on and be the dagger that would be at this army's back. In the southernmost bastion of the Seraphic Empire's territories, perched atop the ancient fortress walls, stood Rivka, a scout of the STYMPH species. Unlike his human counterparts, Rivka was adorned with a plumage of teal and white feathers instead of hair, a distinctive trait of his kind. Descended from a union of humans or elves and harpies, the STYMPHs were lean, petite, and agile. Rivka moved with a grace that belied his keen alertness as his sharp eyes constantly scanned the horizon. Like many of his people, Rivka was a mage skilled in the arcane and reconnaissance arts. In his hand, he held his trusted blade staff. Even though the focusing stone on his blade staff was modest, his weapon was standard equipment for any war mage or freelancer. The weapon was a testament to practicality and necessity, lessons hard learned over the eons that eventually, a mage would run out of mana. In such a scenario, you couldn't always count on your mates to save you, and without the means to defend themselves, you were as good as dead. The blade staff addressed this vulnerability with its dual function as a magical focus and melee weapon. Rivka's hand ran along his weapon, gliding over the worn but sturdy shaft. It led up to a sharp and functional blade yet lacked the ornate craftsmanship seen in the weapons of more affluent mages. The most critical component of the staff is the focusing stone embedded near the blade. It was a simple, inexpensive crystal, but it did its job well enough, and it channeled Rivka's magical energies into spells reliably. It was far from the powerful artifacts wielded by high-ranking mages of the Empire, but Rivka was happy with what he had now. At least until he was able to get an upgrade. The STYMPH had aspirations, though. His service in the Empire's Auxiliary Corps was not just a duty but a stepping stone. He dreamed of accumulating enough wealth to purchase a blade staff befitting a mage of his skill. A more potent focusing stone, perhaps even one imbued with specific elements he already specialized in, would significantly enhance his magical prowess. With such a weapon in hand, he envisioned himself taking up the life of a freelancer, offering his services to the highest bidder, free from the rigid structure of the Empire's military. As he stood to watch over the fortress walls, his daydreams occupied his mind while the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, covering everything in an ethereal darkness. Rivka squinted his eyes, focusing on a distant point on the horizon, exploiting his species' exceptional vision, and once again scanned the horizon. Seeing far beyond ordinary beings' capabilities was a STYMPH's hallmark. Since he was being paid rather handsomely to man the fortress in this god-awful backwater, he may as well do his job. I don't see why anyone would be stupid enough to attack us, another auxiliary, a shorter-eared sun elf, spoke up with a yawn. There was a flicker, a hint of movement so far off that it seemed like a mere speck against the vastness of the landscape. Maintaining his vigil, Rivka turned slightly towards the sun elf, now sitting lazily against the wall. The reports we've received paint a terrifying picture of these otherworlders, Rivka replied, his tone serious and tinged with caution. Underestimating them would be more than foolish, and I don't plan to come to an untimely end. The sun elf, whom Rivka knew as Talarian, waved a hand dismissively and wore an expression of boredom mixed with disdain. Those reports are nothing but inflated tales, Rivka. It's naive to believe such nonsense, Talarian scoffed, his voice laced with contempt. How can anyone give credence to the ludicrous stories those puffed-up noblemen and draconics spout? Even they don't believe the rubbish they peddle, but duty compels them to regurgitate such garbage. Rivka frowned as his feathers ruffled slightly in irritation. Talarian's skepticism was not uncommon among their ranks, but the STYMPH knew better than to dismiss the potential threat so lightly. Whether you believe it or not, Talarian, the Empire wouldn't station us here, at the edge of nowhere, if there weren't a genuine threat. God's damn superstitious STYMPHs, Talarian snorted, rolling his eyes. Sure, Rivka. Keep your eyes peeled for those mythical dragons and monsters. I'll just be here, enjoying a well-deserved rest. After all, who in their right mind would dare attack an Empire fortress? And even if they did, we'd catch wind of 'em comin' this way before they were a day's travel away. Heaving a sigh, Rivka turned his gaze back to the horizon to resume his vigil watch. He knew arguing with Talarian was pointless. The Sun Elf's laziness and skepticism were as steadfast as the fortress walls. Rivka was well aware of the stereotype Stympphs had for being gullible and naive. However, he couldn't shake off the unease in his chest. The reports might have been exaggerated, but he couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something significant was amiss. His instincts, honed by years of scouting and hunting, warned him of impending and dreadful danger, and no matter what he did, he simply couldn't shake it. As time passed, Rivka maintained his watchful gaze over the lightly forested plains and the seemingly clear horizon while he stood atop the fortress walls. The night was quiet, the only sounds were the calls of nocturnal creatures and the occasional murmur of soldiers on their rounds. But despite his vigilance, fatigue began to creep in as Rivka's eyelids became heavier and heavier. Rubbing his eyes to refocus, Rivka took a deep breath, stretching his wings subtly to ease the tension in his back, but Talarian's voice suddenly cut through. "You're being ridiculous, Rivka. Do you think anyone would be mad enough to attack us?" he said with a voice laced with arrogance and a hint of mockery. "We may be in some backwater outpost, but we're still a key stronghold of the Empire." He leaned back against the wall, his posture relaxed to the point of being negligent. With a snide chuckle, he continued, "Just half a day's travel east and west of here are encampments filled with our finest soldiers." Talarian waved his hand dismissively. "Not to mention the wyverns and the smaller dragons patrolling the skies. We are an impenetrable bulwark." Talarian's gaze swept dismissively over the horizon. "Honestly, I think you Stympphs take your duties a bit too seriously. But then again, what would one expect from a harpy spawn?" Rivka's feathers bristled at Talarian's last comment, a mixture of anger and frustration boiling within him. He opened his mouth, ready to retort, but the thunderous roar of a dragon overhead suddenly drowned out his words. Stymph and the Sun Elf instinctively looked up to witness the massive creature beat its wings and rapidly accelerate southwards. "What's got that stupid bundle of scales so riled up?" Talarian grumbled, standing up from his slouched position against the wall. Dismissing his compatriot's disrespectful comments, Rivka refocused his exceptional vision on the horizon. As he scanned the skies, his sharp eyes caught sight of something unusual. There, almost invisible against the night sky, were several tiny dots moving swiftly like a flock of birds. "Talarian, look." Rivka pointed towards the distant specks, his voice tense with urgency. Narrowing his eyes, Talarian looked in the direction Rivka was pointing, but his vision paled compared to that of a Stymph. "I can't see a damn thing, Rivka." "You're probably just seeing shadows or something," he said, giving the Stymph the side eye. Disbelief spread across Rivka's face as he stared back. He gestured wildly in the direction of the sky, his movements animated and his feathers fluttering in agitation. "How can you be so blind? The dragons, the wyverns, they are all reacting. They see it, they sense it." Rivka exclaimed, his voice rising in both frustration and alarm. His hands moved expressively, almost as if he were trying to paint the situation's urgency in the air itself. "Even those great beasts of the Empire are acknowledging something out there," he continued, his gestures becoming more frantic. "How can you just dismiss this as nothing? This is objective reality staring us right in the face." Talarian watched Rivka's meltdown with a mix of concern and skepticism. The Stymph's distress was palpable, and though Talarian himself couldn't see what Rivka was seeing, the unusual behavior of the dragons and wyverns did lend some credence to his claims. Turning to observe the other spires, where lookouts were, Talarian noted the casual glances they gave. The dragons and wyverns, before their attention quickly returned to their mundane tasks. "If things are so dire, why does no one else care?" he questioned, his tone laced with doubt. However, the Sun Elf shook his head with an expression of resignation. "Fine, we'll go to the commanders, but it's your head," Talarian warned, indicating he was still far from convinced. Rivka, in turn, hung his head upwards and exasperatedly dragged a hand across his face. The level of complacency and lack of urgency among his fellow soldiers baffled him. "These morons," he muttered as a self-deprecating laugh crept out of his mouth. "I guess that's better than doing nothing and dying horribly." A sudden, startling change caught his attention as he returned to the horizon. Bright orange flashes enveloped the dragons and wyverns simultaneously, lighting the night sky. The sight was breathtaking and ominous, and for a moment, Rivka stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock and realization. The dragons and wyverns, previously just distant silhouettes against the night, were now engulfed in flames, their majestic forms twisting and writhing. The dragons screeched in pain and somehow maintained their flight, but the wyverns were torn asunder and plummeted towards the ground. The sight was apocalyptic, a spectacle of destruction that silenced even the ever-skeptical Talarian. In the stillness of the moment, the gravity of the situation finally seemed to dawn on the Sun Elf. Talarian's eyes were fixed on the falling creatures, his earlier arrogance replaced by a growing sense of dread. And just as he opened his mouth to yell, the delayed deafening and concussive blasts finally hit his body. Turning towards the STYMPH, Talarian noticed the feathered man was already racing down their spire with a speed he thought impossible for someone so thin. Rivka's swift movement was a blur of teal and white as he darted down the spire. His every step was driven by urgency, his mind racing and his heart pounding as the other spires finally stirred from their stupor. The flames that had engulfed the dragons and wyverns in the sky were a dire omen, signaling a threat far greater than any of them had anticipated. When the STYMPH arrived at the few commanders that were on their way into the citadel, he pointed at the sky while sucking in hair. "The..." he stammered, completely out of breath. "The sky. The dragons. The wyverns." Rivka gasped, struggling to articulate the chaos they had witnessed. "They're under attack. We're under attack." Taken aback by the sudden intrusion, the commanders quickly turned their attention to the STYMPH and the Sun Elf tumbling down the stairs after tripping. The disarray was palpable among the officers as they processed Rivka and Talarian's report. Despite the clear signs of danger, their response was mired in hesitation while they exchanged bewildered looks. "You're sure it's an attack?" one of the commanders asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. "It could just be a training exercise gone wrong, or perhaps..." Rivka, still panting from his sprint, interjected with a mix of frustration and urgency. "No. It's an attack. The dragons, the wyverns, they exploded." He gestured his arms to make an explosion motion. "We have to act now." Despite the sentry's insistence, the commanders seemed reluctant to initiate a response. They huddled together, discussing the situation in hushed tones marked by a noticeable unease. "Why isn't anyone else reacting to this?" one of the officers murmured, his eyes darting towards the other spires where they seemed more alert than normal, but weren't making moves. Another commander, his brow furrowed in thought, replied, "We need a consensus from higher command. We can't just rally the troops based on a single report, no matter how alarming it might be." The conversation continued in this vein, with the officers debating the credibility of the report and the appropriate course of action. Rivka, standing a little off to the side, felt a growing sense of frustration and helplessness as his hands pressed against his head. The sounds of distant explosions echoed through the night, each one seemingly causing a blood vessel to burst in the poor STYMPH. "We should request an audience with the Seraphic commander," suggested one officer finally. "They'll have a better grasp of the overall situation and can guide us on what to do." The others nodded in agreement, though the decision brought little comfort to Rivka. The STYMPH scout felt as though he was watching precious seconds turn to minutes, and the possibility of reacting to this threat slipping away and potentially costing lives, the safety of the fortress. "Madness," Rivka muttered, turning his head around the place. You're all mad. The STYMPH's distress was palpable as he watched the commanders dither, their indecision a stark contrast to the urgency of the situation. The distant rumble of explosions was a relentless reminder that something unprecedented and terrifying was unfolding, yet the officers seemed paralyzed, unable to move beyond their rigid protocols. As he turned back to look at the horizon, the night erupted in chaos. Distant spires, which had been quiet and seemingly secure moments before, suddenly exploded into flames, sending debris and sentries flying through the air. The shockwaves of the blasts were felt even from where Rivka and Talarian stood, and the night sky was illuminated with fiery destruction. Before anyone could fully process the devastation, the air was filled with the droning thumps of an unknown force. His eyes widened in disbelief as a massive horde of strange, black flying creatures flooded the area. These weren't the dragons or wyverns he was familiar with. These were wingless monsters that spewed fire and death from its sides to rain down upon the fortress with unrelenting fury. Horrible buzzing noises and staccato of repeated small explosions resounded everywhere he looked as the smaller, more agile creatures darted around the larger beasts, pounding the fortress walls and towers with their strange weapons. The larger flying creatures, meanwhile, hovered over designated spots, dropping ropes from their sides. Rivka watched, his heart pounding in his chest, as humanoid beings dressed in strange irregular foliage-colored clothing slid down the ropes, descending upon the fortress like a swarm of vengeful spirits. The onslaught was relentless and brutal. The strange beings descended upon the walls, the buildings littering the fortress, and even the citadel's various rooftops and balconies with a terrifying efficiency. They moved with a mechanical and deadly precision that Rivka had never witnessed before. It was as if they were not of this world, their tactics and weaponry far beyond anything the Empire had ever encountered. Talarian, finally catching up to Rivka, gasped for breath. "What in the world is going on?" he managed to utter, his voice a mix of awe and fear. But before Rivka could even attempt to formulate a response, the air was suddenly filled with a series of horrible hissing and snapping noises. It was a sound unlike anything he had ever heard, a malevolent chorus that chilled him to the bone. Recognizing the sounds of small projectiles moving extremely fast, Rivka grabbed Talarian and pulled him to the ground. "Down, now," he screeched, as he pulled his scout partner face first into the dirt. That act alone had saved their lives, for as they hit the ground, Rivka's sharp eyes watched as the group of officers who had been debating their response to the crisis, suddenly gasped and yelped in pain. He watched in horror as they clutched their bodies, stumbling back into the citadel proper, their uniforms stained with sudden blooms of red. Never in his life had he been thankful for enduring the horrors of those gods-forsaken goblins during the Empire's previous pacification endeavors, because he knew exactly what to do next. Run. Rivka's instinct screamed at him to move, to escape the deadly storm of whatever in the infinite hells was raining down around them. With a firm grip on Talarian's arm, he hauled the Sun Elf to his feet and sprinted with all the speed and agility his STYMPH heritage granted him. Their movements were frantic and desperate as they evaded the hissing and snapping that seemed to follow them like a malevolent shadow. All around them, the scene was one of utter chaos and despair. His fellow soldiers, brothers in arms, were caught unprepared, their attempts at defense crumbling under the relentless assault of the green-clad invaders. Many collapsed after their bodies were racked with the impact of the strange and lethal projectiles, and the two balked at their cries of pain and pleas for help. With a mix of fear and adrenaline fueling his rapid flight, Rivka's heart pounded in his chest. And as he dared a glance over his shoulder, his sight was greeted with more explosions that rocked the citadel. This was followed by green figures pouring into the fortress, while their strange weapons spat fire and death with every step they took as they breached and entered the citadel on multiple floors. "See. Those goddamned reports weren't exaggerated." Rivka yelled at Talarian with a bitter mixture of panic and vindication. "I knew something horrible was going to happen." Talarian, however, was screaming like a banshee the entire time as he did his best to keep up with Rivka, stumbling around as the two navigated through the crumbling fortress. The echoes of gunfire and explosions pierced the night air as the two scrambled away, dodging debris and navigating through the destruction and toward a specific part of the walls. There, Rivkas knew that part of the fortress had a narrow hole they could fit through due to the shoddy construction of the kobold slaves that manned that area. Without hesitation, Rivka led Talarian through the gap, his keen eyes scanning for any immediate threats as they made their escape, fueled by a primal urge to survive. Once outside the fortress, they found themselves on the edge of a dense treeline, and without looking back, the men ran for their lives. Elijah gazed at the soft hues of dawn that painted the morning sky. It was a serene backdrop to the stark reality on the ground as 4 GMVs, bristling with weaponry and equipment, made their way across the hilly plains. Each bump and dip was a reminder of the rugged and untamed landscape they found themselves in, where everything they passed was as novel as the next. The night before had been a strategic dance of observation and patience. Hidden away in their makeshift camp, they had deployed drones to keep a vigilant eye on the enemy army encampment. The small, buzzing machines, almost invisible in the night sky, relayed valuable information about enemy movements and reactions. As the reports came in, the ODA team listened intently as sadistic smiles played on their lips. The enemy was caught off guard by the 75th Ranger Regiment's sudden and brutal raids on their fortresses and found themselves thrown into disarray. Their commanders quickly found themselves face to face with a dilemma in which they had to decide which fortress stood and which one fell. However, contrary to what NATO's unified command had predicted, the armies of the Empire instead chose to make the worst possible decision after allowing precious hours to tick by, muddled by indecision. Instead of sacrificing 1 or 2 fortresses, the commanders of the Empire finally resolved their indecisiveness and opted to split their forces in an attempt to support all 4 beleaguered locations. As the GMVs trundled across the landscape, the members of the ODA team couldn't help but let out bursts of laughter after hearing the AC-130 gunners over the tactical network. The bastards were cackling each time they unleashed hell upon the legions of men, beasts, and equipment marching towards the besieged fortresses. "You think the Rangers killed everything?" Elijah asked with a shit-eating grin on his face. Coleman peered out into the distance and eyed the rising plumes of smoke that painted against the morning sky. "Probably, but I think those AC-130s pretty much cleared the board," Coleman replied, turning his head to relax again. With the patrols sufficiently preoccupied or outright destroyed, the Special Forces team could finally fulfill the objectives succinctly outlined in their operational charter: no-holds-barred unconventional warfare. In other words, the ODA team was about to engage in the kind of operations that fell into a gray area. Instead of being a blunt object and subsequently thrown at an objective to destroy it, their mission was a lot less defined by military doctrine. For now, they were more or less tasked to map enemy territory. But, if the opportunity ever presented itself, they would be cut loose and do what the Army Special Forces were initially designed to do and be an absolute menace in the enemy's rear. Gather intelligence, disrupt enemy supply lines, subvert the civilian population to turn them against the local regime, and destabilize command structures through any means necessary. As the team's GMVs maneuvered through the soft rolling hills, they came across a dirt road that told a brutal story. The scene was a macabre tableau of destruction and death as bodies of various beings, humanoids in armor, colossal beasts of burden-carrying carts imbued with magic, and war-bred monsters, were strewn across the road, dead or dying. "God damn," Bennett cringed as he did his best to avoid the bodies and body parts littering the area. You'd think they'd have learned not to bunch up like sitting ducks when they first invaded. Perched in the turret, Elijah surveyed the scene with a mix of professional detachment. "Yeah, fucking sucks to be caught out in the open like that," he said, his voice carrying a flat and uncaring tone as he adjusted the turret. The man kept the heavy machine gun trained on a giant beast still moving while he scanned the area to ensure there wouldn't be any nasty surprises. As the team found a gap in the enemy lines and slipped through, they entered deep behind enemy territory. This was where their true work began. But when it was their turn to cross the road finally, the GMV jolted as they ran over something, or someone. The sickening crunch and the violent bump prompted Elijah's pocket to stir. "Whoa. Yana's diminutive form emerged from Elijah's pocket as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. But as she turned around, she nearly gasped at the sight of the destruction. "Oh! Excellent! Truly excellent," she exclaimed, her voice a mix of glee and awe. "Did you do this?" she asked, her gaze fixed on Elijah with an expectant look. Elijah, surveying the scene with a practiced eye, shook his head. "No, I didn't. But, things belonging to my government did," he explained simply. Yana's excitement seemed to double at this revelation. "Excellent. I knew my investment would bear fruit," she flourished as she climbed out and buzzed around. In a swift, graceful motion, Yana extended her arms as her wings started beating rapidly while she elevated high into the sky. With her tiny form becoming a focal point, the fairy began to chant in a strange and ethereal language that sounded almost musical and otherworldly to all but Elijah, who furrowed his brows at the familiar yet alien cadence. Her voice was beautiful and haunting as it carried across the field of death. "Oh, spirits of the fallen, you who linger in the shadow of betrayal," she sang, her voice echoing mystically. "Your false gods have forsaken you, leaving you to fester and rot in this mortal coil. Come to me, find solace in my embrace, for I offer you a place in my realm." A strange ethereal energy rose from the bodies scattered across the battlefield. It swirled around Yana, forming a vortex of shimmering light and shadow. The air around them seemed to shimmer as Yana's chant continued, her words weaving a spell of enticement and empathy. Slowly, a few barely visible wisps of light answered her call, drifted toward the fairy's diminutive form, and swirled around her, forming a contradictory vortex of shimmering light and shadow. Even a few dying people were drawn in by her enchanting song and drifted over after releasing their final breaths. Their spirits joined the swirling dance of energy around the fairy. As Yana's chant continued, her voice became a beacon for the restless souls strewn across the battlefield. "It matters not what form you held in life, be you weak or powerful, beggar or king," she proclaimed, her voice resonating with an otherworldly power. "All are equal before the eyes of High Judge Yunayunuyua. Shed your mortal bonds, discard your corrupted idols, and ascend to a realm where your essence will find true equality and peace." Her words seemed to resonate with a deeper truth, echoing through the very essence of the deceased. More souls, drawn to the promise of liberation and equality, began to release themselves from their mortal shells. The energy around Yana grew denser and more vibrant, a stunning display of light and spectral beauty as more spirits joined her call. The air around them seemed to shimmer as Yana's chant continued, her words weaving a spell of enticement and empathy. Slowly, a strange ethereal energy slowly rose from the bodies scattered across the battlefield. It swirled around Yana, forming a vortex of shimmering light and shadow. The entire convoy had come to a complete stop as they gawked at the spectacle before them. The soldiers in the convoy exchanged bewildered looks, their expressions a mix of confusion and awe. "Does anyone else have a visual on this?" Their local squad network crackled to life. "What the fuck is happening? Should we bug out?" No one could understand the words Yana was saying, but they sure as hell could see the vortex floating just above them. Coleman grabbed his push to talk while he continued to stare at the mesmerizing scene. Hold one." The team leader said hesitantly, his eyes still fixed on the spectacle. It's our guest," he explained with a mix of confusion and reluctance in his voice. "Seems like she's doing something with the dead." The network remained silent for a moment, the other units processing the information. "Roger that," came the eventual response, tinged with disbelief. Elijah, meanwhile, experienced a sensation that was both alien and intimate. As the energy swirled around Yana, he felt a faint echo of it being drawn into him. It was a subtle, almost imperceptible feeling, but unmistakably real. There was a tether, a connection between him and his patron, through which some essence of the absorbed souls seemed to flow into him. He cringed at the unnerving sensation. The mystical energy was foreign to his nature, and its passage through the tether created a discomfort that was hard to ignore. Yet, as much as he wanted to recoil from it, a part of him understood this connection was an integral aspect of his bond with Yana. The rest of the convoy, oblivious to Elijah's internal struggle, remained fixated on the display. They muttered among themselves, trying to understand what they were witnessing. "What the hell is she doing?" one of them whispered, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and fascination. As the ritual reached its zenith, Yana gently descended back to the ground, her wings fluttering softly, leaving the battlefield eerily silent. The ODA team, on the other hand, had remained still for a few moments, processing the otherworldly event. Delicious. Yana licked her lips as she took a seat on Elijah's shoulders. The usurpers are as wasteful as ever, it seems. A mix of skepticism and curiosity clouded Elijah's eyes as he watched Yana. He glanced down at his hand, the same spot where she had branded him, while the strange sensation lingered. "Did you eat their souls, like that one scientist guy back home?" Elijah asked, his tone cautious yet inquisitive. The notion of consuming souls was unsettling, but he needed to understand what had just transpired. Yana scoffed at the question, her expression one of mild amusement mixed with a touch of annoyance. "No, I did not eat their souls," she replied, putting her hands on her hips. "What do you take me for? An idiot?" she said, waving her hand dismissively. "All I did was just offer some guidance. These souls were merely ushered back into the cycle, to be reborn or to do whatever it is they wish to do next." One leg crossed the other as her wings fluttered gently. "I merely took a slice of the power they had accumulated over their lifetimes as a form of payment for guiding them. It's a fair exchange, in my opinion." Looking at Elijah more annoyedly, the fairy continued, "The fool back in your world, on the other hand, I destroyed his soul, because he willingly gave me permission to." She harumphed and looked away. Elijah scratched his beard, considering Yana's explanation. The concept of the soul was far beyond his understanding, but he wanted to try and grasp the basics. "So, can all gods or whatever do that?" he asked, his tone indicating a mix of curiosity and concern. "Guide or destroy souls, I mean." The violet glow made it difficult to see, but the goddess clearly rolled her eyes in a clear sign of exasperation. "No, not all gods can do that," she replied, her voice carrying a hint of annoyance. "True gods like myself, that lazy, dusty old ball of light and a few others who don't even bother with mortals, can do stuff with souls. But most of these mortal pretenders?" She gestured around towards the field. "They lack the power or the inclination to do anything but hoard and slowly nibble away at a fraction of the power." Having overheard the conversation, both Coleman and Bennett couldn't help but give the little goddess a complicated look. The concept of supernatural beings talking about souls as tangible objects was a lot to process. With a shake of his head, Coleman dismissed the bizarre supernatural experience and grabbed his push to talk. "All right, we're good. Let's keep it moving," he ordered. Turning back to face the road, Bennett let out a nervous sigh and threw the vehicle back into drive. He followed the vehicle in front of him as they made their way through the somber aftermath of the battle. The convoy decided to put this little fiasco in the back of their mind as they resumed their mission, winding through the death and debris left in the wake of the AC-130's intense bombardment. And as they drove, Coleman couldn't help but look over his shoulder at the carnage they had just passed. The scene was a stark reminder of modern warfare's power and efficiency in contrast to their enemies' full-blown fantasy elements. It was clear they hadn't even considered the possibility of not dominating the air, considering how clustered they were. Coleman thought they couldn't even fully grasp the concept of long-range ordnance and waited for what they must have assumed was a strange dragon to get close enough to return fire with magic. But, he glanced up towards Yana, who was perched nonchalantly on Elijah's shoulders. He felt something foreboding about the presence of the little goddess. She was both whimsical and terrifying in equal measure, and there was an unknown yet powerful aura about her that was fascinating and unsettling. Coleman knew in his gut that Yana's presence signified something profound, but whether that would lead to fortune or misfortune was yet to be determined. To keep himself steady, Coleman held on to the frame of the GMV as they rolled over a berm and drove back into open territory. It was so beautiful and serene that it made one almost forget why they were there and what circumstance they were in. If he could compare it to anything, it would have been a wonderful blend of the northern plains of China with strange and wondrous mountains flanking them on one side, coupled with the warm, temperate climate of the Mediterranean. Nevertheless, this beautiful and strange new world couldn't stop Coleman's mind from churning. The words the fairy used weren't lost on him, and they painted a picture of a conflict that far exceeded the imaginations of even the highest echelons of command. The terms usurpers and mortal pretenders hinted at a deeper, more ancient struggle that they may have stumbled into, and it raised critical questions about their role in this world. Were they being put into a position where they were going to have to pick a side? Or perhaps that their mere association with Yana had already dictated their side. Coleman shook his head as the convoy moved towards the horizon and refocused on the mission. These were questions for his superiors. He was just another cog in the machine, and it was about time he started acting like it. They had supply lines to disrupt, outposts to harass, and chaos to sow. Tolarian, a voice called out in the periphery of Tolarian's consciousness. But no matter what he did or where he looked, he couldn't find the voice as the monstrous black, wingless birds descended upon them again. They were not creatures of flesh and blood but of twisted iron, a horror unlike anything he had ever seen or imagined. The deafening thumps and the overwhelming downwash these monstrosities produced filled his senses. He could almost feel the hot gusts of wind on his skin, the vibrations shaking his very soul. But even more terrifying was the horrendous buzzing noise, a sound that heralded death and destruction. He couldn't help but clutch his ears when he saw fire erupting from the sides of these strange birds, taking souls like the reaper of death. Each burst of flame was accompanied by a harrowing sound, a cacophony that mowed down his comrades with ruthless efficiency. Men and women, warriors and mages of the Empire, were cut down like wheat before the scythe. Some were riddled with holes, turning into a morbid pile of flesh, while others were literally cleaved in half, their bodies falling apart in a gruesome display of brutality. Tolarian had tried to run, he tried to escape the relentless assault of these wingless birds, but his legs wouldn't move. He was rooted to the spot, forced to witness the carnage unfolding around him. The screams of his fallen comrades echoed in his ears, a haunting chorus that seemed to condemn him for his earlier skepticism and inaction. "Tolarian, wake up!" The voice called again, more urgently this time. It was a familiar voice, one that he recognized even in his panicked state. But the grip of fear was strong, and he struggled to break free from the terror's unyielding hold. And if the horrible buzzing of death wasn't enough, ropes were suddenly thrown from the sides of these black, iron beasts as men clad in green slid down before their black staves barked with fire as well. These were not the soldiers of any army he had seen in these barbaric lands, they were something else entirely, something more deadly and efficient. Everywhere Tolarian looked, the scene repeated itself. These green-clad warriors ruthlessly laid waste to anyone and anything visible. They were like a force of nature, unstoppable and unrelenting. It wasn't until that stupid STYMPH, with his annoying stupid teal plumage that kept poking Tolarian in the face, finally grabbed his arm, yanking him out of his daze. Tolarian's body was suddenly jolted into action as Rivka took him away from the scene of carnage, snapping whatever mental bonds had been binding his legs. The sounds of battle and the hiss of the strange weapons were a chaotic backdrop as Rivka dragged him away from his inevitable death. Every step was a struggle against the overwhelming desire to. "You damned elf! Wake up!" A sudden slap rang across Tolarian's face, breaking through his nightmare. An involuntary, high-pitched shriek that was embarrassingly unbecoming of a seasoned warrior of the Auxiliary Corps left Tolarian's mouth as his eyes snapped open. Fueled by fear and panic, Tolarian's arms flailed wildly as he rolled away from the STYMPH. As he rolled, the elf slammed hard against a tree, causing the man to let another embarrassing yelp out as he cradled his head. Without thinking, Tolarian curled up, covering his head with his hands, bracing for an attack that wouldn't come. "Stop it, Tolarian! It's me, Rivka." The STYMPH's face was a mix of disappointment and disbelief while his voice was concerned. "You were having a nightmare. You're safe now." Rivka then furrowed his brow as he looked to the side in contemplation. Well, as safe as we can be under these circumstances. Looking around, Talarian slowly uncurled from his defensive position, his gaze following Rivka's. They were nestled in a small grove while the distant billows of smoke from the fortress painted a grim picture against the sky. We can't stay here, Rivka said before a screech of wyverns on patrol resounded overhead. The STYMPH's eyes shot up before scanning their surroundings with a mix of caution and fear on his face. The fortress has fallen, and with us fleeing, we're deserters now. Rivka sighed for what he felt was the 1000th time when his elf compatriot tripped over another exposed root, letting out a string of curses that echoed through the forest. Can you be any louder? Rivka hissed, placing a finger to his lips, signaling Talarian to maintain silence. You're going to get us killed. The elf struggled to get up and shot the STYMPH a sour look. I'm sorry if I'm not some light-footed harpy spawn, he retorted, brushing off leaves and picking out twigs off of his laminar armor. Talarian's frustration was palpable, but it was clear he was trying to regain his composure. An annoyed groan left Rivka's mouth as he hung his head as he realized that berating Talarian wouldn't help their situation. Look, I understand this isn't easy for you, he said in a more measured tone, but we need to keep moving. If we're caught. His voice trailed off, the implication clear enough without finishing the sentence. The threat of being captured by the patrolling wyverns or the Empire's various beast riders was a fate best avoided. If they ever managed to be captured, it was all but certain the two would be made an example of why it was unwise to desert your post even in the most hopeless situations. Talarian opened his mouth to insult the STYMPH and say he never asked to be saved, but the words were caught in his mouth. He was lazy, crass, and crude, but he wasn't an idiot. If he had to choose between dying pointlessly for an empire that cared very little for him and becoming a fugitive, then the choice was simple. He sighed heavily, resigning himself to their current predicament. You're right, he muttered, almost begrudgingly. Let's keep moving. With a grunt, the elf stood to his feet and brushed his head, shaking off the debris that clung to his short, dark green hair. He then stooped to retrieve his iron kettle hat that had tumbled off in his fall. After placing it back on his head with a firm tug, Talarian's hands then went to his waist to readjust the thick and rugged two-handed falchion. The straps holding the scabbard in place hand twisted uncomfortably, but as he adjusted it, the familiarity of the weapon's weight shot a blast of comfort through him. At least he wasn't unarmed. Regardless, Talarian couldn't help but curse his fate as he followed Rivka through the dense forest. This assignment had seemed like a golden opportunity initially, an easy post at a remote fortress, far from the front lines of any major conflict. It was supposed to be simple: watch over the lands, keep an eye on any unruly locals, and enjoy some relative peace. But that illusion had shattered spectacularly with the arrival of those black, wingless monstrosities and their horrid passengers. The Empire had always seemed invincible in Talarian's eyes, a mighty force that no one dared challenge. Yet, in mere hours, he had witnessed its formidable fortress being reduced to rubble. The brutal efficiency of the attackers, clad in their foliage-patterned uniforms, had been a shock to his system. Internally, Talarian was grateful to Rivka for pulling him out of the fortress before it was too late. Despite the fact he thought of them being abominable half-breeds, the STYMPH had acted decisively and had saved them both from a fate that had befallen many of their former comrades. Yet, gratitude didn't make it easier to come to terms with the reality of their situation. They were deserters now, fugitives in a land that he once called home. The thought was a heavy weight on Talarian's mind when they moved further away from the fortress, but no matter how far they went, the carnage seemed to keep up. They couldn't even count how many intersections and roads they passed that were once bustling with the movement of merchant and supply caravans. Now, those roads were silent graveyards, strewn with the bodies of imperial auxiliaries and regular imperial legionnaires, all rushing to reinforce the fortress. Each scene they encountered was more harrowing than the last. Bodies of soldiers, some still in their youth, lay twisted and lifeless, their faces frozen in expressions of shock and agony. The beasts, magnificent creatures that had once symbolized the might of the empire, were now just lifeless husks. It seemed to be that the quiet and quaint countryside was rapidly becoming a war zone of a scale and ferocity they had never imagined. Snapping back to reality, Talarian watched Rivka deftly traverse the rough terrain as his head shot in every direction, looking for any sign of patrols or wandering beasts. The STYMPH's feathered head would turn at every rustle, every snap of a twig, his keen eyes scanning for any sign of danger. Talarian followed silently, his mind a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, fear, disbelief, creating a turbulent mix that he struggled to keep in check. "I can't believe a damnable STYMPH saved me," he murmured under his breath as he struggled with his wounded pride. The roles had been reversed. The once carefree and skeptical Talarian was now reliant on a being from a people he had often mocked for being small, weak and cowardly. The irony of it all was not lost on him. As the sun slowly descended in the sky, Talarian continued to shadow Rivka through the dense tree line, keeping a cautious eye on the road. The twilight hours brought a sense of foreboding, and he knew venturing deeper into the forest would be tantamount to inviting death. The untamed beasts that roamed these woods were known for their ferocity, especially under the cover of darkness. Staying close to the road, while risky, was their best bet for survival. Talarian looked at the familiar landmarks and immediately knew their destination. The port city of Aldenshore loomed in his thoughts as he stepped over a felled tree. The city was a bustling trade hub and was renowned as a gateway for ships from all corners of the known realm. Its docks were always teeming with activity, its markets overflowing with goods from distant lands. And with their new status as fugitives and outcasts, Aldenshore represented a beacon of opportunity. It was a city where one could disappear in the crowd, or find work as a freelancer taking on straight-edge bounties, or you could take more unsavory jobs and work for more illicit actors. Nevertheless, the city was plenty far away from the watchful eyes of the empire, despite its proximity to more faithful imperial vassals. "We should head to Aldenshore," Rivka finally broke the silence, his voice low and cautious. "It's our best chance to blend in, maybe even find work to sustain ourselves." Talarian, still reeling from the day's events, nodded in agreement. The thought of becoming a mercenary or a freelancer was something he had even considered before enlisting in the auxiliary corps, and so the transition wouldn't be too terrible. They were still a few days' travel from the city on foot and the journey wouldn't be easy, but the prospect of reaching a place where they could blend in and start anew kept them moving. Perhaps they could even make a living in the shadows of its bustling markets and crowded docks, or even make a name for themselves and gain some form of immunity against the auxiliary corporation. Stories of individuals pulling this exact thing off provided a glimmer of hope in these desperate times. "Aldenshore is no saint's haven," Talarian mused aloud, stepping carefully over the uneven terrain. "But it's got its nooks and crannies where two deserters can lie low." Rivka, ever vigilant, nodded in agreement. "Yes, and if we're careful, we might even find those willing to pay for our unique skills," he added, his eyes scanning the surrounding forest for any signs of danger. "Plus I always wanted to dash." The STYMPH suddenly paused mid-sentence as his sharp ears picked up distant sounds that didn't belong to the forest. Rivka's body tensed, and his hand instinctively went to the grip of his blade staff, his eyes narrowing as he tried to pinpoint the source of the noise. "What's wrong, Dash?" "Quiet," Rivka whispered urgently to Talarian, signaling for him to be silent. The two of them stood still, their breaths shallow as they listened intently. From a small cluster of clearings on their flank, where the tree line began to thin out, came the unmistakable sounds of battle, the clash of steel, the shouts of men, and the cries of the wounded. Rivka's eyes flicked towards the direction of the commotion, weighing their options. "We should check it out," Rivka murmured, his voice barely audible. "It might be nothing, but if it's a skirmish, we could learn something useful." Talarian stared at the STYMPH as if the teal-feathered idiot had truly lost his mind. "Are you mad?" He gestured his hand in front of his face as if he was trying to clutch at any remnants of his sanity. "We're trying to avoid conflict, not walk into it." Ignoring Talarian's protests, Rivka began to maneuver closer to the sounds of fighting. Each step was taken with care, while his feathers plumed out to keep his senses alert to every rustle and snap underfoot. A look of complete disbelief clouded Talarian's face as he soundless yelled into his own hands, before reluctantly following after Rivka's lead. The two cautiously neared as the sounds of clashing steel and the voices of the combatants became clearer. "Just give it up, Azaleen. You're outnumbered, you're just gonna die tired." A voice in the distance yelled out as the two deserters neared the clearing. There they saw a woman with a fierce determination in her pale blue eyes, which gleamed with the clarity of someone who has faced death countless times and spat in its face. Her platinum blonde hair, rolled pragmatically into a tight bun, kept it out of the way in battle as she blocked, dodged and parried with the competence of a seasoned warrior. In what seemed to be just a fraction of a moment, the two hiding men watched as a flash of a double-sided axe streaked towards the woman. Just a moment later, a resounding clang rang out, followed by a horrid shriek. At first, they thought the woman had been struck down, but the scream had been from her attacker as he clutched his stomach. At least what remained of it. Talarian had seen it clearly. Her attacker thought her distracted as he dashed out to cleave her in half, but as he brought his weapon down, the man found the iron core of his supposed victim's shield instead of her soft flesh. And just a moment later, before one could blink, the woman had retaliated with her broadsword. A flash of metal almost cleaved the man in half as she bounced back to put some distance between her and her attackers. But they weren't keen on giving her a break as spears, swords, maces, and another axe shot out towards in an effort to take her life. A dozen men with an assortment of weapons lashed out towards her, but with prompt and fluid motions, the blonde countered, dodged, and counter-attacked each blow. That was until the woman had stomped viciously on the ground, causing the earth itself to ripple and sending everyone stumbling. "They're damnable mana users. What the hell are you thinking, Rivka?" Talarian hissed in a low, yet panicked whisper while grabbing the STYMPH's arm to make an escape. "Why in the infinite hells are we heading towards a damned battle?" Rivka opened his mouth to protest as he turned around, but instead he put a panicked finger over his mouth and pointed over Talarian's shoulder. As the clash of steel continued to resound through the air, Rivka's sharp gaze fell upon a sight a mere dozen meters away, enough to send a chill down Talarian's spine. "Don't move," Rivka instructed in a hushed tone, the urgency in his voice unmistakable. "Not a muscle." Talarian felt his blood run cold as he slowly turned his head to follow Rivka's pointed gaze. Lumbering through the forest, drawn by the cacophony of the skirmish, was a massive creature, a monstrous behemoth known as a grovemaw. The beast's fur was a bristly shield, each strand thick and stiff like the quills of a porcupine, a natural armor against both the elements and the strikes of would-be assailants. Its head was broad and powerful, housing a maw that could swallow a man whole, lined with rows of serrated teeth eager to rend flesh from bone. The long snout, reminiscent of a badger, twitched as it sniffed the air, nostrils flaring as it detected the scent of blood and magic that hung like a miasma over the battlefield. But it was the creature's paws that spoke true to its power. They were like the roots of ancient trees, thick and heavy, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. The claws, caked with dirt and sap, gleamed with a deadly promise, capable of tearing through the toughest hide or armor with ease. Unaware of the two fugitives in its midst, the grovemaw's attention remained fixed on the battle ahead, its predatory instincts drawn to the chaos and the prospect of an easy meal amid the frenzy. It stalked through the forest with a quiet menace, each step deliberate and unhurried, as if it were the sovereign of this wooded realm and all within it was its domain to command. "Azaleen!" One of the assailants hissed angrily as his spear lashed out only to be caught by a shield while the dying screams of his comrade were still echoing out behind him. "You dirty fucking whore!" After shoving a spear in her back and cutting down the rest of her pitiful party, they thought her to be just as easy. However, they had severely underestimated the woman. Azaleen had dodged and weaved through the onslaught with a dancer's grace, with a fluidity that spoke of years honed in martial combat. In one moment she ducked under the swinging arc of an axe, its blade whistling through the air above her head, and in the next, her blade arced upwards, deflecting a cleaver-like weapon with a reverberating clang. Her sword then found the neck of another assailant who had rushed her from the flank, slicing through flesh and bone, sending his head arcing into the air. Not one to lose momentum, Azaleen capitalized on the shock. She channeled her mana, feeling the familiar rush as it infused her muscles, and leaped backwards with supernatural agility. A man, bulky and overconfident, swung his heavy mace down where she had been just a heartbeat before. His weapon met only dirt as he grunted in frustration from the wasted effort. Landing nimbly, Azaleen took a defensive stance, her shield raised at an angle to deflect incoming blows, her sword poised above it, ready to strike. Despite the blood that seeped from the spear wound in her side. "I'm afraid to say I'm a little disappointed," she taunted, a wry chuckle escaping her lips, despite the pain. "I expected Einar's dick suckers to be a lot more competent than this." Her attackers circled with a mix of wariness and anger in their eyes as she continued, "Wasn't being the elite troops of that shitty syndicate your whole entire thing?" Her blade then lashed out to deflect the sword coming for her neck, before Azaleen's shield shot forward only to slam into her attack's face. The attacker's grimace turned to agony as Azaleen's broadsword plunged deep into his belly. She twisted the hilt cruelly, ensuring the steel wreaked havoc within before she yanked it upward, tearing through flesh and sinew in an effort to not only disembowel the man, but to destroy every organ in his abdomen. With a forceful shove with her shield, Azaleen sent the man reeling back as he clutched at his stomach. "You backstabbing fucks are going to have to do better than that." Azaleen sneered as magical power started to swell within her. The remaining 10 men, enraged by another slain comrade, the thugs charged towards her in a reckless rush. Azaleen's lips parted, and voiced a single word, Erdbrech. The power of her voice seemed to infuse her foot with her mana, and with a swift stomp, she slammed her foot down, causing the earth to respond in kind. Shockwaves erupted from beneath her in a cone which rippled through the soil like a stone cast upon water. Her attackers then stumbled and their coordinated assault turned into a disarrayed mess as the ground buckled and heaved beneath them. Several fell, caught off guard by the unexpected tremor, while others struggled to maintain their balance. Not letting this opportunity to slip through her fingers, Azaleen put more power into her legs, causing her to explode forward. Her shield then met the face of the man who had initially hurled insults at her, eliciting a sickening crunch as he was sent sprawling backward while his spear arced through the air for a few moments only to land with a dull thud at her feet. With a swift motion, she pivoted, her gaze locking onto another thug who had managed to stay upright. He came at her with an overhead swing of his axe in an effort to cleave her in two, but Azaleen was faster. The woman's sword rose in an arc, her blade singing through the air, and caught the wooden shaft of the man's weapon, slicing it clean in two. Not missing a beat, she used the momentum of her swing to pivot, bringing her sword around in a vicious backhand slash that severed the man's head from his shoulders. As she turned to assess the rest of her foes, a chilling sensation gripped her. There, charging toward the fray with terrifying speed and ferocity, was the Grovemaw. Its quill-like fur bristled, its wide maw stretched open to reveal rows of serrated teeth ready to tear through anything or anyone. For a fleeting moment, Azaleen's determination faltered, replaced by the primal fear as the thunderous sounds of the monster's gallop resounded. And it was heading straight for her. In that moment of life or death, Azaleen acted on pure instinct. With a swift movement, Azaleen snatched the spear from the ground, and channeled as much of her power as she could into her arm. Magical energy coursed through her veins, amplifying her strength several times over, and with a warrior's cry, she hurled the spear with pinpoint accuracy towards the beast. The spear flew in a blur of vengeance, and struck the Grovemaw squarely in its eye, causing the beast to howl in agony. The sound reverberated through the clearing as the Grovemaw's pain quickly turned into a frenzied wrath, and with a swipe of its massive paw, it sent Azaleen flying through the air. Azaleen's body slammed into the ground as she was sent head over heels, and each impact jarred her bones until she finally was caught in the underbrush of the treeline. As she tried to right herself, the poor woman's leg gave out from under her as her ragged breaths soon turned into gasps for air. The Grovemaw, blinded and maddened by pain, became an avatar of death and destruction. Its great paws, each the size of a grown man's chest, swiped through the air with devastating force. The thugs and warriors who moments ago had surrounded Azaleen with murderous intent now found themselves the targets of the beast's blind fury as they screamed in fear. Once again, the clearing was full of the sounds of clashing steel and flesh as it turned into a tableau of primal horror. The creature's claws cut through the men's armor like a hot knife through butter, and the sound of rending metal and snapping bones filled the air, as the beast bit down with its gaping maw. Sucking in as much air as she could, Azaleen peered around in a daze. Her eyes briefly floated over to two figures who quickly made their escape deeper in the woods, and thought to herself how great of an idea that was. With renewed determination, Azaleen mustered whatever strength she could, and dragged herself deeper into the forest as the background was punctuated by the dying screams of men who had originally come to take her life.